Good morning, good morning, good morning. Right. Hello, hello, everyone. All right, we are here. We are ready. So much to go over. All right. Please like the stream. It helps so much. And thank you to everybody who commented yesterday. It is so helpful. It's so helpful. It really makes a difference. YouTube was like, great interaction. Your community is replying. Like, YouTube is an algorithm-based, interaction-based, like every social media platform, platform is. So please engage. It really does help, as silly as it sounds. I always like all my faves videos, at least bare minimum. I know commenting can be awkward sometimes, but it really does make a difference, and I appreciate it so much. Now, before we jump into videos today, let's give an update to yesterday's stories and answering a comment that I got from one of you. So first, just an update. Let me pull this up here so we can do this. So update, we talked about the Oscar-winning Palestinian director who was taken by basically the IDF yesterday, Hamdam Bilal, and he was released. So we have a little bit of a video here. You can see he's coming out the gate.
You can say it's like the settlers and soldiers attacking my home and start to beating me and they threaten me with the guns. I heard the voices of the soldiers. It's like laughing about me because I don't know. They said I heard it's like Oscar, but I didn't speak Hebrew. Maybe about that. I don't know.
So basically, he was taken to a hospital. There's some speculation that he was only released because he was popular and famous, and people on social media were demanding his release, which means think of all the Palestinian people that are being kidnapped or taken unjustly, who don't have that sort of reputation, don't have that sort of access to representation, and just think about how devastating that must be for a lot of families, right? Access and networking gave him the ability among a lot, as it does with everybody in the world globally, access to maybe seeing the light of day, which is why it's why activism works, because activism gets the message out there. The reason people need to speak up is because it makes a difference. If the only voices we keep hearing are angry men on the internet, we're going to think all men are angry, and we're going to think like there are no good men out there, and we're going to think there are no good people out there. And so remember that the angriest voices tend to be the loudest. And if the anger is justified, then it brings, progression. And if the anger isn't justified, it brings regression. So speaking of regression, I got a comment on my video. This is on my latest video, which covered Andrew Tate and Trump. It was the bear versus Trump voter in the forest. And the video was, the comment was basically saying, this argument promotes misandry against men. I'm so disappointed. This is such an argument. I thought it was a progressive channel and inclusive. So I think it's a troll, right? I think this is a troll because nobody comes to like a progressive philosophical channel and doesn't understand the deconstruction of all men suffer from misogyny. If you don't understand that all men suffer from misogyny in the same way that all women suffer from misogyny and we have to deconstruct it, then you're going to take it as a personal attack on all men. But keep in mind that my video was titled Bear versus Man Who Voted for Trump, which is so specific and different. It's literally saying not all men. It's literally just saying these ones. Now, I want to ask this commenter and other people, how else do they think of the question? What if it was Bear versus... No. So let's say you are let's just say you're Jewish, and it's like bear versus white nationalist. Which one are you choosing? Let's say you're black and you're a woman. Would it be bear, or would it be like white man who flies Confederate flag and also thinks Michelle Obama was born a man? Like, which one are we choosing? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, if it's bear versus, you know what I mean? So when we sit there and we think about what this hypothetical is supposed to do, right? Force empathy or like encourage empathy. Obviously, it's not happening. So I think this is a troll comment that comes on my channel. And you have to understand that like these troll comments are ruling the internet. It is why the internet is such a specific place. If you engage with it, you have to be careful about the comment sections because it can deteriorate your mental health. But not only that, the worst of the worst, you can never tell if someone's being genuine or not. But if you are genuinely a man who's upset that a person might not choose you over the bear because you voted for Trump, remember that you voted for somebody who's a sexual predator, right? Who was found liable, whose friends and people around him are sexual predators. Remember that you didn't just vote for any white man, you voted for the white man who made it his, life's meaning to condemn 5 innocent black men who were not even guilty of a crime that they did not commit. Like, you have to understand that you voted for a person who was found guilty of racist acts in his renting his building, right? And so, there's all these things about Trump that might be, quote, when he was younger, but everything that he's doing in present tense is reinforcing that younger version of himself. So when men see women on the internet talk about men as a group, even though we do our hardest to specify not all men, even though we're clarifying this group of men, even though we're saying these people here, and you still find a way to make it about all men, right? Now, versus the manosphere and the podcasts where it's like man with a microphone, it's always all women, generally speaking. These women here, like, listen to me when I say this. This channel is always about deconstructing gender. I'm not interested in crucifying you because you were born a man, but I'm interested in holding you accountable for holding those constructs in place that come at the expense of women and femme people. And then in turn, of course, men. Men suffer from patriarchy. And every complaint a man has about the world, he blames it on a woman when it was truly the construct created by a man and held in place by men to keep men down. Like, realistically, you want to talk about men suffering under patriarchy? Exactly what happened to Zelensky in the White House when those men bullied Zelensky for not wearing a suit. That is patriarchy. That is internalized misogyny. Like, that is, I guess, internalized misandry? I don't even know what that would qualify as. That is a group of men thinking that their job is to bully another man instead of uplifting him and helping him with his people, to talk down on him, to pick at him the way he looks, the way he appears, the way he signals. And then what do? They laugh like a bunch of frat boys. Where were men standing up for Zelensky then? Nowhere to be found. I mean, they were to be found in progressive circles, but Anyways, okay, with that said, let's get an update about one of the top misogynists also featured in my recent podcast. Once again, Andrew Tate, the man who bragged about having sex with a 16-year-old when he was in his 20s because, quote, it was legal. It was legal. It was legal. He's back in Romania. You guys know he flew to Florida. And then he had to go back to Romania because he is facing charges. So this is sort of the update of that. I'm going to go ahead at 1 point times to it because we like it fast over here, girlies.
But if you want to talk to me anymore, you're going to have to get some money out of your pockets. The free charity work is done.
Tate brothers face ongoing legal battles in Romania.
I'm glad to be home, back in Romania, like I said I'd be, because innocent men don't run from anything. We're here to clear our names and exonerate ourselves, and after all we've been through, we truly deserve the day in court where it is stated that we've done nothing wrong and that we should have never been in court in the first place. We should have never gone to jail. We should have never had.
And just a reminder for a lot of us, it won't ever matter if the law finds him guilty of sex trafficking. We already know he's a grown-up who has sex with kids. And, I understand that that's complicated, but it ain't that complicated in 2025, the year of our Lord FKA Twigs. You know what I mean? So for me, it doesn't feel that complicated. If you want it to be complicated, you can talk to your therapist or your grandma. You know what I mean? For being married off as a kid. But at the end of the day, we already know that's true. He's already bragged about it. And, we have to contend with the fact that humans are these animals having a biological experience. But this is why we must have a higher relationship with our biological experience. Because men really be out here fucking animals and children. And we gotta, you know what I mean? We gotta, no.
had our assets seized. We should have never had our name slandered. Anyone who believed any of this garbage has a particularly low IQ. I think there's a lot of people in the world today that do not have faith in Romanian institutions, but we're going to restore that faith by coming home as American citizens, going to court, and getting the not guilty that we deserve. Is there any questions?
What's your take on the Florida criminal case?
I don't think there is a criminal case. There is a investigation, which I'm happy to be investigated. Any single person on the planet can endlessly be investigated for anything. You can be investigated. They might be investigating you right now, sir. You don't know. People get investigated. That's how it goes. We've done nothing wrong. So I have no fear for anything, for any country, anywhere to investigate me. I do not ask for any kind of special treatment because I'm well known. All I want to do is be treated fairly under the law, same as everybody else, and I'll go home and be a free man.
Yeah, I think it's very telling. I think it's very telling that we were investigated for 2.5 years and we were dragged, in front of the media, into prison, out of prison, all this time. And in December last year, a judge said, well, there's not evidence enough for this to even go to trial. So I think that we deserve a little bit of leniency. And if you are a member of the press, you should report heavily on that fact. The fact that after investigating us for years of our life and sending us to prison, putting us on house arrest, that they...
Well, I just want to clarify in case, anybody's unaware. There are so many women that have come forward with stories, so many people with text messages and proof between family members, so many people who, again, using Andrew Tate's words alone, he's bragged about it, right? So again, I don't think it matters at that point whether you're found guilty or not. But even so, I'm like, even with Trump, not only has he verbalized, bragged about it, brought it up again. If you watched my latest video on it, like Trump literally brags. Like he's a bragger. That boy loved to tell stories. So like you just listen to the stories he tells because people really tell you who they are. And then he's found liable and people still don't believe it. They're like, well, he was found liable, but I think it's a crooked Democrats. And it's like, well, he admitted it himself. Yeah, but he's just locker room talk. You don't get it. No matter what happens, no matter how obvious it is, some people won't believe it. And look, we all have blind sides, but I think what's important is that, again, we take this into consideration when interacting with people. Chelsea from Financial Diet, she's been spicy lately. Chelsea was arguing about childcare and whether or not she would allow her kids to be babysat by Trump voters and fascists. And I was like, honestly, I know it takes a village and I'd love to rely on parents. But at the end of the day, if those parents are going to be whispering poems about Trump, listen, I love it when people babysit their kids in my name. Tell them Uncle Trump, Grandpa Trump, he's really thinking about them. I think about children all the time. Ask Melania. I was thinking about my daughter the other day. Gorgeous, beautiful, if I wasn't her father. Anyways, that's besides the point. It does take a village. I love my family. But at the same time, I don't know if I want you over here babysitting my kids, bro, when you're out here defending Trump, I don't know if that's really what we want to do here, but it is what it is. There's no right or wrong way. There's only what makes your joy happen.
Couldn't even put together enough evidence to even have a trial. And I think that's an interesting point my brother just made. I think it's very interesting you guys ask us all the time about how guilty we are, not understanding that if we were guilty, we would certainly be rotting away in jail. For 3 years, they've destroyed our lives.
This is also reverse psychology, right? They're trying to convince us, if we were guilty, they would have had something on us, as if that's how it works. As if that's how it works. We know that's not how it works. So that's why you have to realize whether a person's found guilty or not, you have to decide how to treat that person, including when they're found guilty. I see a lot of cases, because I watch a lot of court case stuff. Not a lot, but I watch enough of it, that sometimes, even though they're found guilty, I kind of feel bad for them, or I feel like, that's too harsh of a sentence, right? It's not about being guilty or not guilty. It's about what did you do? And Andrew Tate has already bragged about what he did, and that's enough for me. I don't care what he's found guilty of. I already know. He said it.
Lives and lied about us. And
yeah, Casey Anthony enters this. Bro, can I tell you, I missed Casey Anthony. I missed it. I was not paying attention. I was not in the bubble. I didn't know anything about Casey Anthony for real, except that her daughter died, and everyone thinks she killed her. Then Casey came back to the internet. And then I watched Ray William Johnson give a rundown of the Casey Anthony story. And I was like, she killed her kid, bro. And my partner's like, yeah, dude, you are behind. My partner's like, oh, he knows so much about Casey Anthony. I just sat there and I was like, what the F? I don't know what I was doing with my life, but something else apparently. Oh my gosh, though. This woman coming back to the internet to be like, I'm an advocate for children. Ma'am, ain't no way Casey innocent. Ain't no way.
can't even get us to trial. I think it would be a far more interesting question if you start asking why that is happening. If you want to be a good journalist, you should sit and say, why do they keep attacking these boys, but they don't have enough evidence to ever put them in trial or ever put them in jail, but they keep attacking them everywhere they go? Because when you start to actually talk about that, then you'll be doing real journalism if you're allowed to do it, and then you'll be interested in the truth of the story. Because the truth of the story is not...
I like how they're always like, oh, free speech is under attack. Free speech is under attack by the Democrats, Look, Democrats are concerned about swastikas being everywhere, and Republicans are concerned about trans people existing. Do you see how our priorities are different? You know what I'm saying? You see how our priorities are people are literally getting arrested for saying free Palestine. Like, do you know what I mean? See how our priorities are different?
Any of the garbage that you've been told thus far, or we would be in jail. Anything else?
That I have my American passport back in my hand. I can travel where I like. You know, if any authorities from any police force anywhere in the world wish to speak to me, they have my number. They will call me and I'll answer the phone. 44 times I went to court in Romania, not because there was a trial, but to see if I would be allowed to travel. And I told judges 44 times, I'm not a flight risk. Please return me my passport. Please don't keep me locked away from my family. So I know that when I left, there was some backlash. I know that when I left, people were being pressed about the controversial decision about two men who'd already had their case dismissed being able to travel and see their families again. Well, you know, here I am back in Romania, as I said I would be. So all 44 of those court hearings, including the ones that happened when I was taken from prison, were completely worthless. There was no point in doing any of them.
And that's a very interesting point. Guys, let's actually analyze. They kept saying we're a flight risk. We left and we came back. So all of these 3 years of imprisonment were a complete waste of time against innocent men.
Well, where are you gonna go, homie? Let's be so for real. Where are you gonna go? You gonna be like Diddy and fly away, which I don't even think happened, right? I think his plane just flew away. Like, you're famous. Where's he gonna go? He's gonna be like Saddam Hussein hanging out, Bin Laden hanging out in a cave. Like, where are you gonna go? You know what I mean? So I feel like they're not so much a flight risk as they are trying to go to a country in which they can't be extradited out, which is the flight risk. It's not like they're gonna go into hiding. They're just gonna end up going to a country that, I wouldn't put it past them. I don't know what game they're playing. They're obviously playing a long game. But again, that's the issue. Is like, there is a long game being played. I don't know what their goal is. Though they have said they want to run, right? They want to run for office. I could see it happening, right? Like, Trump won. McGregor's running. Like I said, Trump, Tate, and McGregor. The Three Stooges. You know what think about it. Every emperor you learn about. Think of every king. Think of every male leader you ever learn about and tell me that it's that outrageous that these three losers could ever be, quote, rulers. We act like past rulers were some great people. They were all losers, dude. I don't know why we uphold like all of these great leaders as like great men. These great men were losers. They're not good. They were not good people. I don't know why we keep thinking like, oh yes, there's such a thing as a very good leader. Who? Name one. Give me their name. Give me the name of the person who saw power over millions of billions of people. Go ahead. Put their name in the pot. Put your name in the goblet of fire. Tell me. Who?
Who have never been tried. It is supposed to be innocent until proven guilty in a democracy. We have never been convicted of any crime anywhere on the planet ever. And as my brother said, we have our passports back. And just like you, anyone else here decides to take a trip, they're allowed to take a trip. We live in Romania. We love Romania. We're never going to leave Romania. We have a house in Romania. We have Romanian children. We're going to be in Romania all of the time. If we feel like a holiday, we'll take one. And if a court needs to speak to us, we'll be there because we are innocent.
There are allegations that the U.S. government put some pressure on the Romanian authorities.
We won the case on December 19th, 2024. That is when the appeal court said there's not enough evidence here to even have a trial. That was in December 19th, 2024. The president at the time was Joe Biden, and Joe Biden hates me, so I seriously doubt there was any American pressure.
I think it's amazing that people think there was American pressure required to let men go who couldn't even get a case to trial after 3 solid years of imprisonment. I mean, why would you need pressure for that? Surely, in any civilized country, when a man spent 3 years locked in his house for no reason, eventually they're going to say, okay.
Y'all don't know Andrew Tate has kids? Bro, he got kids. They all got kids. These men are the kind of men, they're like Elon, bro. They're like, spread my seed. Of course they have kids. Of course, they have multiple kids. Yes, ma'am. And of course, they're always taking pictures with their daughters. Like, I have a daughter. Look how cute my daughter is. Yeah. Chess says, who the hell wanted to procreate with them? Women uphold the patriarchy. Women suffer from internalized misogyny. Women uphold the patriarchy. Say with me, girls. Women uphold the patriarchy. Women uphold the patriarchy. Women uphold the patriarchy. Dun, 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 dun. Women, man,
You can travel now because we don't even have a case. I think it's incredible people are not sitting here thinking they should have let him go way sooner. There's no American pressure. There's just a rule of law. We're innocent men who have never been convicted. And because of that, we've come here to prove our innocence because we deserve our day in court.
So, Ed Dave.
And given his assessment that President Trump really is a
This is Parliament.
reliable ally, will his government request an urgent extradition of the Tate brothers?
Prime Minister.
Well, this is a live issue, as he'll appreciate, and therefore I'll tread carefully. But the principle is absolutely clear. Justice must be done in all cases, including in this case. But I won't go into the details because this is a live case, as he knows.
Anca. Well, you know, I'm not convicted of any crimes. I'm a free person who has not been convicted of anything, just the same as you are or anyone else here. So I can take a holiday anywhere I want. I can go to Greece, I can go to Australia, I can go anywhere I like. So I'm not sure, but for now, I'm happy to be back in Romania. This is where I live. I love Romania very much, and I'm going to spend the next few weeks in Romania probably, unless I decide spontaneously to leave. And I will do that as long as I obey my obligations to the court, which I of course will do. I'm allowed to go anywhere I like. I think the governor of Florida was hijacked by the media. The media jumped on him and...
The governor of Florida was like, we don't want him here. And he's like sucking his dick via the internet right now. Chad says, Tate got famous the same way Trump did. All press is good press minded. Yeah, I mean, for sure. I mean, that is the truth. Like, I just, you know, when I saw Andrew Tate rising up, I just thought, like, this isn't going to work. Who's going to fall for this? And I forgot men existed. So, oops. Oops. Oops, I forgot. My bad. And here we are, you know. I love that there's that TikTok. I see it everywhere. It's like kind of like a, you know, like we made the wrong person famous. Yeah, humans tend to do that. You know, and then sometimes we're lucky we made the right person famous. But yeah, like sometimes, most of the time, I do think that's why, you know, not to make it biblical, but there is sort of like this idea behind like a rich man getting into heaven, or, you know, is the rich man are people twisting that narrative to say that like, oh, it's better to be a poor man to keep you down, but to trick you into getting to heaven. There's the whole, same with fame. Is the fame the root of all the evil, or is the money, or is it the love of it, or is it, what is it? I do think just like there are no ethical billionaires, it's very hard to be ethically famous in a sense, not always, but I mean ethically, not morally. So stay with me here. I don't think there are any moral billionaires in the same way that there wouldn't be any unethical ones, but ethics is about society, morals is about the individual. To become famous could be an accident, right? So, you know, but ethically, what do people around you have to do to make you famous? And then I kind of wonder about that. What do people have to do? I think there was an illusion that when I was a kid, you would just have to be really good at your art or something, and they would see you in a movie, and then they'd make you famous by going to see your movies. Like they'd support your work, maybe. But then I wonder if that was true, because we did have talk radio. We did have these people who were getting validated through their hate of minorities and women and social programs. So then I wonder about that too. Is it the fame, or is it the reason you're famous? I don't know. There is something to be said about why people seek fame, and I always think it's a red flag when people want it. But then maybe that's also why they are famous, because ultimately they're the kind of people who could be famous, like really famous. Maybe the little fame monsters, as Gaga would say. Yeah, so like, you know, and I get it, I do. I remember when I was like in the boy bubble more, they'd be like, come on stream, collab. But I just like, I always chose hanging out with my family. I was like, I don't want to really get on stream and yell at you for some reason. I'd rather just go hang out with my brothers. And I would, and that would be great. And I always love those decisions I made. I think I don't regret those decisions. I never regretted my decisions to turn down collab so I could hang out with my family. Like, I never regretted that. I think it was definitely like, I could have gotten more popular. I could have had more eyes on me, but who would I have had on me? 12-year-old boys off the internet? Like, that's not the audience I'm looking for. I'm not trying to get kids. You know what I mean? I'm trying to have like adults in my audience sphere, but still those adults end up being like the comment we talked about earlier in stream. Like, these like boys who are living in this very isolated bubble, who are uneducated, who don't know better, but also refuse to get educated. So then they just become angry because they feel like they're being neglected by the same system they keep upholding. How are you going to feel neglected by the same system you keep upholding? Stop upholding it. But they can't. They can't imagine that they are in any way contributing to the reason their life is hard. But the truth is we all contribute to our life being hard. And then sometimes it just comes from outside of us. So I think like maybe fame and making Andrew Tate famous to them feels, I don't know, like maybe like a fuck you to the same system that keeps them down. But then Andrew literally tells them they're, you know what I mean? Like it's like a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like a generational curse of men that they can't seem to get rid of. They've had it forever too. Like, men have been suffering for so long under the weight of their own pressure. And it's like, just get off the plate, dude. And they can't do it. Like, get off. And they can't do it. It's like a workaholic that's like driving themselves like to an early grave, and they can't. They're like addicted or something. I don't know. Yeah, conquest virus for sure. Yeah, I wish they could deconstruct it. Seek out, you know, if you want a legacy, do it in a healthy way. Whatever that means. You know, if you want to make money, great, do it healthy. If you want to get in shape, great, do it healthy. Like, there are so many ways to be successful as a man in a healthy way. It's just like, they just choose the most unhealthy paths, these ones, you know? Chat says, have you reviewed the Netflix show Adolescence? No, and I haven't seen it yet. My Discord really wants to watch it. I know all the misogynists are so mad about it. Like, all I've seen is men complaining about how much it sucks. You got a whole fucking TV show about your whole struggle and you still don't like it. Like, that's the irony. You tell a boy's story, like real stories, men telling men's stories, and men still are mad. Y'all are so mad all the time. I haven't watched it yet, but I heard it was really good.
He didn't realize he was an American citizen, and now he understands he made a mistake, and there's been some conversations, and everything's been settled and fixed. Well, the UK is my host nation. If they feel like they need to talk to me, I will comply with all judicial authorities. Of course, we all know that an accusation means nothing. I can accuse you of being an alien. Does that make you an alien? No. Are you an alien?
Yes.
I think she is. Put her in preventative detention.
Put her in jail. Judicial control. So it doesn't matter what.
Look at the memeing, bro.
You're accused of. This guy with the big mouth. If he interrupts again, I'm going to end it for everybody. So it doesn't matter what you're accused of. It matters what you are proven guilty to have done in a fair court of law. Accusations mean nothing. It doesn't matter how many times they repeat an accusation on the news. That is garbage. I will comply with all judicial authorities everywhere around the world because I'm completely innocent, as we all know. And for anybody here who wants to do honest journalism, you need to ask yourselves why there is this witch hunt. Why the Matrix is so desperate to try and convince the world I'm a bad person and put me in jail when I've clearly done nothing wrong. It's been 3 solid years. They can't even find enough evidence to take me to trial. But if you want to talk to me anymore, you're going to have to get some money out of your pockets. The free charity work is done. My name's Will. You don't know about it.
Wow. Amazing. All right. So there's a little update on Andrew. We'll see what happens. You know, this is from The Mirror. I'll go ahead and link their video in chat and you guys can check them out. This is it. This is hopefully something comes about. Look, like I said, it doesn't really matter if they find him guilty. He's already admitted out loud to the way that he lives his life, the things he finds condonable, the way he's willing to engage with minors, with children. Like, this is not the future I want. I don't want a future in which, and I understand we're an animal species evolved over millions of years. I understand that there is a biological experience we're having. And I'm telling you, we are no longer going to condone the lowest Neanderthal fucking level of fucking kids as a part of our biological experience. Okay. The little boys on YouTube with their microphones talking about evolutionary biology, whatever. That's great. Okay. I love that for you. We're not going to condone it moving forward. We're going to, we've given enough. leeway to our aunties and our grandmas and all of them with their stories about being 15 with 30-year-old men. Okay, we're breaking that generational curse. We're going to do it. We're going to rip the Band-Aid off. We're not doing it anymore. Okay, no engaging with minors, period. Okay, no engaging with minors. Say it with me. Wow, I'm so brave. I'm so brave. Wow, amazing. Amazing, really. Wow, truly. Fucking Mother Teresa. Never mind, she's a bad person. Fucking an angel over here. Okay, let me pull up these videos I want to watch with you. Is this one? This one. Okay, you know what I don't like about TikTok so much, but that's not important for now. Okay, let me pull up this video. Give me a second. Pull up this video. Ugh. Man, these boys so angry at themselves, but they take it out on everybody else. And that's the truth too. Listen to me when I say this. The reason I don't identify with systems, the reason I think too many people are out here being like, I'm a capitalist. Y'all are not systems, bros. Stop identifying with fucking systems. Stop identifying with the constructs. Look, identify with a construct from having an internal experience. You're not having the internal experience of a socialist. You're not having the internal experience of a capitalist. It is not, you are not having, that is no. Okay? This is a thing that we created to exist within. We need to pop the bubble and recreate a system that just works, right? And it will never perfectly work because we don't perfectly work. But identifying with systems is not going to make any sense. And that's the problem with the word patriarchy, is men identify with the word patriarchy. I'm not coming for you, bro. I'm literally not coming for you when I say dismantle the patriarchy. Men and patriarchy, those are two different things. One's a system. One is a system. Dismantling the system doesn't mean I'm coming for you, dude. When we talk about dismantling white supremacy, we're not coming for white people. We're not coming for you. Okay? I mean, some of us are, but that's not my business. Okay, listen, we're not coming for you. You are not a system, but you uphold that system. And so we might try to hold you accountable a little bit, you know what I'm saying? But you are not a system. We are not coming for you. We are trying to make it better for everybody. Okay? You know? Okay, now. Chet says, so an identity is an internal experience. It's not black and white, y'all. Remember when I talk, I know we're very autistic here, so black and white makes sense. Nothing, always remember the context in which I'm speaking. Right? Always remember the context in which I'm speaking. So identity is many things. It's external, internal, it's practical, right? I'm an American. I'm here as a temporary visa holder. I have a temporary status, right? When we talk about words, they have to make sense within context. So when I'm talking about don't identify as the patriarchy, it's only in relation to the patriarchy, right? Because even having to identify as queer out loud is only for the sake of categorization. It doesn't necessarily have to be for the sake of being objective. You know what I mean? So again, it's all about perception. Where am I seeing this from? How am I facing this thing? Am I coming from a citizen's perspective, a mother's perspective, a dead person's perspective? You know, it's all about where am I coming from, right? That's why it's kind of interesting when people go, about Elon doing the "My heart will go out to you," the Nazi salute. They'll be like, "That's not a Nazi salute. This is not a Nazi salute," right? It's like they feel offended that they could support a Nazi, so they're doubling down on the idea that something that has been universally known as the Nazi salute now changes all of a sudden because they don't want to believe they are voting for a Nazi. We're not calling Elon a Nazi because we're trying to assign a label to him that doesn't match. We're assigning a label to him because all of our understanding of the word Nazi could apply to Elon, right? But people get bogged down in what they think a word means, what an identity means. Like, I don't know if Elon in his heart of hearts is a Nazi, but I know Elon walks and talks like a Nazi. So I just feel like probability-wise, he would be a Nazi. Like, there's no reason for me to think otherwise. Now, and he absolutely makes no effort to make us doubt otherwise. Like, Elon makes no effort to squash that idea down, right? Like, he even encourages us to believe he's a Nazi. So I think that's the problem. These labels, sometimes people think you're just throwing it around to insult people, but I'm being quite like serious. Given the way that you are expressing yourself, I'm getting some misogyny from those comments. Can we deconstruct it? Can we talk about it? Right? I ask myself all the time, like, hey, why did I do this thing? If I do this thing, does it make me XYZ? And that's not a question a lot of people ask themselves. Because, again, we grew up in the 90s and 2000s where nobody's allowed to see color, right? So when you tell a liberal, like when you say nobody, like color doesn't matter, you're being racist, they're like, how could you say that? And it's because they didn't think about it. They just, again, chose a slogan that sounded good and thought that makes sense. Be careful when things sound great. I say some shit on stream and I'm like, I'm a poet. But remember, just because it sounds good doesn't mean it's logical. But why isn't it logical? Everyone always talks about how no one's critically thinking, but that means no one is critically thinking, yourself included. Again, we like to think that everybody else is the one who just doesn't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. We don't know what's going on. Wait until you see tomorrow's stream. I'm so excited. Tomorrow's stream is when twos think they're fours. Oh, I'm so excited, y'all. I found the greatest video to like explain this to people. So tomorrow's stream is about, okay, when twos think they're fours, in terms of my introspection, my levels, it's like when you deal with people who think like, oh, I got it. You know what I mean? Twos who think they're fours, but actually they're probably just like threes at most. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be great. I can't wait for tomorrow's stream. Okay. With that said, let's jump into the vegan ethical diet bubble. I found a couple of videos that I want to go through with you. And I'm having this experience. Again, I'm enjoying eating meatless, plant-based, dairy-free. It's been great. Egg-free. It's been fabulous. I made some great food the other day. Delicious. Okay. And even this morning, I found some frozen vegan food in our shop, which was really cool. And I had some delicious, delicious. It's so good. Meatballs, like vegan meatballs. Bro, I don't even miss meat. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was so good. I was like, I can eat these all day. Still expensive. You're so right. The prepackaged food too expensive, but so good for an occasional like add to the budget. But I will say this. I keep seeing from a philosophical perspective a limit from vegan. So I feel like there's going to be a difference between a 2 vegan and a 5 vegan. And a 2 vegan example that frustrates me, and I think frustrates a lot of people, is this vegan here. Not her, the woman in the video, but who she's talking about. I'm going to show you as an example. So I found this TikTok today and I was laughing because she's so right.
Not going to like.
Okay, hold on.
Some of y'all are not going to like this one. But genuinely have more empathy for animals than they do people of color.
So basically, she's saying that there are just some vegans that seem to have more empathy for animals, not human animals, than people of color, right? Because all human beings are animals. That's just a fact. But we use animal language to dehumanize people because, one, we think we're not animals, which is a whole issue with religion and stuff. And two, because there have been bubbles that I've been coming across where the vegan people have a really hard time empathizing with like Black lives in America. I'm a little shook because I'm like, what is your problem, right? But then this clip comes to mind.
Racism, but I draw the line.
Wait.
I can excuse racism, but I draw the line at animal cruelty.
You can excuse racism. So
as from Community, like that clip always comes to mind, you know? The whole like that, but that's a phenomenon that's happening in some people's brains. I really do believe that. I believe it I believe it so deep in my soul. I've seen it in front of me. Like, people will excuse the harm to humans, but care more about the harm to animals. And I think it's because people think animals are innocent. And I think animals are no less innocent than human animals, like non-human animals and human animals. I think there's the same amount. Like when I say the vegan, I saw some vegans were responding to my video. And one of the vegans was like, Brittany just said, she said there's no difference between humans and non-human animals and animals, or non-human animals and humans. Then why did she then say, like, she's still kind of more towards like protecting humans in general, right? It's because when I say humans and animals are the same, I mean, we're all biologically like here on the planet in the same capacity and same reason. We're just having different relationships with it. But like, there's no difference between me or a rock either. Like, I don't think there's an inherent difference between human beings and a tree. I think it's the same. The only difference is that I am a human, so I have a logic that I've come to protect me, human, and maybe not feel the same way about non-humans, but I do think we're the same. And I think when vegans say it, so when vegans say it, I think they're saying we're the same, so I'm going to hold non-human animals to the same standard of human animals. And I think we are all inherently the same, but then we veer off. Like, all humans are the same. We just make different decisions, which makes us different. Like, all humans are the same, except this one rapes children and this one doesn't. Right? So that's different. Right? Chet says most animals eat their own young. Should we eat ours too? I mean, some people eat placentas, which is weird. I don't know. I mean, some people, we all have our ways of dealing with our offspring. I mean, I believe in abortion rights, and some people think you shouldn't abort disabled children. And by the way, legally, no government should ever have a right in your body, period, which is why I'm pro-choice. But I do think it's interesting that in America, most people on polls will say they would abort a Down syndrome child if they knew, but then they're afraid to say it out loud because they're afraid of being accused of being like eugenicists or something. You know what I mean? So I think what we really need to recognize is that being born isn't inherently good. It's just, it is. And two, that we have the right to decide, what happens within our bodies, which I think is important. But we want to be less bad. We want to harm reduce. We're not looking for perfection. Again, it's like the pro-lifers saying they care about children, but not when they're Palestinian. It's like, guys, come on, please. Can we have a serious conversation, please? It's like Piers Morgan being like, are you vegan? Do you eat almonds? Almonds hurt bugs. It's like, can we please be serious? There are serious, real conversations we could be having about these subjects, but everyone they're not about it. They're just like, well, if he can do this, then I want to do this. It's not about what he can do, I can do. It's about, should we do it in the moment? Does it make sense? Look, every bad parent is bad and doing their best in the moment, but that doesn't mean they shouldn't be better. And should is predicated on a construct. The should is always predicated on the construct. Let's see. Okay, this is a secondary vegan video I wanted to watch with you. He brings up some pretty basic arguments, but I thought we could watch it to extend the conversation. It's just a few minutes long. Let's use his video to have a longer conversation.
Imagine walking into a restaurant and ordering your favorite meal, then a vegan comes in and starts screaming at you and calling you a murderer. How would you react? Would you be confused? Would you be angry? What if I told you that you probably agree with them? More and more people are saying that vegan activism has gotten too aggressive. We've got vegans screaming in supermarkets, screaming in restaurants, calling people murderers, animal abusers, and scum, and all these sorts of insults.
I asked her to excuse me. I want to get past here. You go around, madam. No, I'm not going round. You move. Well, I've just not made the way to my trolley then.
Now, I'm vegan, and I agree. I'm not clickbaiting you here. I'm not being sarcastic or anything. I think that things have gotten quite aggressive, and I agree with some of the criticisms that people are putting forward. But a lot of people think that this aggressive activism has no place in civilized society. But are they right? And why do activists do this anyway? Well, it's not because of the lack of B12 making them crazy, as some people might have you believe. And it's also not because of some kind of mental health issues that they're having. It's because these activists believe that what's happening to animals is so extreme that the response should be as extreme.
And this reminds me of pro-lifers, where pro-lifers are like, we really think babies are being aborted, so we have the right to like tackle mothers outside of, or people who are about to not be mothers, outside of abortion clinics. I went to a, I, w- I, w- I was back home in California at some point with my parents or around my parents. I don't remember if I was living with them or my sister at the time. I don't remember. And my mom was like, don't go to this clinic. It says it's a woman's clinic, but it's an abortion clinic. And I was like, what? She goes, yeah, we've prayed the rosary in front of it before. Cause I was like, why are there people praying in front of this clinic? Is it an abortion clinic? She goes, they say it's a women's clinic, but they kill babies there. And I was like, no way. She's like, yeah, don't go there. Okay. I was like, okay, for sure. Like, I won't go there. Girl, I booked my appointment straight up, girl. I booked my appointment, gave those women $1,600 of my life, girl. Got my IUD done, got STIs done, got a full panel done. I went and gave those women my money, girl. And when I showed up, I said, hey, there's a group of people outside the clinic protesting. And they go, yeah, a guy tackled a woman the other day. I said, what? She said he full on tackled a woman heading into the clinic without understanding that not all the women coming into the clinic are even pregnant. Dummy. Like me. I was at the clinic. I didn't have an abortion. Because pro-lifers don't get it, right? Now, there's something to be said. I think there is something to be said. Now, vegans, from my understanding, are pro-choice usually because they don't think, as many of us do, that we would kill the kids after they're born, right? We all universally should agree that that's a no-go. But while the fetus, is growing and developing, there is a really proper stage to have an abortion, right? And always at the risk of the mother, always a proper stage to have an abortion, right? But there is a very, very digestible and proper stage to have an abortion. And I think people forget that because if you grew up conservative and pro-life, they used to hand out these plastic baby toys to be like, this is how small your baby is at 10 weeks. And then it was like a full grown ass baby. So you would get it into your head that the baby at 10 weeks you see is like full ass grown baby. That's how they fuck with your brain. That's why it's melted. That's why when I have my Nexplanon in my arm, my mom goes, "Oh, I think your birth control is causing abortions." I was like, "What? No, mom." And she goes, "Well, what about your IUD? That causes abortions." And I said, "No, mom." And she goes, "Do you even have a period?" I said, "Yes, bitch, I have a period, girl. Every month, girl, I got a period." And she goes, "Oh." And I was like, "I'm not getting pregnant. There is nothing in my body is pregnant. If I'm getting pregnant, that baby is superhuman," and was like, "Fuck that birth control." But I tried to explain to them, and that's the problem, is they don't want to believe it. They can't process it. And they just and they stay naive. They stay naive. So they don't have to actually contend with the reality that birth control is perfectly viable and good. It's a perfectly good decision to use birth control, but they don't even want you having sex before marriage. Like, they want you to be perfect. And that's a part of the problem. It's like your perfection is based off of a book written by men. What are we talking about? So I think vegans are pro-choice because, again, it's about like the baby's already here, the animal's already here. And I think that they're right to have that. I think that makes sense to hold those two beliefs together, that you wouldn't be, but I still confused. I think I am always going to be confused at the idea that people will judge people for having abortions if the baby is, like, a lot of people have abortions because their babies are going to die soon after being born, which is a disability, right? Lots of people have abortions because they know they can't care for that child financially. So I don't really understand disability groups saying we shouldn't abort babies if they're disabled, because why do you think people have abortions a lot of the time? It's because they're not ready to be a parent. They can't parent correctly. Like, that's even, you know what I mean? I can't understand it, I think. And I think they're afraid of eugenics, which I think you're right to be afraid of, but that's government intervention. Like, do you guys know the difference between one individual making a moral decision or an ethical impact on the community and the government? Government's coming in is eugenics. Like, no one wants to legally make it so you have to have the most healthiest, perfect babies, because there's no such thing. Like, that baby can be born physically healthy and have mental health problems. Like, we can't guarantee our children won't be disabled. And by the way, as you get old, we all kind of end up disabled anyways. So nobody who has an abortion because the baby is like sick or disabled, I think, is having an abortion because they think like people with disabilities are bad. I think they just think I don't want my child's life to be hard. And I think that that can be deconstructed. I think we can create a world where maybe it's not as hard, right? But this idea, like, so eugenics, for people asking, is eugenics exclusive to the government? Eugenics is implemented by legal status and government status, but comes from the internal belief that some babies are worth more than others, which is not the same thing as having an abortion because the baby is disabled. Having an abortion because a baby is disabled doesn't mean you inherently believe that baby is less because they're disabled. The thinking could also be, I don't want my baby to struggle. I can't take care of this baby. Like, I'm not ready to be a mother. I'm not ready to be a parent. Right? So, like, there's a difference here. The belief is what the why. It's always the why. Why are you doing that? Same with pro-lifers. Why are you forcing people to have babies they don't want? Why aren't you giving people birth control? Their why is religious. So if you have an abortion because you're like, well, this baby is going to die hours after being born, that feels more like a mercy kill at that point. And now with legalizing of assisted death coming up, which I think is very good for society, we need to give people the right to die in dignity, live in dignity. There are lots of things wrong with society, but I think, you know, moving through life being afraid of everything is a big part of it. You know, we have to know why we do things. And if you find you're doing it out of hatefulness, then yeah, we should deconstruct that. But I think there's plenty of reasons to have an abortion for any reason that makes perfect sense without it needing to be from a place of hate or eugenics. Chad says my mom literally believes that women will use abortions as birth control. You know what they probably are using, Mom? Birth control. They're probably using birth control. Okay, let's go back to the vegan.
The truth is, most people actually agree with that. Actually, the most aggressive behavior I have ever seen has been in response to animal abuse. A silly woman takes a baby wombat from their mum and the world goes crazy. She got thousands of threatening messages, viral posts and viral videos everywhere of everyone coming after this woman. Feels like the entire world either wants her in jail or beaten. Remember that famous footballer who kicked his cat? Within hours of this happening, people were gunning for him. They wanted his head on a...
Exactly. We talked about this. Why do we wish the death on a human who kicks a cat, but we don't wish death on ourselves for eating a hamburger? Because it's different. The context is different, but not by much. But it is different. So then we have to ask ourselves, why is it different? Why is it different? If somebody was adopting cats from a shelter and cooking them and eating them every night, would we be mad? We'd be fucking upset. I actually think that's the greatest argument for veganism, is if it's unethical and wrong for me to go to a shelter and adopt a cat, a hamster, a bird, and then come home and eat them, then we have to talk about why we're eating animals. We have got to talk about it. Would you guys, if I came on stream, you guys know I used to make my own beef jerky. I used to like show you guys, I used to brag about like, oh my God, I got my own prosciutto. I have this. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Yummy, yummy, da-da-da. I went to the butcher. If I came on stream and said, adopted a new cat, gonna make a great souffle out of her later. Gonna make a great pancetta stew. Gonna make a great spaghetti with meatballs. Okay? Would you guys literally stop watching me, or would you keep watching me? What about that would be so horrific for me to go to a shelter and get a cat and come home? And what if I showed you my cat jerky on stream? What if I was like, guys, got a new fucking Persian cat jerky, bruh? Delicious. Check it out, right? You know what I mean? That's the question. I think that's a pretty like reasonable vegan argument, which is like, why is it weird for me to like come home and talk about how I made cat jerky, but everyone wants to see my beef jerky? You know what? Everyone loves a beef jerky. You know, that's the question. You know, Chet says I have a cousin who uses abortion as birth control. She has birthed multiple children, has had 6 abortions, maybe more. I know that's not typical, but some people are out here doing it. When people say no one's doing it, they don't mean it. There's like 9 billion people on the planet. Everyone's doing something. If you can think of, what's that rule? What's the rule? If you can think about it, there's porn of it. There's definitely abortion porn somewhere out there. So look, maybe we should be more clear with our language. There's always somebody doing something, right? So, you know, we have to think about that, but they're not enough of a percentage for us to be concerned about. It's like the people that are taking advantage of welfare. Who cares? They're the minimal. They're the least. They're the not important. If you're scamming people and taking advantage of the welfare system, first of all, you do you. I don't know what that's about. Weird. Most people are not doing that. We're not going to get rid of welfare or assisted funding because some people are taking advantage of it. We don't get rid of the government because some people are taking advantage of it. Okay? We don't get rid of your churches because some people are taking advantage of it. It's just, you know what I mean? You know? Discord said, I feel like a lot of people do genuinely mean no one is doing it, at least from what I found. I think people pretend. Okay. You know, y'all tell me autistic people are so black and white and have no nuance, but y'all must be autistic then. Because there's no way on a planet of 9 billion people, you think not one person is having abortions via birth control or birth control via abortions. Right? Like, there ain't no way, son, that you did any kind of math in your head and then had the audacity to tell me, like, of course somebody somewhere is doing it. But that's not the point. Like, that's not the point. Do you know what I mean? Like, and maybe that's me forgetting that people are quite literal, even though I'm the autistic one. I should, you know what I mean? You know what I mean? But like, obviously someone's doing it, girls. Like, someone's eating poop right now. Somebody is eating a poop cupcake right the fuck now. Somebody is literally putting poop in their mouth right now. So when we say like nobody eats poop, girl, somebody eating poop right now. Somebody out there eating poop right now. Spoonfuls of it, ice cream style. Okay, somebody out here. Death's Mozart had a poop fetish, you know? Be like that. You know? And be like that. Okay? But you know somebody's doing that right now. Eat the poop cupcake. And I just, you know, but that's not, you know, we're not. Discord says I'm eating. And Chet says, no, I'm upset. Okay, we're going to stop. We're going to stop.
Platter. Many people, again, were calling for him to have a severe beating. The Yulin Dog Meat Festival, a festival of eating poor, tortured dogs. This has inspired some of the most brutal and aggressive responses I've ever seen online, with people going into minute detail about what they would like to do to these people who are doing those horrible things to dogs. When it comes to animal abuse, most people are in favor of an extreme reaction, except when it comes to vegans. See, when vegans protest, most people seem to be against that. Why is that? Some people might say, well, you know, dogs and cows are different. Cows are bred to be used for food and dogs are bred for companionship, so it's just not the same. And this is true, can't argue with that. But then when a video comes out of a farmer kicking and punching a baby cow, people tend to react the same way that they would if they saw someone kicking and punching a dog. People feel bad for the animal regardless of what they were bred for. So then why are they so against vegan activism that defends those animals? I think it comes down to two things. One, misconceptions about veganism, and two, the activist message. People think veganism is just a diet. So when vegans protest, it seems a bit weird. Like, why are you protesting for a diet? It's like someone screaming at you for not eating keto. They think vegans are just trying to force their dietary preferences on the public and take away their rights. But because you don't like the way I eat, it makes you feel bad. Grow up and get a job. But veganism isn't actually a diet. It's a stance against abusing animals that includes diets. There is no one vegan diet. You could eat Coca-Cola and fries every day, or you could eat a healthy, balanced, nutritious, plant-based diet.
That's that vegan boy. This boy here, this muscle boy, he's vegan for life. His parents were vegan. He was born into a vegan household, and he's never eaten meat. This man never had meat in his mouth. Well, at least not animal meat. You know what I'm saying? I think he's straight. I don't know. But like, he has never had meat. I see him in all the documentaries I watch.
There's many ways to do it. Being a vegan just means that you're committing to avoiding funding or taking part in anything that harms, abuses, or kills animals. And unfortunately, every way that we use animals for food, clothing, medicine, and everything else that we do with them abuses and is cruel to animals, which is why vegans...
Hold on, chat. I maybe got a hard disagree with you here. Maybe not. You said, I know of parents who have special needs children and abuse them because we live in a society that does not offer free healthcare and support for special needs. Are you saying that if they had help, they wouldn't abuse their kids, but because they didn't help, they abuse them? Because I kind of feel like I want to make it, like, I don't know if you're, I don't know what I don't want to misunderstand you, but I want to make it clear, like, not having support shouldn't be the reason you abuse your kids. If you're saying, like, they were so stressed and under the pressure which does happen with no resources, causes their brain to fucking misfire, which causes them to then abuse people, then I could agree that that does happen because people have mental health breaks when they have, like, that's why it's so dangerous not to have a village. It's because after you have a baby, when you're raising children, like, it can be too much and you are an animal. You will lash out. So that's why we need a system to give people reprieve. It's why you need to take a break. It's why you need to go outside. Why I always tell my sister-in-law, tell the kids to go outside and leave you alone. You need a break. We need breaks, But if you're saying that, they were too stressed because of the lack of support, they were forced to have the child. Yeah, I just want to make sure we're not saying, as long as we're explaining and we're not making an excuse for the behavior, right? Because like abusing your kids is never okay. But if we want to do preventative work, we should do that, right? And you said until we guarantee free healthcare support and community, when parents decide to have a child, especially with special needs, I think it's okay to abort. I mean, regardless of the special needs, I think that exists with or without special needs. I think the conundrum is we think that having a special needs child will somehow be specific, like it will be easier or harder in different ways for every child you have. But regardless if it's special needs or not, like people should have abortions even if there was society in place. That's the problem. Even if there was perfect resources at hand and society could help you raise that kid, I don't think you should be forced to have a baby. So, I agree with you, but I don't want abortion to ever be taken away for any reason, because I feel like there are so many reasons to have an abortion and we just don't think about them because it hasn't happened to us or we haven't heard the story yet. But there could always be a reason to have an abortion. Versus there's not always a reason to have to murder somebody or not always a reason to have to do a lot of things. There's always going to be, a possible reason we haven't thought of yet for an abortion. And ultimately, your bodily autonomy matters to me. And okay, Chad, I see you. You said, I'm not excusing the abuse. Okay, I hear you. Just wanted to make sure. Yeah, and Chad says a lot of abortions are given to people who are already parents. So true. Yeah. Yeah, I think we look at an ideal Britney society, like ideal Britney world, we would have such an educated populace. We would have no rapes, right? We would have so many things in place that abortion needs would be existing because we're going to need an abortion, but they'd be so much lower of a need, right? The dilemma is we're failing as an educated society globally, that abortions become a need at a rate that is unnecessary because we're not doing anything to be preventative. Preventative care saves so much money and time. I wish conservatives cared about money more for the global population so we could fucking make us save some money through preventative care. It's kind of interesting. And the way we all push kids and everybody has to have kids and it's your obligation to have kids. And, it really is just, it's so inefficient. Just like you want to be logic-brained, logic doesn't care about your feelings, like facts don't care about your feelings. Okay, well, factually, the cost of children is too high right now, and a lot of us can't bear the burden, and a lot of people would be having kids if they could afford a house or, sustainability. Like right now, we can't sustain ourselves. Most people are living paycheck to paycheck and have debt. So the audacity of people to just say, it's easy to raise children, yeah, it's a cope. It really is a cope. And to raise healthy children, not just to raise any children, but healthy children. And I don't mean healthy like lacking of disability. I mean healthy meaning well-rounded and educated. Girl.
Avoid all of these things. See, a protest against animal abuse makes a lot more sense than a protest for a diet, right? And the second and probably more important reason that people don't like vegan activism is the activists' message. We've already established that some vegan protesters will call members of the public murderers, animal abusers, and evil, and things like this. Anyone who hears that while trying to grab a quiet lunch is probably not going to be best pleased. And why would they? I mean, that's understandable. And it's true that in general, calling people names is not a good way to convince them to listen to what you have to say. It's more likely just to make people resent you. A friend of mine who's also vegan recently said it's like a therapist screaming at their patients to try and make them change. And if that worked, every therapist in the world would be doing it. The goal shouldn't be to make people feel bad. It should be to make people realize that they actually agree with us.
I actually agree with him. My journey into possible veganism is ignoring people who try to make me feel bad and focusing on ways that I feel great about the decision and focusing on ways that it relates to my joy and is in sync with my values. For me, I'm so inspired by people that are like, look at all the harm reduction you can do by going vegan. I'm like, ooh, that's exciting. I am so excited by this. Versus people that are trying to make me feel bad, like I don't process it. Now, what do we think about that in the way that we talk? Like, obviously, men come to my channel and they get their feelings hurt because I'm pretty harsh with my language. And it's true that if I was talking to them face to face, I'd be kinder. But here's my lived experience, and this is why I don't make prescriptions. When I am one-to-one with a man, when I have him, just him and me, and he is telling me his problems, and he is telling me his vulnerabilities, and I offer solutions. He goes, what do you think I should do? And I offer 10 solutions, and he goes, no. I go, oh, wait, what? Like, he doesn't want them still, because at the end of the day, he doesn't think I'm smart. What I've realized about men, some men, is they're not asking me for my opinion because they actually don't think I'm smart enough to give it, but they still want me to be the one giving them validation. And I'm like fascinated at this like relationship I've had with certain people where I'm like, oh, okay, what role am I playing in your life? And I realize like this is so fascinating to me. So that's why men often need other men to kind of help them along the journey, because they're too misogynistic to listen to women. Even though they like to pretend they're not, they never take your advice. They never do it. So yes, on my channel, I could talk more kindly. And in the past, I tried to do that. And what happened, girls? What happened to me when I had Sneeko on and Destiny on and Abba on, when I was open-minded and letting this little like misogynist on my channel? What happened to me? Threw me under the bus, talked shit, completely didn't back me when shit mattered. I was just a crazy cluster B girl. So with peace and love, I tried to give these men a space. I tried to be kind and compassionate. I tried to use language that they could understand. And what good did it get me? What good did it get me? So I learned time and time again that the kinds of men you give space to are the kinds of men that actually try to deconstruct. And though those men are on their own journey and hopefully will deconstruct in the future, I'm not the one to get them there. And I'm certainly not the one to go on the journey with them. Right? And that's the problem. I don't think they're, I think some of them are in their evil. I don't think they're like, I have nothing nice to say. I think, you know, some are better than others, obviously. You know, like Abba was the most good of them, but at the end of the day failed to seek his, like to face his own misogyny when he was given an opportunity, and backed a misogynist and only ditched that misogynist when it didn't work out for his brand. But when we talked about it, he said it still wasn't good enough. That it sounded like beef and drama between you two. Didn't sound like that big of a deal. He didn't care if, you know, he abused people, if they were abusive themselves. And that was it. So like at the end of the day, like these men, you know what I mean? They're always willing to back their boys until it gets in the way of their bag, but not when it comes at the expense of a woman in their life. It is what it is. You know, it is what it is. I hope they do the work to get better. But at the end of the day, like, I understand, you know, that it really is a journey. Same with veganism. You can't just tell people stop eating animals. It's cruel. Stop being a misogynist. They have to have the lived experience, the embodied experience, right? They have to have that embodied experience. And that's the thing. Okay? I think that's why I can be patient with people on the journey. But I realize, like, unless you're inner circle, like, I'm not going to have the patience. And even then, you're going to have to go to therapy. You're going to have to read a book and deconstruct. I can't do all the work for you. Because even when I try, they're not listening anyways. It is what it is. And it's too bad. I had high hopes for some of those people. But it is, you know, it's their journey.
And make change. But all that being said, when somebody does abuse an animal, like a footballer with the cats or this wombat lady, most of the public actually get behind this aggressive, insulting behavior right away. So what's the difference? Well, we're all against doing something as stupid and cruel as kicking a cat or separating a baby wombat from their mum. So because we all agree on that, we all gang up together and take pride in being one of the good guys. But when a vegan comes along and points out that actually you might be one of the bad guys, that doesn't feel good. And as it happens, actually, you be one of the many, many bad guys. In our world, the bad guys have all the power, make all the rules. The government makes violating and killing animals in farms and slaughterhouses legal. Supermarkets stock wide varieties of meat, including meat from baby animals like lamb and veal. Our food system is dominated by meat, dairy, and eggs. And factory farming isn't just legal, it's the norm. That's where most animal products come from. These disease-ridden hellholes where animals spend their entire lives in darkness or fake light, never stepping foot on grass and never seeing the sun. Oh, and remember that baby wombat taken from their mum? Dairy farmers separate baby cows from their mothers within hours of birth, leaving the baby alone and looking for their mum and leaving the mother crying and whining for her baby. And that's perfectly legal. Actually, that's how most dairy farms do it in the entire world. But if a vegan vegan points this out, albeit in an aggressive manner, the public turns on the vegan instead of turning on people who do this. Because how dare a vegan point out the animal abuse that most people support instead of the animal abuse that most people don't support? So here's my question for you. Is defending animals only okay when it's popular and easy? If you believe animals deserve protection, especially when it's unpopular, start by taking animals off your plate. And if you don't know where to start, I've linked a free starter pack down below that'll give you access to recipes, nutritional advice.
What do you guys think? I think he's right. I think we talked about this too. This is David Rams. I'll go ahead and link his video in the chat. I think he's right. We really pick and choose when to be horrified at destruction, which is like very human of us, right? Humans are going to human. That's so human of us. You know? What are you going to do? That's just again, I'm not telling you to think one way. I'm not telling you to be vegan. I'm not telling you to do anything. I'm not even vegan right now. I'm telling you to take it into consideration on your journey wherever you are, right? Wherever you are. Because I think it's a good reminder of, oh yeah, why do I justify it here, but I don't justify it here? What is the difference for me? You know, where is the difference for me? What a great challenge to the way we think, you know? Which brings us into a video that I saw the other day. Smaller YouTuber Natalie Fulton, interesting subject line. And I started watching it on my own and I thought, oh, this is kind of good for stream. I followed the most ethical in quotations diet for 3 days. And I thought, girl, what diet's only going to last 3 days? I'm going to go ahead and put that video in the chat preemptively here before we jump into it, though. Let me answer some chat questions. 2 questions. Would you argue a 5 would naturally gravitate towards veganism? And any book recommendations about veganism? I have no book recommendations about veganism yet, but I will say that I don't know if a 5 would gravitate towards veganism. I think 5-ness is the beginning of a relationship with self. So a baby 5, probably not. A mid 5, maybe. A higher level 5, sure. Like, I don't know. I think in my ideal, I don't know. Because again, when I talked about how 5s wouldn't vote for Trump, it's not saying that, oh, a 5 would vote for Harris. It's just a 5 wouldn't make sense for a 5 to get involved in the political bubble unless they were playing some sort of 2 game. But then why are you doing that and voting towards a future with the one person who's going to get us further away from the construct of the 5-ness, right? Like, why would you? It wouldn't make sense to me. I don't see an argument for it. Now, the levels are still, something that I'm working on. So maybe there's an opportunity for it. I don't know. But I will say there's something here that I find interesting. And that's why I'm always working on it. Like, what does this mean? Why would you do this? Like, what's the point of it? What's your explanation? So if a 5 came to me and said, I voted for Trump because I'm afraid for my family. Okay, well, definitely not a 5 move. 5s wouldn't do anything out of fear. Why are you doing it out of fear? Right? That doesn't make any sense. Right? Chad says, what's the difference between the political bubble and advocating certain politics? Or are they one and the same? They are. Okay, great question. Let's do this, girls. Great question. Let's do this, girls. Let's do this, girls. Okay, sorry. Okay. Okay. So, okay. What's the difference between the political bubble and advocating for certain politics? So we all exist on planet Earth, and within planet Earth, human beings have evolved over millions of years to create hierarchies, tribes, systems, communities, laws, rulers, followers. Okay? We created that within our nature. Our nature is hierarchical, but it doesn't mean that we must be hierarchical. It just means that we evolved to put this construct in place because we think it makes sense, because everything we do is our nature. But that doesn't mean we can't have, again, a deeper relationship with our nature, which is what the levels are. A deeper relationship with our nature. That's what the levels are, right? So, okay, we're born into this bubble. No matter where you are on planet Earth, you're born into a place that's been conquered, that's been, usually you're going to be born. Of course, there could be somebody. Generally speaking, you'll be born into a community. The community will have structures in place in which you will adhere to the structure dismantle the structure or leave the structure, right? So you're born free into society, which relies on politics to make things move forward, right? So being in the political bubble, okay, most people in America, as an example, are not engaging with politics in a political way. If you watch the season of Love is Blind, you'll hear Ben say to Sarah, I really don't know about that stuff. I kind of just stay away from it. Not engaged in a political bubble. But yet, if I asked him with a gun to his head, Black Lives Matter, what do you think? He'd have an opinion. Gay people, what do you think? Abortion, what do you think? Because our politics is connected to our values, right? Morals and ethics are thought about through the lens of philosophical lens, which encompasses all learning and knowledge, which involves the political bubble. So you can be a person in the world who doesn't engage in the systematic voting, advocating, gathering signatures, marching political bubbles. You can be a person that's not out here trying to be on CNN to advocate for your political community, right? That doesn't mean in your actual life you're not a person who's participating in conversation, advocating for civil rights. The way you exist could be a form of activism, right? So when you exist in the world and you say, okay, what's the difference between political bubbles and advocating for certain politics? You're saying, what's the difference between running for the presidency and showing up to vote? There's a difference, yes? What's the difference between showing up at a rally and never leaving your house to vote? But you talk a big game. I had an uncle once who would talk a huge game about politics. This man would not be quiet about politics. Okay, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, do you even vote? He's like, I can't vote. I'm not even a citizen. And I was like, why are you ranting about politics? He goes, yeah, well, I'll become a citizen maybe eventually. And he did. But it was one of those things where even people who don't vote still can have a voice in politics because you're just at the get together or the barbecue and your family's got a big mouth, which mine does, right? There is a difference between advocating, meaning to speak, speak is a form of advocation. You are advocating by speaking, by living, by wearing a t-shirt, by wearing a hat. You are not advocating for this thing, whether you like it or not. But that's different than being involved in the political bubble, like really being involved. And I only say this because I've done both. And maybe that doesn't make sense for people who haven't done both, but there are people on this planet who have never voted, who have never shown up, who have never gotten signatures, who have never even cared. Like they're not engaged in the political bubble in the same way, right? Chat says, so political bubble is the political machine, parties organizing, becoming a politician, having politics is just everyone. Well, there are people who are absolutely not engaged. Their brain is completely turned off to politics, right? They don't even care about civil rights or advocacy, or they don't even think about that. So then there's those people, right? There's like multiple categories of people. But on this channel, when I say like, oh, I don't do politics, I mean, I'm not going to get on stream and be like, you should be a Democrat. I'm not going to get on stream and be like, here are the 10 reasons to become a Democrat. Like, I'm not going to get on stream and be like, here are the, like, I don't, that's different. It is different when your whole life is politics, when you have a goal of being seen as a political commentator, when you want to rise in the ranks and interview Bernie Sanders and AOC like Hassan does. Hassan is in politics. His life is politics. Right? I mean, there are people who dedicate their whole life to just reviewing anime, but they still vote. Like they're not, you know what I mean? If you get on stream and you say like, hey, I really love my like LGBTQIA audience, but I'm an anime review channel. Someone will say, why are you making this political? Are you making it political? Or are you just saying, hey, I'm inclusive? It could be both. Right? Like it could be both. It depends on how you see it. I think in some ways, they say just being Black is a form of advocacy, right? It's a political statement. The way I was born, not me, I, right? Like just being born is a political statement. Being disabled can be considered a political statement because you exist. I mean, just going and saying, hey, can you put ramps on sidewalks makes people go, ugh. Again, everything is so much more nuanced. Then the people simplify it because it's more digestible. but everything is very nuanced. The perspective you're coming from is what matters. So when I was in those debate panels, the thing that I was struggling with is that I kept coming from a philosophical perspective and people were coming from a political perspective. Yeah, Brittany, but how does this make the Democrats win? And I'm like, I don't care if the Democrats win. Like, I care if the Democrats win, but I'm not here to... You asked me what was the issue between men and women and why are they suffering politically? And I'm saying that men and women are having a meaning crisis. And they're like, yes, but how do we get Democrats to win? How do we make men more more liberal? And I was like, well, they would have to face themselves. They're having a meaning crisis. And everyone's like, yes, but what does that have to do with politics? And I'm like, I feel like I'm trying to figure out the foundational issue with humans as a species. And everyone else is like, here, look, I think human beings work like this. And this is like what everyone's paying attention to. And they're like, what do we do about this? And I'm like, well, how did we get here? What's this? I like to go from what's the issue to how did we get here to how do we get out of here? Okay? How do we get a different bubble going? How do I get into a different bubble? Right? So most people, I swear, they get distracted. They're like, well, this is the issue. So none of this matters. When like this matters, like this matters. But they're like, it doesn't matter. And I'm like, no, it matters. Like, we have to know how we got here. We have to know how we got here because this little tower we built, it's built on these bricks and eventually it's going to fall down, right? We built this tower. So we have to build better foundations. We have to figure out our meaning. And on top of that meaning, build up. On top of our values, build up. What's the biblical quote? Don't build your church on sand. You know what I mean? Like, don't build it on sand. It will give in. It will crumble. The ocean will come up and take it, right? So I do think that that's probably very frustrating for people. So then when I try to engage on their level, I'll say, okay, I'll engage at your level. Okay, here we are. This is the only thing we're paying attention to. This doesn't matter. Okay, Brittany's engaging on their level now. Now it's, why are men and women voting so differently? Because men are pieces of shit who won't be introspective or consider reading a book or going to therapy because they're suffering under the patriarchy. They won't deconstruct their own misogyny and refuse to believe that they're part of the problem and the main reason they're suffering. Oh my God, Brittany, I can't believe you just engaged in the same way we engage about women, minimizing them down to the stereotype and generalization that, by the way, doesn't even come close to identifying the actual problem within female spaces. But sure. And then they go and they call you a misandrist and stuff. The irony is I do think, and I do believe this, that progressives have shown with data that they are more aware of the suffering of men than conservatives are. That the men who sit here and advocate on behalf of men don't understand your own suffering because they don't even understand theirs. The reason that a lot of progressive communities, not just politically, but philosophically, are more in tune with gender suffering is because they're willing to question gender in the first place. If you're in a bubble that's not even willing to question gender, and still upholds those systems in which those people identified by those genders have always been complaining about and are continuing to complain about, but you're doing nothing to fix it, nothing different, well, then of course. So I think ultimately, though progressives, they themselves suffer, right? Okay. So here, conservatives know this much about men's suffering. Progressives know this much about men's suffering. And I want to know this much about. I wanted to leave the fucking I want to leave the bubble, girls. I want to leave the screen. I want to know everything about the idea of suffering, right? They're stopping themselves and then asking me why won't I stop myself? Because you're stunted. And I won't be stunted because you are. So yes, it might take you a second to realize I'm right. But in about 30 years, when I swear to God, the way that I'm talking about the world will be more normal. And people will be like, who is that girl on the internet? We will realize that we were always meant to do more. But we stay stagnant because it's comfortable. And I'm just more comfortable being uncomfortable than I think most people. I think a majority of my audience is probably more comfortable being uncomfortable than most people. Because in that uncomfortability, we see a lot of amazing growth. And I think that is the difference between stagnation and growth. Is that people who are stagnant are very comfortable, which I can't blame you. But I've never been comfortable in stagnation. It makes me crazy. I think partially like philosophers are a little bit of inventors. Like we sit there and invent, you know? We kind of invent things. And I want to play with thoughts the way people play with toys. Right? In a way that always moves us to being kinder and more compassionate. Right? Yeah. Chat says I love the discomfort on this channel. Love that. No. Love that. Okay, let's watch this video now. Going back to diets. I followed the most ethical diet for 3 days. Let's see what this is about because I have a feeling it's going to be good. Let me move the window back to this. All right. Going. Uno momento.
There is no ethical consumption under capitalism, or so I've heard. I'm in the United States, and although some people say we've moved past capitalism into a tech lord oligarchy, let's just say it's capitalism for now. Last week, I rewatched my favorite show, The Good Place. If you haven't seen it, it's a sitcom about the afterlife.
Oh, shit! I didn't even see this part. I just skipped through her video to see if it'd be interesting to watch on stream. Hello, I just talked about The Good Place on my podcast 2 weeks ago.
Where humans are placed in the good place or the bad place based on how many points they earn on Earth. You earn points for good actions, like volunteering at a homeless shelter or returning someone's wallet, and you lose points for bad actions, like not picking up your dog's poop or taking the cash out of someone's wallet before.
Yeah, think about that. We always talk about, like, oh, humans are so great. You can't even pick up your dog's poop. Like, okay, like, you know what I mean? You can't even pick up your dog's poop, bro. Why are we giving humans so much credit for being amazing? I'll give you enough credit, but I ain't giving you that much credit. You can't even pick up your dog's poop. Useless.
Before you return it. Finder's fee. But eventually, the show reveals that the point system on Earth is broken because no one makes it into the good place for over 500 years. And a demon-turned-humanitarian, played by Ted Danson, wants to reform the whole system. He uses the example of buying tomatoes as a way to show that we shouldn't be held accountable for choices that we don't even know we're making.
Just buying a tomato at a grocery store means that you are unwittingly supporting toxic pesticides, exploiting labor, contributing to global warming. Humans think that they're making one choice, but they're actually making dozens of choices they don't even know they're making.
But what if we did know the choices that we're making? If I know that the chocolate industry relies on slave labor, then surely buying it would be a tacit endorsement for child slavery, so why shouldn't I be held accountable? And while many people don't have time to research where their food comes from, I do, so shouldn't I try my best to create an ethical diet? I've been following a vegan diet for the last 4 years because I watched a documentary on factory farming and vowed never to give the meat industry money again, but I also know that there are plant-based foods that
very interesting. And this is like where I'm at right now too, where I'm starting off with one version of existing and then trying to see how close I can get to sort of, again, not perfect existence. And this kind of plays into, what's that guy's name? The weird philosopher who's a utilitarian, who's always, his essays always referenced. Guys, help me out in the chat. The one who like argued for bestiality and killing disabled kids, but like, oh my God, names. Anyways, he made that argument. Singer, thank you, Singer, Peter Singer. He made that argument in his essay that basically, if you can do something, you should do something. Like when we didn't know, when we didn't have cell phones, when we didn't have newspapers, when we didn't have technology to communicate the suffering of the world, and now that we do, we're morally obligated to give that to people. So we're obligated to not hoard, basically. It's a very interesting conversation to be had, right? I do like the playing along with the, ooh, like, what does that mean? But again, I will never advocate for perfection on this channel. Like, I will never ask you to be perfect. I don't think it's possible. I literally will not ask you to do things that are impossible, right? I would never ask you to do things that are impossible, okay?
harm humans and animals. There's coconut milk, where young monkeys are kidnapped from their families and forced to pick coconuts for corporations, or palm oil, which is often sourced by destroying the habitats of endangered orangutans, which leaves them homeless and starving to death. And I know vegans hate talking about almonds because usually people who bring it up are just trying to make us look like hypocrites, but they have a point. 50 billion bees are killed by the almond industry in the United States every year. Am I just a raging hypocrite for encouraging people to go vegan while consuming foods that I know create harm? That's what I'm going to try to figure out throughout the course of this video. video. Over the next 3 days, I'm going to determine if it's possible to create an ethical diet in an unethical world. Usually when I want to learn how to do something, I just Google it or watch a YouTube tutorial and the internet tells me what to do. But for the first time ever, the internet has failed me. If you Google ethical diets, it's mostly people arguing about veganism or trying to find the most ethical animal product. It doesn't seem like there's a blueprint for what I'm trying to do. One website, Impactful Ninja, has the right idea. However, it brings some bad news about my current diet. Bananas, extremely unethical, fairly unsustainable. Blueberries, very unethical, very unsustainable. At least onions, garlic, and cauliflower are good, but this is going to be harder than I thought. Since there are no hard rules for this type of diet, I'm going to eat foods with the lowest environmental impact, no glaring ethical issues in the supply chain, and aim for organic to minimize harm to insects. Ugh, I hate mornings, which is why I usually drink coffee. But today I'm not drinking coffee because it's unethical by basically every metric. Environmentally, you're looking at high water usage, deforestation, and carbon footprint worse than chicken and cheese. Then there's the slavery. Coffee was one of the main crops that drove the slave trade in the 18th century, along with sugar and tobacco. And while slavery technically isn't allowed anymore, that doesn't mean it completely disappeared. Children are forced to work long days on coffee plantations where even the farmers don't earn a living wage. And sure, there's fair trade coffee and they promise to be different, but I'm not gonna risk it, which is why I'm drinking today's sponsor, Celsius Energy Drinks. I love Celsius because all of the ingredients are synthetic, so I know I can trust them. It also has guarana root, which comes from this creepy looking plant in Brazil. It has 4 times the amount of caffeine as coffee. It's way better for the environment, and when you buy it, it helps support indigenous populations. Tastes like moral superiority. After getting hopped up on Celsius and hitting the gym, it was time for breakfast. This is just oats, water, and PB2. And honestly, I spent so much time researching peanuts that I forgot to even look into oats, and now I'm really hungry, so let's see how it tastes.
I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I'll be at the store and I'll buy, like I bought some barbecue sauce the other day, and then I went, fuck, is it vegan? I didn't check. Like you know, and so I sit there and I'm like, Jesus, like I didn't check. And like, because, you know, I'm still getting used to checking all my food before I buy it. But then I'll just read it and like, good news is like a lot of the time it is vegan. And I don't know if this is how vegans do it, but I have been like, if the product doesn't explicitly say vegan, I will just like read the label. And as long as there's no ingredients like dairy, meat, or animal products, like I'll buy it and consider it vegan. Is that correct? Can the vegans tell me? I don't know if that's correct or not, but like not everything is obviously labeled vegan, but could be vegan. Like blueberries aren't labeled vegan, though, like she's kind of pointing out, are they the most ethical though? You know, that's the dilemma I'm having right now is like, I'm lucky though in Croatia, a lot of stuff is vegan, like a lot. Like, okay, you know how she just said coffee is unethical? I've been buying vegan coffee. But now, and then when I look, Europe has these codes on the back of everything that says like, here's the information of where we got our coffee. But then even when you research it, it kind of leads to like a nowhere. And then I get confused, you know, like how do I like find out if this is ethically sourced? It's really hard. But by the way, this is why we say like no ethical consumption under capitalism, not to make us perfect. I feel like this should make us feel like we're not going to be perfect, but how do we be better? Do less bad versus again, trying to be better. And remember that money plays a role in this. Like, you know how everyone always says like, oh, you have to be privileged to be vegan. I think they mean it differently than most people mean that monetarily. I don't think that's true. I don't think you have to make a lot of money to be vegan. But I think what you have to do is have the time to question your ethical consumption, which is a privilege. Having time is the privilege, okay? Having an ability to ponder your life is a privilege. Anyone can do it with any money in their bank account, but privilege isn't just monetary, right? I think we equate money and privilege way too much. We're missing the point of the word privilege. Privilege is also something like being born disabled or not disabled. Like that has nothing to do with money, but it can relate to financial because finances impact everything. But hold on. Don't lose your train of thought, Brittany. Did I lose it? No consumption under privilege. Oh, fuck, I lost it. Damn it. No, girls, I lost it. If it comes back, I'll let you know. Damn brain. Damn brain.
It would be a lot better if there were some berries in here. Yeah, it's not very good. It's really hard to find information about oats. I think it's because oat milk has seen such a surge in popularity. So the website...
Ooh, maybe this is my autism. I actually like my oats plain as fuck. Nothing. I like honey at most, which in this case I now use maple syrup, but I do not like berries in my oats. I do not want chocolate in my oats. I want oats with milk or oat milk in this case, and agave or maple syrup. I don't like anything in my oats. No fucking blueberries, no fucking bananas, no chocolate, none of it. No. I love me some plain ass oats. Okay? Chad says you are crazy, but you are valid. I am. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I like it simple pimple, like easy peasy lemon squeezy. Though I will say I do buy these oats, like this hot cereal. Is oats different from hot cereal? I do buy this like hot cereal that it's like Boombox or something. It's vegan and it's like really easy. Instead of making plain oats, they're the only flavored oats I eat. And those oats technically have like other things in it, but they're so crushed that I don't taste the texture. Because my issue is the texture. But with these oats, everything's kind of so small, I don't taste it. But the flavor's pretty good, you know?
Sites are basically people either trying to sell oat milk or the dairy industry trying to spread misinformation about how oats are harmful for the environment. When you look at the environmental data, oat milk is very sustainable, more sustainable than other plant-based milks. They do use a lot of pesticides, so that's a point against them. But I'm going to keep eating oats throughout this experiment because I have a bunch of oats and food waste is also bad. After working for a bit, it was time to hunt for ethical food. Obviously, I'm biking because cars are terrible, and I bike past my usual grocery store to avoid giving more money to corporations. I just got to the Crescent City Farmers Market, which takes place every Thursday in my neighborhood, and I'm going to see if I can find some local ethical food. When you're thinking about the environment and food choices, shopping local is not nearly as important as a lot of people think. When it comes to food transport, it actually makes up a very small percentage of total emissions.
I was going to say, there's no way that like people, I don't know if I'm having a hard time believing. You know what I feel about farmers markets? I feel about farmers markets the same way I feel about Etsy shops. I'm not sure how much farmers markets are truly better if everyone in Etsy is using fast fashion and pretending they made it at home. And that's what I wonder about people who sell at farmers markets. Where did you get this ingredients? Did you go to the grocery store to buy the ingredients to come home to make something that now I'm buying from you? Because I used to buy pies from the farmers market. But if I'm buying a pie from the farmers market and you went to the grocery store to buy the flour and the eggs and the sugar, then what are we doing here? Like, what was the point of this?
That being said, I think in terms of treating employees well and not supporting big corporations and even preventing crop deaths, this might be a great place to find food. Farmers markets are expensive. I got 3 blocks of tofu, kale, Brussels sprouts, and strawberries for $29. I could have definitely saved a lot of money getting that stuff in the grocery store. That being said, I'm pretty excited about this tofu. It's got lemongrass and red chilies inside of it. And, you know, I never really eat Brussels sprouts, so it's a nice chance to mix up my diet. I also didn't research strawberries. I'm gonna have to look those up when I get home later. Bad news about strawberries. The industry is riddled with child labor, unsafe conditions, and low wages. Researching everything is more difficult than I expected. For dinner, I air fried that lemongrass tofu and Brussels sprouts, and they were delicious. After one day on this diet, I can see how our system makes it nearly impossible to eat ethically. The biggest problem is the lack of transparency in the supply chain. I bought strawberries from someone who has a farm in Louisiana, but he could be running a child labor camp and I would have no idea. And I'm lucky to live by a farmer's market and even luckier that I can afford it, but shopping ethically requires a certain level of privilege that a lot of people don't have. Sometimes I'll talk to meat eaters about veganism and the idea of going vegan sounds so impossible to them. They think they'll have to research everything and spend a bunch of money, and that's not the reality for vegan diets, but it is the reality for me right now. I'm exhausted from all this research and I didn't eat enough today, so I'm just gonna go to bed early. For breakfast, I ate PB2 oats and strawberries. Basically, my only option for lunch today is tofu and kale, so I guess that's what I'm gonna eat. I made this salad. It's got some vinaigrette that I made a couple days ago with red wine vinegar and olive oil.
Brittany lore. I was renting. It's confusing to tell this story without like giving away people's identity. So let me just sum it up as I was renting a room from a person who was old and didn't like me. Okay. So for the privacy of this person, okay, I was renting a room from a person that was old and didn't like me very much. They liked me a lot at first, but to be fair, they don't like anybody. They're very, I don't want to use this word loosely, narcissistic where like even their own grandkids were sick of them, but also it's like, hey, what are you gonna do? Your grandma's a little narky. But anyway, loved me at first because I would like give them so much attention and like hang out with them. But the moment I would have to go to work or prioritize other things, they would get mad at me. So they decided they didn't like me. And one day I was baking kale in their oven because I was renting a room and using the kitchen, and I was baking my kale in the oven, and they go to complain to other people in the house, and they're like, Brittany's making weed in my oven. And they're like, what? And they're like, Brittany's baking weed marijuana in my oven. And I was like, what? And they're like, Brittany, are you making weed? I was like, bro, first of all, as if I know how to grow my own fucking weed, it's kale. I was like, do you want some? And she's like, I don't believe you. I don't believe it's kale. And I was like, girl, like she was obviously had something going on with her, right? God bless her. But every time I see kale nail, that's what I think of. But I do love me some kale chips at home. That shit's so good. It's addictingly good. It is so good. Very recommend. Discord said, how old is this video? I don't know anywhere where groceries would be $29. This was well, it depends on where you live, right? Because so what I did is I went on Walmart.com and I put my grocery list here in Croatia into the US thing and saw how much I would be spending. I'd be spending about $10 to $15 more a week than I spend here. So I feel like, I don't know where everyone is living, but if you're living in San Francisco or Seattle or New York or California, you are paying more for your groceries. Yes. Like, I don't know if people know this. I lived in a place in Orange County growing up where the grocery stores were about 10 miles apart, maybe 5 actually. 10 is too many, maybe 5 miles apart. There was the poor side of the neighborhood and the rich side. And the rich side had more cost for the groceries. And the poor side spent less. Now, to be fair, the poor side had worse pickings than the rich side. But if you shop at grocery stores in your area and you go to Erewhon, you're spending $19 for a strawberry. You go to Ralph's, in an expensive part of Orange County, you're spending more than if you go to Save On, or if you go to, I don't know, I'm trying to think of stores in Kroger. You know what I mean? So like groceries are dependent not only where you live, but what store you go to in the same neighborhood. My mom used to do this. This is what my mom taught us to do. She would go and she would figure out which grocery store had the best coupons and the best savings. And then she would see how much is rice here and how much is rice here. Smart and Final. Thank you, Chad. That's what I was thinking about. Smart and Final. What's the foods one where you do your own groceries? I can't remember any of the names. But groceries will change depending on where you shop. Trader Joe's versus Aldi's versus whatever else. Wait, there was something else I was why is my brain? Oh my God. Hold on. There was something else I was going to say. Oh, you know what my partner and I are doing? This is how you know we're old. Do you know how my partner and I are old? Guys, hear me when I say this. We're signing up for points. We have a little DM card. So DM's that really famous like German store that's all over Croatia and all over Germany. The DM has a points thing. And if you go on every third Monday and you swipe your points, you get like double or whatever the points. Okay, my partner's in charge of all that. They get like all the points. We shop there so much because all my vegan food comes from there. A lot of my tofu comes from there. We get so many points back that when we go back to the store and we have a $25 bill, it's free in quotations because we already spent money there. We have a new reward system at our grocery store and we're using that as well because at the end of the day, like, I know it sounds crazy because but we're old now and that's what we're doing. And it's actually helping us so much. And look, the incentive is come shop at our store. You get X amount of points. You end up spending more money. So what we do is we buy everything we need to last us. Shampoos, conditioners, lotions, and we save it all up until we only shop. So we shop every third Monday for household items. So every third Monday, we do all of the big household costs and we try to bring those costs down to X amount of dollars a month. And then we shop on days and then we use our coupons to get that money back. And as long as you're not tempted to overspend, because look, this is the temptation. Oh, I got $24 back in points. Let me spend it on things I don't need. You have to spend that money on things you need. Because that is how they win. Like they don't care ultimately, but the way they try to get you is to spend it towards things you weren't going to buy anyways. So now you're buying things you weren't even going to buy anyways, plus the things you need. You know, so if you're good with points and you're good with coupons, they work. You know, they do work.
And garlic, which are all okay. And then there's also pumpkin seeds, because I looked into it. Pumpkin seeds are great. They're typically a byproduct of the
pumpkin seeds.
Pumpkin industry, and a lot of pumpkins end up in landfills. I gotta say, this local tofu is excellent. It tastes fresher than what you typically buy in the store, and it has a nice
Oh, and for those asking, because I know our Discord just opened up a food sharing thread, truly, my life has changed since I switched to fresh smoked tofu. Fresh smoked tofu, game changer. Total effing game changer. My life is so good. Even my partner's like, yum, what is that smoky smell in the house? I'm like, it's my smoked tofu. It's my smoked tofu. Even my partner had some vegan chicken nuggets the other day, and he was like, yo, these kind of good, though. I was like, they kind of good, though. Well, you know what I'm saying? Like, the meatballs I had today, so fucking good. So fucking good. I'm just saying, there's ways to make it work. Even though I do agree, and I will say this again, prepackaged vegan food expensive. Too expensive. But on occasion can fit into the budget.
texture to it. I'm really enjoying it. Oh my God, I'm so hungry. I feel like I've barely eaten today. So I'm gonna make dinner. Once again, it's gonna be tofu and kale, but tofu is super versatile. So I'm gonna make a tofu scramble. And then also I found in my freezer this mushroom sausage thing. I think that this is probably pretty ethical also because I bought it on sale, so it would have gone to waste anyway. So I'm gonna throw these in. It's gonna be good. I used nutritional yeast, tahini, and a bunch of spices in the scramble. Typically I'd add oat milk, but it has sugar, and sugar is unsustainable and unethical. It's
so even my sugared oat milk, I do get sugared oat milk, and I don't even buy white sugar, but I buy like a stevia or a ethanol. Ethanol, is that what it's called? Ethanol? I buy like a sweetener. Should I buy unsweetened? So no, too many things. See, I'm not trying to be perfect. We're just trying to bring down, you know. Yeah, it's erythritol. Erythritol? Yes, chat, that one.
Day 3, officially the last day of the challenge, and I'm very excited about it because I don't even know what to eat. Usually for breakfast, I would want this no-cow bar, but it's got a couple problematic ingredients. The first is brown rice, which is really bad for the environment. Then there's also cocoa butter, which I'm not sure if that's bad, but it sounds like it is. If it comes from cocoa, then it's definitely part of the slave trade, so I don't want that. I am going to continue, not with oats, I'm sick of oats, but with the peanut butter strawberry. I'm just gonna mix some PB2 and dip strawberries in it, and then go to the store because I'm very hungry. All right, I'm going grocery shopping, and I'm not gonna go just anywhere. I've found what I think is the most ethical grocery store in New Orleans.
Oh, love New Orleans, shout out.
We are at the New Orleans Food Co-op. I chose this place because all of their produce comes from within 250 miles of New Orleans, which means it reduces carbon emissions slightly from transport, but then also it's going to be seasonal, which is better for the environment.
Ooh.
This cauliflower looks awesome. I don't think I've ever had purple cauliflower. I really want this, but rice. This might be okay. Coconut sugar. All right, I found some local sweet potatoes, so I'm gonna make these tonight. I haven't really been keeping track of using plastic or cans this whole time, but it's never too late to start. So I'm gonna get some bulk goods. I'm really hungry and this looks awesome, so I can't bear.
I'm a big fan of bulk goods, y'all. If you haven't gone and gotten yourself a, you know, anything from the bulk goods aisle, totally recommend. It's so much cheaper. If you love sunflower seeds or you like pumpkin seeds, get them raw, fry them at home. They're cheaper, they're delicious. You can flavor them how you want. Like truly, when you start realizing that convenience is costing you, and don't get me wrong, I love choosing convenience on occasion, 100% with you. But if you choose it, you know, just a little bit less than you normally do, you will see it in your budget. You will see it. I do love bulk eating. If you can handle it. Chad makes a great point, says if you're celiac, be careful about bulk because there could be cross-contamination. Great point. Great point.
Verify where the tortilla comes from, and also it has lemon juice, which isn't ideal, but I'm gonna get it anyway. My husband has to charge his e-bike, so we're gonna eat these here. Let's see how this chickpea tuna is.
Yum.
Yeah, it's really good. We had a lovely bike ride home. I was happy to see some Mardi Gras decorations still up, and we saw a second line, which is a small parade typically done for weddings or funerals.
Oh.
I roasted the chickpeas, cauliflower, and sweet potatoes for dinner, and I thought it was dry since I couldn't find an ethical dressing, but my husband and friends said they liked it, so either they're liars or it was pretty tasty. It's been a couple days since the experiment, and after meticulously tracking every bite, weighing ethical considerations, and trying to make the perfect food choices, I've come to a realization that's both unexpected and liberating. Ever since I remember, society has taught us that our primary function as humans is to produce and consume. If you turn on the news, it's all about the economy, stocks, and unemployment. There's little consideration for trying to improve our community or aiming to live a virtuous life. Even the conversation surrounding veganism, which is really a philosophy to avoid animal exploitation, is centered around consumption. Change your diet, lower your carbon footprint, and encourage others to do the same. I feel like we're trapped in this capitalist hell and can't even see a way out. It wasn't always like this. If you go back a few hundred years, we didn't refer to ourselves as consumers, we called ourselves citizens. And while this may seem like a small semantic difference, it actually affects our behavior. One study split people into two groups. The first completed a consumer response survey, and the second did a citizen survey. And the consumer group was more drawn to materialistic values than the citizen group. To me, it seems clear that this overfocus on consumption negatively affects us all, and I can see how my experiment negatively impacted me. I spent so much time researching food and trying to be perfect, and all that time has an opportunity cost. I could have been organizing a protest or volunteering in my community. I'm not saying consumption doesn't matter at all, because clearly there's a spectrum. When you buy foie gras, you know that a duck has been force-fed to the point where their liver grows 10 times its normal size. And obviously that's unethical. Plus, all the issues with plant farming are magnified with animal farming because the animals eat so many plants, and there's human exploitation in the meat and dairy industries as well. But we're never going to change the world by focusing on individual consumption. That's why I'm stoked to work with Pro Animal Future, because we don't advocate individual change. We push for collective action to transform the world for animals, which helps humans too. Overall, I'm glad I did this experiment, and I'm going to keep avoiding chocolate and coffee because it's fairly easy and those industries are terrible. But it's impractical to be completely ethical under capitalism, and it's more effective to focus on action over consumption. Let me know what you thought of this video. If you enjoyed it, hit that like button, and if you want to support me, donate to Pro Animal Future or join my Patreon. Otherwise, I will see you next time.
Okay, you guys keep saying you recognize this human, but I don't think I've ever seen her anywhere. Let's go see her videos, see what her popular is. Do you guys know her? Oh, You Are What You Eat Netflix review. Is that where you guys maybe know her? Uh-oh. 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 She definitely has covered the Debate Bro bubble, so maybe that's where you guys know her. Okay, I liked this video, though. It was good. Oh, let's subscribe. Let's subscribe. I'm going to put this channel in the chat. This is Natalie Fulton. You guys can check her out. Cool video. Very interesting. I like how at the end she came away with some form of harm reduction, right? Chad says, are we not calling ourselves citizens now? I don't get that. What do you think she means by that? So when you hear it, what aren't you getting about it, right? Like, what about it doesn't make sense to you? Because, like, right now, every media resource, every news story is talking about the American consumer. That's a specific bubble she's referencing, right? She's referencing the way we spend our money, which is then identifying us as the consumer. Versus if we were talking about voting, we'd reference ourselves as the citizens. But she's saying that from her perspective a couple hundred years ago, we were never referenced as the consumers, we were referenced as the citizens. Now, I'm not sure that makes much of a difference because consumerism existed in different ways always, because it's a status symbol. But I do think that's funny. Financial Diet, Chelsea was talking about her new Nepo podcast, was talking about how girls or young people use fast fashion as a way to pretend to be rich. And I do think that's funny when I do see people trying to mimic generational wealth through fast fashion. I also have been watching some media to then make a podcast on, and I'm getting through Meghan Markle's new show. And something about Meghan Markle that made me kind of gag was the idea that she was like, and I love Meghan, so like I'm a little, I got a little bit of a soft spot for her. But Mindy was asking her, like, oh, where do you get your clothes from? And she was like, well, here's something expensive. Here's something, like, not expensive. And she had something from Zara on. And I don't buy from Zara because, like, fast fashion, and it's not good. But it's interesting to see somebody like Meghan Markle, who's, like, such a big advocate, who does a lot of charity work, eating meat and engaging in fast fashion. because ultimately, like, that's her perspective, that's her bubble, that's fine. She was making like fried chicken in one of the episodes, and I just kept thinking, now that I'm on this no eating meat journey, it is interesting the way we all experience a relationship with food and consumption. And again, who knows if I'll ever eat meat again, in that like intentional way. But it is interesting the way you exist in the world and the way that you learn to have a relationship with your food and your body and what you wear while you're being an advocate. Because Meghan Markle is an advocate. She's very prominently known for the charities that she is invested in. And so like I don't want to take that away from her. But yeah, it is kind of interesting the way she was wearing Zara, which is also kind of when rich people try to say that they're just like you. They wear casual clothes too. I don't know. It's kind of interesting. Yeah. I don't know. Because says, what does she advocate for? I don't want to turn this into the Harry and Meghan podcast or like live stream, but both of them work with like an insane amount of charities and global efforts around the world. Some great, some not good. But yeah, it's not like that abnormal. Like that's why I never ended up making a podcast on them, because it was like too much of a specific bubble. But I will say, like, they are in a different world. Like they are not like you and me. They're in a very different, they're playing a very different game. And they are they're playing a global game. They are not playing a national game. They are playing a global game, and it's really fascinating. Okay, but that aside, speaking about women, do all women think the same? This is from a channel called Dr. Daff Show. But you know what's interesting about this, and I'm a little confused about this channel? Check this channel out. It's kind of like if Cut and Jubilee had a baby. But
There are 15.
This channel is like very much like literally like Jubilee kind of redone. And I went through some of their videos to check out their vibe. It's very interesting. But this video in particular, I thought would be kind of fun to go through, a little ode, because I can't watch Jubilee or Cut because they copyright my videos. For some reason, some streamers can show their videos on stream, but my stream stops. You know, it's happened to us 100 times. We'll be watching a Jubilee video and then all of a sudden my video stops. So like, I don't know why some channels get away with it and some don't. I just cannot figure out for the life of me why I get in trouble. But I thought this would be a cool way to have the conversation with this video. And then we'll get into the last video I have planned for us today, which will be about abortion.
One size fits all. Let's be real. We may share gender, but we are completely different. We have different backgrounds, different battles, different aspirations, but that's what makes it interesting. Today, we're bringing together women from all walks of life to talk about the different things that we experience, where we align and where we collide. It's gonna get raw, so let's get uncomfortable. I believe that men and women will never be equal.
How's the volume?
3, 2, 1.
Wait, I believe men and women will never be equal? What does that mean? Wait, what does that even mean? Does that mean under the law? Because they aren't? Wait, that's such a... I don't believe men and women will never be equal. Equal how? What do you mean?
Well, my knee-jerk reaction was we will never be equal, but my second thought was I think men and women are equal in value because we're all people. Now, will society ever recognize that? I think that's a little more complicated. But
okay, thank you, girl, because I was like, what?
As a woman, I would like to start my day saying I already am equal in value to you, and society needs to catch up.
I just think there are like inherent differences to being a woman and man, but then I think gender is not binary, so it's kind of hard for me to, yeah.
I feel like this is the dream scenario, which is like I want to be optimistic that that will become a reality one day, but there's so many people and there's so many different opinions, and like I don't know if anybody will ever get on the same page fully.
I'm older than most people here, and so I've seen a lot of, through the decades. I remember being on the picket lines in the 80s, fighting for women's rights.
Oh, can we talk about picket lines? Can I tell you something? There was a video, I was on a TikTok, so it was like a stitch, but there's like an angry lesbian on TikTok who's grifting for conservatives right now. I don't like her videos. And somebody was stitching that video because that girl was like, the queer people of today, gay people of today, they have taken it too far. And then somebody stitched it and said, like, we have to fight for our rights. We have to fight for representation. And then people in the comments were like, as a millennial, I did fight. We already did the work. As an elder queer in the community, we did the work. And then people were like, you're a millennial. You are not an older queer. And then I was like, yeah, with peace and love, as a millennial, I do not consider myself an old queer or an old gay. Like, I'm 35 years old. Everybody relax, I'm a baby. Like the fact that millennial gay people have the audacity to think they are elder queers. You're not elder, bro. You're middle at most. You might not be young, but you're certainly not old. So the audacity of like millennial gay people to be in comments talking about how progressive young gay people are taking it too far. What? Like ridiculous. So I think sometimes we forget, like, people are living history. A lot of people we know, a lot of our grandmas, a lot of our very old parents might have been there protesting and might have been there, but we are too young to act like we were there. Like, we weren't there throwing the rocks at Stonewall. We weren't there with Martin Luther King. We weren't there with Malcolm X. We're young. We're babies. So, you know, maybe y'all want to pretend like you were there, but we weren't even alive. Okay?
To now having to start all over again. And it seems every time we make a stride, we just get pushed right back. Women are now dying in childbirth because doctors won't treat them because...
I mean, it never ended. Women were always dying.
A non-viable fetus is worth more than the woman's life. I just see more and more of us just going back 50 years.
Yeah. Motherhood is the most fulfilling part of being a woman. 3, 2, 1.
I take back what I said about getting on the same page.
I'm actually shocked right now. Wow, this blew my mind. Okay, well, I have to hear. What are your thoughts on this?
No, there's just, I personally don't plan on being a mother. I want to see the world. I want to see my dreams come true.
Okay, well, you can be a mom and see the world and have your dreams come true, y'all. I don't want to like sell motherhood short, like, oh, once you're a mom, you never get to do these things, which, by the way, I have a whole podcast on that coming up in a second. But like this idea, like, a lot of people lose themselves to parenthood because people lie to you about it being so easy. But I will tell you this, there's a way to be a successful mother, father, parent that gets to do all those things, but it doesn't look like the way they set it up for you. Stop following the constructs of other people when they're miserable. Make your own construct that works for your relationship.
And I'm not saying that children take that away from me. It's just not in my plans. Why should I have to?
I definitely plan on being a mother. It's something that I've always wanted, and it's always been deep in my soul. But I know that whether or not I do, it doesn't make me any less of a woman. And someone like Anna choosing to not doesn't make her any less of a woman. I think that it's something beautiful that only women can do, but it doesn't define us.
What was that? What was that?
Whether or not I do, it doesn't make me any less of a woman. And someone like Anna choosing to not doesn't make her any less of a woman. I think that it's something beautiful that only women can do.
Feels a little turfy.
But it doesn't define us.
Feels a little J.K. Rowling. Harry, did you put your name into the goblet of fire? Harry, did you change your gender on the forms for Hogwarts? Like, what?
I knew my entire life I didn't want children. It's not because I hate kids. I don't. I think I'd be a horrible mother. I'm great with animals. But people are different, and women should not be forced to. And it shouldn't, our value should not be based on it. I mean, there are friends of mine who are the most amazing mothers ever, and I love that for them. It's what they wanted.
There are also a lot of people who can't give birth. And so if that were the metric of what it's like to be a woman, then like you're naturally predisposed to just having, you're never gonna get to be a woman like that. Or you never get to feel the depth of what it's like to be a woman because you were naturally born a way where you couldn't give birth.
That's
like that just feels so unfair.
Do any of you ladies have children?
Oh shit.
That's
And
fine.
just, baby.
Whoa, that whole room and not one person has a baby? That's kind of, okay.
Food for thought for me right now that is just coming
Wow.
up is that I will never think of asking a man, would you feel less of a man if you're not a father?
So this is
Right.
more about fulfillment. It's not about feeling like a woman. It's about the like if I asked you, is being an actor the most fulfilling, or is being a dog walker the most fulfilling? So it's more about the fulfillment, but not necessarily about your womanhood, if that makes sense. Yeah.
There definitely are people I think who feel that they're put on this earth to be a mother and like that's their goal.
I think going along with that, when I think of fulfillment, I personally think that fulfillment comes from living and stepping into what you were put on this earth to do. And I think for some people, that might feel like being a mother, and that is definitely the reality for some people, but kind of like we've discussed, if that's not the reality for someone, I think they're still able to fulfill what they were meant to do independently of children, but I think it's also an option of strong fulfillment for some.
I feel pressure to conform to society's beauty standards. 3, 2, 1.
What is she saying? I feel pressure to conform to societal's beauty
standards. 3, 2, 1. Okay, can I hear from you on your thoughts?
Sure. I mean, I think like just working in the entertainment business, you automatically have so much pressure put on you about how you're supposed to look a certain way and you're supposed to weigh a certain.
Let's answer that. I feel pressure to conform to societal's beauty standards. I do feel the pressure. I feel the pressure. I always feel the pressure of everything. I've really recontextualized what that means. When I say I feel the pressure, I'm going to say like, I'm not ignorant to it. It's in my face. I feel it, and I feel it from everywhere. I feel it from everywhere. And then I have to make the decision every day about how I want to engage with it, or pick some parts of it that I actually do like, or some things that I don't like. But I think, I feel like beauty standards exist in every bubble. And I always have to ask myself, like, would I want to do this if I wasn't being pressured to? And would I want to do this if I didn't use it as a way to signal what I was trying to say or convey? Like, I do think that exists in gay circles and women's circles. And like, as much as we want to say it doesn't exist, like, I think there is a pressure for beauty standards. Did you guys see, as an example, the TikTok that was going viral about all the influencers ending up at a New York event and everybody was in like the same jacket, like very beige. And then two girls showed up in huge color and it was like the weirdest contrast. It's like, that's a pressure. Women buy fashion because they feel a pressure to show up a particular way, or women feel pressure to always stand out, or men feel, whatever gender, in this case, we're talking about women. But I feel a lot of pressure. There's like, even gay fashion, there's a pressure to, as a millennial, you get the side cut, okay? And you get the tattoo, or you get like you get a gay haircut. There are gay haircuts and you're supposed to look gay, and there's a pressure to that in some bubbles. So I will say that I always feel a pressure from bubbles, so they know like how to treat you. And I would say it's my job to signal to them that I'm good, that I'm safe, because I do think that's what fashion is in some ways. And then you end up figuring out your own style, and sometimes you're a combination of a lot of things, and sometimes you're just, a combination of like a few things, whatever. But yeah, I think the pressure's there. The question is, what do you do with it? What do you do with that information?
I'm someone that loves food. I hate that I have.
Well, hold on. Oh, the question was, do I feel a pressure to conform? Yeah, I think like I feel the pressure. Chat's saying I used to when I was younger. Now that I'm older, I don't care as much to conform. But do you still feel it? Because I still feel it even if I don't feel a pressure to conform. I still feel the pressure to conform. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's still there. Like a sound, like, you guys, can you hear when your devices are plugged in? I can hear when my phone is charging. I hate that sound. I know it's there, I can hear it. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm always aware that I'm treated differently. I know I'm treated differently for that. I was watching, again, I mentioned Chelsea a lot today, but I was watching The Financial Diet, and she's right. Like, people will judge you on how you keep your teeth, and you will miss out on job opportunities based off of how you groom. And I feel that pressure to think about the ways, like, my parents couldn't afford to get us all braces, but my friends who got braces, they're treated better. And I think that's interesting. Like, I'm not saying it's correct. I'm saying it's a reality, and it's a reality that I feel from every community. Some of my greatest criticisms about the way that I groom or keep myself have come from all genders. And it's always been about things that they wanted me to conform to a bubble, which is so fair. But I think they forgot that one of the dilemmas is like, I might not be wanting to conform to that bubble, right? So like, I feel the pressure, but then I get to choose to decide what to do with it. Versus I think other people don't get to decide. Like when I was younger, I thought if I didn't shave my legs, like nobody would ever find me attractive. I was like 12. Now, obviously, I know that's not true. It doesn't matter if I shave my legs or not. Nobody cares. Like, I mean, they care, but like those people don't matter because I don't talk to those people. But if you're not going to shave your legs, you better be ready to wear it like a statement, because people are going to treat it like a statement. Because not shaving your legs as a woman it can't exist without being a statement in today's current society, right? Not shaving your armpits has to be a statement because it's so anti the expectation. People are going to think you're doing it to get attention because it's the way that we're formed. So I do feel the pressure. I just don't give into it. Or if I choose to allow some of it into my signaling, I do it because I think it matches me, hopefully, and not just because I feel the pressure, right? Yeah, it's interesting. Like I'm really, especially since I think autistically am examining the scripts and how I fit into the scripts, and I am fascinated with like the way people treat, the way they do it subconsciously. By the way, I don't even think they know they're doing it. I think so many people don't even know that it's happening. It happens in the depth of their brain, and they don't even realize like they hate you because of the lighting in your background, but they don't know why. Like, I'm telling you right now, I don't even feel attacked anymore by people because I realize like they don't even know why they're mad. And then I don't even know why they're mad. So it's confusing. You know what? I'm very fascinated with this idea. Same thing with not shaving your legs. Why is this a threat to you in your standard of traditionalism? What does it matter? Oh, to be more feminine. A woman needs to be more feminine so she can feel fulfilled. Does she? Is that true?
I have this thing in my head where I'm like, if I ate a big meal, I have to not eat dinner. It's almost like me punishing myself to make me feel better about it.
Oh.
I think in any society, people want to fit in, and I think that the way you look is a big part of American society, and I definitely feel pressure in more ways than maybe I would want to fit in appearance-wise.
I've noticed it's like so much about like weight, and I feel like that is, unfortunately, women have been a sort of property that's been, are you valuable, are you not valuable, to like be attached to a household name, attached to wealth, attached to, so I think we're slowly growing out of that, and eventually would love to get to a place where we don't feel, or I don't feel pressured, because I don't want to feel pressured, but like it is unfortunate that so much of your career success, I don't know, like joy, getting to do things in life, sometimes people are just so cruel. They're so cruel to people that are in any way different or that make them even initially uncomfortable for what reason. And it's hard to go and feel safe, especially as a woman too. It's just so many layers to it.
And on this side, please share why you do not feel the need to conform.
I come from a family that's very comfortable with themselves. I have a dad who was very like feminist and you do what you want. I really haven't cared about how I look, how much I weigh, how much this, that, which I know I should, but it's just something that it's the men that I have dated, I feel like are the men that I have had the most fun with when I haven't tried. Mm-hmm. And when the men that I have dated, when I look myself or like, feeling myself, those are the guys that always want me to be dressing up or want to change me. They start telling me how to live, go hiking with them. Like, yeah, I'm down to go hiking. I love hiking in nature. But if it fits in my schedule, cool. If not, I'll go watch a movie. Like, I live unapologetically myself.
So I've come a long way. When I was in high school, I did some modeling and I was anorexic and it mattered a lot. And I never fitted anywhere because I was constantly moving. 1 year, 4 years, I never stayed anywhere. So it really mattered to me. It wasn't until I got to college and found the alternative scene where I felt like I was at home. And then I got into punk and goth. I never got out of goth.
Yeah.
I got into punk and goth, which is not your typical norm. And I actually love the look of that. And as I get older, it's like, if I don't want to put on makeup, I'm not putting on makeup. I only need to look good to me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So if somebody else doesn't like it, or if I don't get a part for it, or if I don't do this, or if I don't, that's on you, that's not on me. And it's been a struggle getting there because of all of the steps it takes, but I'm finally there. And I want to be able to look at myself and go, hey, maybe you don't look so great today. That's on you. But you know what? Who else cares?
Mm-hmm. That's right.
So,
who cares? Mm-hmm. Thank you. I do not feel safe walking alone at night. 3, 2, 1.
Ooh, maybe if I knew nobody was there, it would be a vibe. I love walking in a neighborhood at night, like in the suburb, when nobody's there. But I don't like walking in the city alone. But the suburb's kind of nice, unless, of course, there's somebody out there, then that's scary. Because you don't know why they're out there. You know why you're out there. You're high. You're enjoying the stars, bro. You're zenning out. You're thinking about how you're just like a human on a planet floating in space. You don't know why they're out there. Why are you outside at, 3 a.m. in the middle of the night? Because I know why I'm here. Why are you here? I don't know. I think most people, regardless of gender, would say that they feel afraid. Like they don't feel safe walking alone at night.
All right. Wow, looks like we all agree on this one.
Just last night, I was walking past a van and I was like no, you just never know.
Yeah, I have been followed back to my car at least 5 times.
Oh, yeah.
I was just leaving the gym one night and some guy followed me out to my car and started to try and get into my car with me. So there was that instance. And then there was another instance where I simply passed this guy walking to my car after like a night out, and like I was beating myself up, but at the same time, I shouldn't have to be so alert. I should be able to walk to my car without someone following me.
You know what, chat? Great point about bringing outward appearance has always been a signal forever. We have to remember, and I think this is the human problem. Look, we're just animals evolved on a planet, and if birds have to fucking shake their ass to get some attention from a bitch, you know what I'm saying? Like, they're out here like, you know, they're out here like, they're like, look at my colors, look at, why do we think we're different? Why do we think that we don't have to signal? If birds are out here signaling, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like there's nothing wrong with caring about the way you look in terms of taking care of yourself. The question really comes from, do I value the way that I look based off how other people give me validation? Yes and no, but not really. I think the way that I do it personally, and this is just me, is I first decide how comfortable I am. Then I decide what I'm trying to say with my aesthetic. Then I try to figure out how to match how I feel with what makes sense for what I'm trying to signal. So I think I'm thoughtful about what I wear, and I pick a combination of comfortability, simplicity, and also expression. I also think this is where privilege plays a role. I was, again, watching Financial Diet, and they talked about like, you know, we forget that so much of this is, somebody in chat just said it perfectly, like you're starting Invisalign now. Yeah, like I want to get my teeth fixed. I think I'm losing work because of my teeth. I've really been looking at the data. Regardless of gender, people judge you. It's not your fault. It's not anybody's fault. We're just like stupid little animals and birds and like caveman. We don't know. You don't even know that you're doing it. But people are doing it. People are more likely to watch you if you're a public figure, if you're a model, content creator, singer, dancer, if you have an aesthetic that isn't frustrating for them, right? Okay. Chat says your teeth are gorgeous. See, I don't know if you're doing this to uplift me, but it feels weird to say that when they're literally so gapped. But I agree that the front of my teeth are really cute, but the side of my teeth give meth. You know what I'm saying? Not cute. Like, not cute. And by the way, this is a standard that was created, right? So what you like doesn't matter because you might be the anomaly. And look, autist to autist, guys, autistic people might sit here and think like it doesn't matter, but you do judge people, you just don't know it. Like, we do judge people. But you know why? Because of how the numbers show us we do. We know as human beings, we struggle to, we are obviously gravitating towards a certain aesthetic, you know? And we want that aesthetic. And I've seen it in men, I've seen it in women. I've seen male YouTubers get treated as less intelligent because they had bad teeth. It's a part of our brains. Do you know what I mean? So again, you might be the most autistic audience ever, but there's a reason why the majority of people are going to do that, right? And again, it's not about just Britney's teeth. It's about teeth in general. I'm giving a personal example because I'm telling you, I'm seeing the data. You don't. So again, I know your instinct is to say, well, I didn't notice. Yes, but are you the majority? Are you the people who are going to make people famous or viral? Are you the people who are seeking validation because your teeth might look similar and you're thinking, well, I feel good about my teeth. Okay. Like, this is what I'm saying. Are we allowing our friends and family to not, quote, play the game better because we don't want to feel bad about ourselves? Because the truth is, you will lose jobs, whether you like it or not, right? Chat says you didn't notice, but your brain did. Your brain did. I'm telling you, in the same way I notice my Instagram posts make the most likes when I show my butt, you ain't liking my other pictures, girls. So again, I think in the back of our heads, we don't know we're doing it, but we are. So I get it. No matter what you say, the data tells me otherwise. It doesn't matter what anyone types. What matters is the data follows. I'm a numbers girly, girlies. So you can say all you want. Like, and this is why people will say, like, you can say all you want, like you like fat bodies, but there's a struggle with fat love. Because you can say all you want, you're inclusive, but the data shows different. You can say all you want that, like, oh yeah, these things don't bother me, but then why isn't it reflecting? You can say all you want, you care about animal cruelty, but why are you eating that hamburger? You can say all you want. We can say all we want, but the numbers are the numbers. So what do we do with those numbers? We ask ourselves how we came about it, right? Okay, how did we do this? What do we do with this? What does this mean for our life? Again, no hate. I'm asking us to deconstruct our intuitive desire to say, we don't care how people look at us. We don't care how we feel about ourselves. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Oh, thank you so much, Chet. You're so nice. You said, I hope you didn't feel I was dismissing you. I feel like you were positively reinforcing self-love. But I'm being very analytical at this moment. So emotionally, I feel you. Analytically, though, if we look at the numbers, I don't want my girlies to show up to jobs and be confused why they're not being hired because they're not playing a particular game. You don't have to have perfect teeth. You don't have to have, what are those things that they put in? What is this? What is this thing they put in their mouth? You don't have to have the fake teeth, but you gotta brush your teeth. White teeth, though not natural, symbolizes cleanliness. Do you know, like, your teeth aren't supposed to be white. It's okay that they're yellow, but yet they signal badness. Why do we make fun of boys with yellow teeth and say your breath probably smells? Because we associate the color with grossness, right? And that's happening implicitly. Look, guys, if people aren't picking up your resume because your name sounds too foreign, you think people aren't judging you because your teeth are crooked? You might not like it, and we might not like it, but we're still doing it because we're animals on a planet. We're still doing it, right? And I won't lie, my teeth stay pretty okay white. Like, they do pretty good because I drink out of straws and I use coconut oil and I swish it around for 30 minutes. Okay? So again, you know what the good example of this is? You know who I'm in love with right now? Benny, that Benny boy, Selena's Benny. He's so funny and he wrote every song in the universe. Everyone makes fun of how Benny looks because he looks like a caveman who doesn't shower. But he's so sweet. But everyone says, like, he has a unibrow. He looks like he smells. He looks like he never, you know what I mean? I like Benny. But yeah, sometimes I think, Benny, you're giving dirty. Like, Benny, please. And then I love the videos of him getting his, like, eyebrows done and stuff. I'm like, okay. Because truthfully, like, men be out here eating their own boogers. So let's all just focus on, like, what we're signaling. Okay, we have got to signal something a little healthier, like I showered today. Like, and how many of these men show up to events looking like they didn't even take a shower and they can get away with it because they're men? We're not playing the same games, girls. We might not like it, but we're being judged differently. Okay? Everyone's being judged differently. Okay? So, again, I'm just saying out loud, there's a way to be authentically yourself while still accepting that there might be a standard in which you want to be a little bit more widely accepted. There's that autistic girl on TikTok. I like her. I forget her name, but she, like, her special interest is actually conforming to beauty standards. Even though she's so obviously autistic to me, she does. Her special interest is like adhering to those standards, and she benefits from it. She benefits. Pretty privilege is real. Why? Why is it real, guys? Because our animal monkey brains are like pretty. And we let people. Why? Hassan benefits from pretty privilege, right? We do benefit from pretty privilege. So I'm just saying there's nothing wrong with benefiting from pretty privilege, even if you have to manufacture the pretty. I believe that. I do. Fuck it. Let's go, girls. You know what I mean? Even if you have to manufacture it, I ain't hating. Play that game, girl. Play that game.
But he began.
Just make sure it doesn't come at the expense of your joy. Play the game as long as it doesn't come at the expense of your joy. Because I think there's a lot of fun that can be had. I do. I have a lot of fun with it in my stage of life, but it won't come at the expense of my happiness. I will never do anything to my body or my life or my aesthetic that ruins my joy. But as long as it coincides with my joy and my bag, girl, let's fucking go, girl.
And following me, and I had to literally ask someone else to walk me to my car, another stranger.
I feel like men have such a privilege that they can just walk like at any time of the night, like 2 a.m. and still walk and like they're fine. Meanwhile, like I'm like clutching my bag.
I don't think that's true, by the way. I think I've really heard men on this and I believe them, that it is very scary to walk at night as a man. Maybe slightly less scary, but not that much less scary, but enough that it is a difference. But I have tried to hear men on this, and I think I will give them their flowers, that single men might feel more scared than a man walking in groups. And I think men are allowed to feel afraid of walking at night. I think we've I think this is also part of the patriarchy where we've convinced ourselves, and men included have convinced us they're not afraid to walk at night. But as far as I know, anyone can feel safe walking at night if they feel like the neighborhood is safe. But anyone walking at night in a neighborhood that doesn't feel safe will feel unsafe, regardless of gender.
Am I okay? But I've just accepted like this is just something that, you know, as a woman that I've had, and other people have had to experience. And I really appreciate how women look out for each other. Like, did you get home all right? And that means a lot.
Yeah, my friends and I, when we go out and we take our separate Ubers, we're texting, letting each other know where we're at when we get home.
Yeah.
I think it's something that, for women, we're brought up with it. I mean, how many of you don't carry your car keys in your hand, ready to use them as a weapon? It's just something we do instinctually at this point because we're brought up to know that. You know, I think there's a lot of things that we do instinctually as women that men have no idea we're doing. It's not safe out there for us.
It'll be really cool when we're seen as human beings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think an example of that is kind of like telling a man, no, I won't give you my number, and then a man following you, or a man upset you rejected him. Like, men are never afraid women are going to kill them because they rejected them. That's not a universal experience. It might happen, but it is more of a universal experience that women feel very scared to reject a man. I mean, they just get mad. Like, people get mad. Like, some men somewhere are around very toxic women that will get upset with you for rejecting her. But even more generally speaking, it's pretty terrifying rejecting somebody. Oh my God. You know what I saw the other day was a TikTok where it was like, when you're play fighting with your man and then you realize he's so strong and if you actually had to fight him, you'd lose. And it's like, that happens to my partner and I all the time where we'll be like play wrestling. And then it's like, holy fuck. Or like, I'll be with my little brothers and I realize like, oh shit, like you could literally kill me. And it's not exactly because I'm a female and they're male. I think it's more or less like just the female that I am versus the male that they are. Oh my God, my throat is so dry. Sorry. Because obviously I know there are females out there that can contend with males. And I know there are males out there that can't contend with females. Like I know that. And I'm saying females and males to be a little bit more binary, not because I'm red pilled. The females, you know. But I do feel that fear was like, holy shit. So ladies, if we're going to bring people into our space that can literally kill us in 2.5 seconds, please let it be somebody you trust not to kill you. Okay? Do your due diligence to the best of your ability. And though we can never predict that somebody might go off, I do think there's a lot of things, again, we can do in preventative measure without victim blaming to protect ourselves. Like listening to men as they talk, making sure you're listening for their misogyny, making sure they don't watch Andrew Tate, making sure they didn't vote for Trump, making sure that they're going to prioritize your safety over their ego.
I think like the people that attack you at night, they don't see you as a person. They see you as an object that belongs to them or a creature that needs to know their place. Like nobody's like, that's a human being. I'm going to hurt them.
Yeah, I think I don't feel safe walking home by myself, especially at night. And I've asked myself this question, and I think the most concise answer for myself is men feel empowered. Like you get to walk up to me and say the most disgusting sentence that should not come out of anyone's mouth, especially to a stranger. Like, you know, like people, like men feel empowered to talk to you like you're my lover or like you're someone that I can get, and things that I would never imagine saying to anyone. But men, I think, feel very empowered. And I'm saying men because those are the perpetrators that I've, in my life, like the people who I've felt harassed by on the street walking alone, their empowerment comes at a cost to me, and that is why I don't feel safe. Because if you feel like I'm allowed to say and do whatever I want to, then I hope I can run fast enough, you know?
Men should pay for the first date. 3, 2, 1.
What? Who's saying yes? What the fuck? Who's saying yes? Girls, no. Women uphold the patriarchy. Women uphold the patriarchy. Women uphold the patriarchy. Patriarchy, patriarchy. Why are you up? This is a part of upholding the patriarchy. What the fuck?
Ooh, interesting. All right, let me hear from you. Why should men not pay for the
It's
first
not like every single case, but I don't think, like, I think that's something that like you kind of have to figure out for yourself. Like,
girl, what is this? What is this? What the fuck? Yeah, I love this. I think first date should be free for both parties. You know what, Caitlin? That's an idea, right there. Let's see. Chat says, how do you deal with all the overwhelm from navigating these inherent parts of society? The unfair bits that accumulate and tug at your strong sense of justice? Okay, regardless of what is tugging at your sense of justice, first figure out if it's disabling you or if it's actually good for you, because some sense of justice can get us into an actually disability position. I learned this from autistic TikTokers where I was like, oh yeah, My sense of justice, like, put me into therapy, right? Like, my sense of justice, you know what I mean? Can be crippling and disabling and not reasonable. But then you can have a moral sense of justice that makes you want to do right. Now, let me tell you this. I am not upset that pretty privilege works on people because I think it's inherently biological. I think you can deconstruct it, but I think it's a journey people are on and they haven't all done it. I was thinking about, I'm working on a video about Britney's ideal world in terms of proper work fashion and proper signaling in terms of aesthetic. And I'm so curious what you guys will think. I'm afraid it might offend some people, but I hope not, because I really think there's a way to live in a society where people can be unorthodox and unique and express themselves in different ways, but you still have to fucking show up to work and look like you showered. Look, I would never want to run a company or work with people who showed up hungover, drunk, smelly. Like, girls, get your shit together, okay? You know, I want you to show up and be professional, but I think what that looks like will look different than society's standards of professional. And I think it's about showing up like you care. So the question is, how do I signal to the world that I care and I'm taking care of myself? In fat phobic bubbles, it will look like being skinny. But in my world, that's not what it looks like. I won't know if you're taking care of yourself if just looking at you and seeing if you're fat or skinny. I'm more interested in grooming, but I know grooming is also a part of privilege because that shit costs money and takes time. Like I said, my parents couldn't afford braces for their kids. So there was just, you know, kids can get treated differently based off teeth. Women can feel more afraid of people because of the teeth in their mouth. Like men and women, like women in particular, will be more afraid of an uglier man than a more conventional man. Actually, there's a video I've been meaning to watch by Rowan. I haven't watched it. Is that her name? Rowan Ellis, where it's a disability like issue where people will think people with disabilities or unique, you know, facial structures or scars or something are more dangerous because, and that's why you have to be introspective if you want. Because if you get there, you can deconstruct pretty privilege and the standard of beauty that we uphold. Listen to me when I say this. Making thirst traps of Hassan Piker is pretty privilege. Do you know what I'm saying? Watching Hassan because he's hot, that is pretty privilege. Saying, you know what I'm saying? And I get it. I understand why you're doing it. There's nothing wrong with noticing that Hassan is attractive. I'm with you, right? But we can deconstruct it, not so people can not be professional, but so people can be taken seriously even if they don't look like Hassan. I think you should be able to be taken seriously even if you're not as hot like Hassan is. Now, here's the irony. Do people take him more seriously or do people just watch him more and make him more rich because he's hot? That is the question.
Like depending, like on a guy-to-guy basis, whoever you're seeing, like I don't want to just assume that someone's going to pay for me. Like I'm happy to split it. I mean, I do think that men should pay for all their crimes. But I think on like a first date, I don't think it should be assumed that they're going to pay. I do think that personally for me, whoever asked for the first date should pay. That's something that I've gone by.
Do 50-50, bros. You guys are making it so stressful. Do you want to go on a date with me? Cool. Now, I guess it depends on your age group. It depends on, this is so age specific. Because if you're 19, like, do y'all even have money? You know, but if you're 35 and we're on a date, let's go 50-50. I don't know why we're stressing each other out. You know what I mean? Or let's just say, hey, you want to go out? My treat. Okay, now you're paying, you know?
Last few years, but I don't definitely expect a man to.
I definitely think that if I'm fighting for equality and I'm fighting to be seen as an equal, then I would like to treat them, unfortunately, the same. I would love if they paid, and I would love to be like, you should pay, because whatever. But I want to like approach it with a different lens.
Yeah, I'm the same. I feel like if I want to be treated as an equal, I have to expect to take my portion of it. And so should a man pay? If he asked me out, sure. If I asked him out, no. You know, my responsibility. I asked him out. So, no, should he pay? It depends who asked you out.
Right.
Keep it equal.
What do you say? I want to show, depending on, I'm dating someone because I want to build a future. And I want them to see that I have stability. I can offer stability.
Yeah.
That's my point of view. Like if I'm saying like, don't worry, I have this one. Hopefully there's a next one where you could then offer your services, you know. But it does not matter to me if I pay first because again, I'm trying to show that equality as well. So if I can, I'll be that one reaching for that. Don't worry about it.
I got that.
All right.
I kind of feel strongly about this one.
Okay, I want to hear.
I think in a heterosexual relationship where you're doing sort of a courting thing, paying for the first date is just a gesture from a guy. Basically says, if I knock you up, then I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be around, and it's like an investment in a relationship. And I say this just for the first date. I think it's just a social norm that presents normalcy. And I appreciate it when guys do it, but if they don't, it kind of says they're not really into it that much.
Well, if you go on a first date and he feels like a mooch and he's like, you gotta pay because I don't have money. But also, I don't know, bro. So when my partner and I were courting, when he came to America, I paid for stuff. When I went to Croatia, he paid for stuff. Boom. We just made it simple. So when he came to Arizona, I paid for Airbnbs or anything that he paid for his own plane tickets. I paid for my own plane tickets. But at one point he stayed in my apartment for a month. So what am I going to do? Charge him rent? He's, you know what I mean? Doesn't make any sense. And then when we ate food, we ate together. What does it matter? Okay. When I went to Croatia, he paid for the hotels. He paid for food. He paid for dinner. Okay. And we paid for our own plane tickets. We're adults. We have money. We had really good savings. We had an ability to show up for one another. I mean, obviously, we were able to fly back and forth to one another, right? So it's I don't want there to be that much stress. Do we have the money or not? Right? Now, to be fair, I just got to the section of Love is Blind where they're talking about prenups, episode coming out tonight. Hopefully, if YouTube accepts the edit, which it should, that's a very hard question to have for people. What does money mean to you? For me, ultimately when we're dating, it's just are you secure enough in your job and finances to produce some sort of ability to show up? And then where are we at financially? How do we move forward with our money? How do you spend your money? You could always be better. Everyone could always be better with how they spend their money. But are you in your reckless era? Are you in your figuring it out era? Are you in I'm really good with my money era? Money is very personal, but I feel we have got to stop having this conversation about who pays for the first date. Depending on your bubble. I just do not give a fuck about who pays for the first date. Do you want to go out with me and have a life with me and do adult things with me? Because I'm going to need you to handle more than a $15 to $30 date price. I'm going to really need you to handle more, Sometimes I'll have situations where people really try to show off, even friends. I was at a friend get together once. I didn't know these people very well. So it was kind of the first time we were meeting, and it was a network thing. And I could tell that the restaurants they took us to felt like they were showing off. Where the bill was almost $1,000. And I was why are we here? We could have just gone to In-N-Out. I don't know why we're here. And I could tell that it felt maybe it was their standard of living, but I doubt it. I mean, they could afford it. It's not like they couldn't afford it. But it was it felt why are we here? You know what I mean? For me, maybe if I could, it just felt like a really big gesture for a night of networking when we could have just networked at a burrito place. But maybe that's because I don't have the budget for a $700 or $800 ticket at a restaurant. I'm not spending that money. Except if my partner and I saved up to go to the Michelin star restaurant, we would save up for that. It'd be $500. And we could afford that because we'd budget for it. But if I have a networking situation happening, it's that's not my first thought. But I think that's what the rich people bubble tried to show off to one another. Hey, I have money. I'm going to pay for it. I'm going to go. You know what I mean? Talk about signaling. Pick your bubbles accordingly. But on a first date, if somebody expects there to be a $100 ticket, I don't know. I think that's kind of crazy. But one time I did go on a first date that was $400 and I paid for it because it was my idea. But that was because I really wanted to go to that restaurant. Do you know what I'm saying? I really wanted to go to this restaurant. I was I want to go on a date with you. Can I take you to this restaurant? I really want to try. And it was $400 and I paid for it. Okay, that was fine. It was my idea. I'm happy to do that. I just feel the pressure because of gender, saying gender's the reason we have to pay certain amounts, feels so contradictory to this idea of deconstructing gender. Why are we talking about this? Unless you're in one of those conservative bubbles, then I'm okay, fine. But we're not there.
Can I go bounce off of that? I don't think is that allowed?
Go ahead.
What's the line there, that you're saying? I feel yes, if you want to feel valued and, treated, but if it's based off of I want to see if he can take care of me if he knocks me up, I don't think that's based off of a first date. They'll still run.
I have something I'd like to bounce off that too. And And it's because I actually had a friend who did this. So I'm going to side with the men today on this one. I had a friend who, we're in the age of dating apps and such. She would go on dates to get dinner. Why should a man have to pay for her to have dinner 7 nights a week? Seriously. And it wasn't.
Well, that's why the patriarchy hurts men. See, men will be upset that women are unethical and will lie to them for free dinners, but the patriarchy makes it a reality that you have to pay for that dinner. If the patriarchy was deconstructed and dismantled, then you wouldn't have to even worry about that because you wouldn't be paying for her dinner. Women can't get free meals out of you if you're not expected to pay. See how the patriarchy hurts men, but they won't admit it? But also, she's just like a shitty person.
The same man. So if she's doing it, how many other women are doing it and not invested in?
Not that many. I guarantee you it's a minority, but it's enough. Stop paying for people's dinners.
Trying to get to know them.
Yeah, I do understand the opposite of that though, because then it's like women would love to get equal opportunity at work, would love to get equal pay, would love to be able to financially support themselves, but that is that obstacle. So I think some people see that exchange as.
Also, I've had a few first dates that were safe at people's homes, and that was also sweet. They cooked for me, I cooked for them. That's also an option if you're on a budget.
As fair, because they're like, okay, well, you're in a naturally predisposed position to be in a better place than me. So if you care, then maybe you should like help lift me up. But it is that like bottom precedent of like, I don't know. Yeah.
Dinner's on you.
Dinner's on you.
Go ahead.
Well, I think men typically make more money in general, historically, but also with power too. So I think it is fair, like at least for the first date. Yeah, that's what.
Wait, Discord says, girl, what does a man paying for your dinner have to do with workplace equality? Let me deconstruct that. So if women are made to pay for first dates from men, but the women are making 30K and the men are making 120K, then overall, men being expected to pay for dinner is there because of that gender pay gap. There was a story that was going pretty viral a few years ago about a guy dating a woman who made way less than him, and he expected them to go 50-50. And when he would book vacations for his family and him, who made a lot more money, she would have to get a second job to pay for her spot on the vacation. And I was like, why don't you just pay for her? She's in a dream job that is capped out at 50K a year, and she can't save up to go on these extravagant vacations every year, but you make so much more than her, just pay the difference. Or share money, right? But they had a relationship where they would go 50-50. How are you going to go 50-50 with somebody making 50K and 120K? Like, how are you going to do that? Right? So when we talk about like equality in workplaces, we're talking about the idea that men expect their partners to be making as much as them, but they won't be making as much as them. And so there will be a discrepancy in that pay that will show up with small things like this. Actually, I have a video I want to make about a comment. God bless you, Indiana. She sneezed. It scared me. I want to make this video about a comment I saw on Financial Diet's video that was about the pressure to be a good friend to a friend group that earns more than you, and how you can't say yes to every trip they want to go on, but they take it as you distancing away from the friendship, but you literally can't afford it. But then they're like, well, why don't you make more money? And it's like, well, my job doesn't, I don't make that much money. Or even that happens with my job here where like people are like, oh, you work from home, you make pretty good money. Can you like travel when you're coming home to America? I'm sorry, I do not have 5K a year to give to an American vacation. It would be, guys, the loss of money would be insane because people have no idea how YouTube works. If like, I don't know how to explain to people, like I don't work the kind of job, and warning to all the people who think they want to be content creators, you cannot have a vacation. If you go on a vacation, it is going to be very hard to not risk like losing momentum on your channel. Dr. K even said this. Dr. K said the thing about content creation that everyone misses, unless you are a top 1% content creator, which most of us aren't, going on a week or a month-long vacation runs the risk of you coming home without any money in any of your AdSense, any of your anything. Like, and if you take a vacation, you have to make double the income for that vacation, which is true. Like if you take time off, you still have to have content, and it's not bad. It's like, if a radio host went on vacation as a kid, you wouldn't stop the radio show. You would have a guest come in to host the radio show. Do you guys remember listening to talk radio as kids? YouTubers don't have that luxury most of the time, though they can. Most YouTubers aren't like, hey, I got to go on vacation. Can you run my YouTube channel for a week so people expect content? Do you know what I'm saying? Because even people who are famous, like you have to have momentum. Again, everyone's playing a different game. I'm just trying to explain to you why an average American person isn't going to Europe every summer, because there's no money, because their job doesn't give them time off, because there's no paid time off. So sometimes I think people are just so disconnected from money and how much people are making. And also this idea of like, oh, you work from home, come hang out with us. Yeah, I work from home 12 hours a day at the computer. Would you want me to get off and come hang out with you? Well, then that doesn't make any sense. Right? So again, it's like it's a disconnect. And so it comes down to even dating culture. Hey, let's go out to dinner. Are you free Saturday night? It's like, oh no, I work. Okay, when aren't you working? It's like, I'm always working, but I can make time for you. When works for you? It's like, I think people just forget, you know? Discord said that makes sense. I think I'm just exhausted with this bubble. It feels like we don't actually get anywhere with actual gender deconstruction. True. Hello. Whoa, Danky in the chat, bro. Gifted 10 memberships. Yo, your video was really good, bro. We watched Danky's video the other day on stream. Thank you so much for the memberships. Appreciate you. Liked your video. Very good. Appreciate that. Appreciate the love. That's some positive streamer energy right there. That's some positive content creation energy right there, boys. I guess in this case, girls. Thanks. That's really sweet. Discord's right though. We appreciate you too, homie. Appreciate you too. Discord's right though. We can start to deconstruct gender at the level we want necessarily, because I think most of the world is where it's at, and it's taken its time, but it's working on it, right? Like, I do think these girls are at a particular journey of their deconstruction, which is great. We love to see it. But I know for our channel here, I think we're a little bit further on that deconstruction. So for us, we're like, it's not about who pays for the first date. It's about, is this my person, and how do I show this person dignity on this date in which we are just enjoying some food, bros. I would really love to see dating culture be exciting, because we're excited to have a good experience with somebody in which we enjoy good company and eat good food, or whatever your date version is, without it being about like, who needs to pay for this dinner. Girl, come on. Like, can we just, you know, and if budget, like it's the same thing with certain girls and certain bubbles will talk about how like a coffee shop isn't a first date, but I'm the kind of person that's like, a coffee shop is the greatest date, because it's like, it's safe, it's in public, it's relatively inexpensive. Coffee shops kind of have good food sometimes, depending. You know, I think we put too much pressure on ourselves. And I think that's, talk about fashion pressure. I think this coincides with economic pressure and fashion pressure. How can I ask people to deconstruct dating culture and the pressure to perform and signal that their partner is amazing? Because you're judged on your partner. You know how we were talking about how people judge you for how you look in your teeth? People judge you on your partner. Let me decide if I think your relationship is good enough after I judge you on who you've decided to date, which I get. If your partner's a piece of shit, I get it. But what if your partner's just ugly? People will judge you on whether or not they think you're happy if your partner is ugly to them. You know? Like, that's just life. That's human beings right there. So for you personally, continue that deconstruction, even if everybody's catching up. But look at how these women, I'm so surprised, but I guess I'm not. I don't know this bubble very well, so I don't know where they're coming from. But it was basically 50-50 right here, right? Oh my God, Chet said I dated a guy who was shorter than me and people were concerned. Exactly. My partners always have a femininity to them. So my family's always like, aren't they too girly? And I was like, they're not girly enough, honestly. I need a maid outfit and some fucking, you know what I mean? But yeah, like I always get the, aren't your partners too girly for you? Don't you want a masculine man? I was like, girl, I only want a masculine lesbian, okay? The only masculine I want in my relationship is a lesbian. Otherwise, you know what I'm saying? It's just a joke. It's a little bit of a joke, guys. It's a little bit of a joke, okay? It's a little bit of a joke. But no, for real. Like, I like femininity. I like masculinity. I like people. Show me you're a good person. Show me where you have the same values and we'll make it work, you know? Anyways, okay, so Chad says, Brittany, what do you think about the dating conversations regarding the influence from Manosphere and incel groups, especially from whatever podcasts and so on? Yeah, I mean, we're not big fans of that here. You know, we used to watch a lot of that content to kind of deconstruct it. But I think Manosphere bubbles, Red Pill bubbles, whatever podcast, I think all of them are so outside of their joy. Like, they're so troubled. And I think a lot of them are grifters. I think a lot of them men, women, whoever's in that bubble, I do think they are struggling to find happiness and joy. And it comes out in their content. You know, it comes out in their content. And so another red flag, ask a guy on a first date, do you watch whatever podcast or Fresh and Fit? Because there you go, girls. You know, can you imagine going out with a person who's like, I love Myron Gaines? You know what I mean? Like, oh yeah, I really respect Myron Gaines. He's really great. Don't fucking clip me, bitch. But you know what I mean? Imagine you're on a date with a guy. He's like, I really admire Myron's intelligence. You know, it's like, nah, girl, nah.
That's what I think.
This is a very first date thing for me. I am a little bit old school like that, because moving on, like if it does go on after like the first date and you do continue going on dates further, I will pay. I feel like the second date, I will make sure I pay. But the first date, I feel like I just want to feel appreciated.
I think they're doing this thing where the women haven't deconstructed enough, but at the same time, again, is it because they're a man? That's my issue with this. That's what I'm always going to get hung up on. It doesn't matter who pays. You know what I mean? What matters is that it makes sense. And so are you saying you want to feel appreciated by a man paying for you because you're a woman? Because as a woman, whatever that means, I don't need to be appreciated that way. I need to be appreciated, in different ways. Usually for me, I'm a death by 1,000 cuts kind of girly, or uplifting by 1,000, niceties kind of girly. If my partner goes to the store and brings me back tofu because they were thinking about me, I feel so loved. Much more than them, because I'm a career girly, so I like making money. I've always felt like the reason my relationships didn't work until this one was my partners always thought they had to make more money than me, when I never ever cared about that. I have never in the history of me dating given a fuck about how much my partner makes, because I always knew I was going to make the money. I don't give a fuck. I've always just wanted somebody who, did the dishes and like showed up with some tofu, or fucking went the extra mile and downloaded my favorite anime, or thought of me, in a way like it didn't make my life harder. And so to find somebody who does that is like really amazing. And regardless of gender presentation, like there could be a stigma from people like, oh, you're the woman, you shouldn't be making the money. But like, that's not our bubble. That's not our values. We don't care what those people have to say about our relationship. The best thing I ever found was a person who wasn't threatened by the fact that I love to work. Because let me tell you, I went on a lot of first dates during COVID, and all of those men were like, I'm going to have to work. Peace and love. Not all of them. There were a couple good ones. But, the overall general feel was like, oh, your job's going to come second to my job. And I was like, okay, I'm going to need my job to come first. That's what I'm looking for. Because I'm not giving up my job. At the expense, I'm not giving up my job for a settling relationship. That's what I mean by that. Obviously, if my job was somehow truly a threat to my life, like I was being hella stalked or something, and I needed to get off the internet, like I would never keep my job at the expense of my marriage and safety, obviously. But if everything's going correctly, then I'm not giving up my dream job, girl. Okay, girl,
Appreciated.
Why will you make sure you pay on the next date?
Well, because I almost feel like I never want him to feel like I'm taking.
Wait, Chad says even Christian nationalists like Andrew Wilson, trash, are getting prominence in these bubbles. Don't you think that poses a huge threat to women and other sexual minorities' safeties? Yeah, well, of course. Any gender construct will pose a threat to anybody that's told they have to be certain ways because they are X-gender. And Andrew Wilson is showing up on Piers Morgan and stuff. Like, it's just like anyone who shows up on Piers Morgan, red flag, including Hassan. I said what I said. I know he wants to be famous and all that shit, but Piers Morgan is like the bottom of the fucking litter. You know what I mean? You might as well snort cat litter. He's so useless. But at the end of the day, like Andrew Wilson showing up in these spaces, and like he is rising to prominence. Okay. Misogyny is rising to prominence. A rapist is in the White House. We know, right? Any bubble that believes there's only men and women, every bubble that thinks gender means you must act a particular way is always going to be a threat to everybody. Okay? Obviously. Chet says, would you go on Piers Morgan, Brittany? Did you just not hear what I said, girl? Did you not hear what I just said? Sometimes I swear to God, maybe I didn't say it yet. Maybe the stream is delayed and you didn't hear me say it yet.
Taking advantage of him. Like, it's his duty to keep paying for dates.
Interesting.
This for me is more emotional than monetary. In my experience with men, I think them paying for a first date. I always have my own money, by the way, because my mom was like, never expect a man to wait for you, be ready. But she was like, but I think it's a gesture of good faith. And I think even in a small way.
Wait, Raz just said it so good in chat. It's annoying how many people are relating based on unspoken expectations rather than forming a unique relationship configuration. Bro, you can do whatever you want. Hear me out. You can do whatever you want. Whatever you want. You're free, guys. Do whatever you want. Have exactly the relationship you want. You are so powerful. Do whatever you want that makes sense in a healthy and joyful way. Healthy, joyful, stable, consistent. Do what you want. You and your partner together. We always say, oh, I wish my life was like Avatar: The Last Airbender, where I could just like pick whatever I wanted with my life. Or, oh, I wish I lived in the Pokemon world where I could be 10 years old and go look for Pokemon. You could do that now, girl. I don't recommend it. You know, you're 10 years old. But like my partner and I look at each other and go, what kind of life do we want? And then we just work towards that goal. We do what we want. Hey, do you want to do this today? Hey, do you want to do this with money? Hey, do you want to do this with our life? Hey, how do you want to spend today? We check in every day and go, what do you want to do with our life today? Now, again, you still have to go to work and you still have to pay bills, but that's also a part of what we want to do today. Hey, do you want to go to work today? Do you want to make sure you pick a job so you do want to go to work today? Hey, do you like working? How does that fit into our life? If you marry someone who doesn't love working but is willing to do it to pay the bills, that's different. Can we have a life where you don't have to work in that traditional sense? You know? You can do whatever you want. That's why I say don't settle. Pick your high compatibility partner so you guys can make life work for you. Make life work for you. And then you die. Very short time on earth, girlies. Very short time.
Emotionally, when a guy is like, oh, I'll get it. You're showing me, okay, from the jump you're showing you're already serious in this small way. And then, as a relationship goes on, like, let's do half, or like, I would love to treat you because I care about you.
That's hilarious. Like, oh, if you pay in the first date and you're a guy, you're showing me that you're serious about love. It's like such a funny way to say that because that doesn't tell me anything about you. You think a man's never paid for the first date and then cheated anyways? Like, you think a man's never paid for a first date and beat you anyways? You think a man's never paid on the first date and raped your kids anyways? Please, shut the fuck up. Love you. God, that was mean. That was mean. I'm sorry. Let me reel it in, girls. Let me reel it in. I need a snack. I'm getting hangry. I'm sorry. My bad. That was a lot. Discord said if I was single and dating, I'd insist on a date where we would watch each other's YouTube feeds. I feel like it could get deep really fast. Wait, that's a skit. There's a skit where they're all on a first date and they're like, let's show each other's like Instagram feeds. And the guys basically break their phones so the girls don't have to see it. And it's like, so that's like 100%, 100%. It's just like so funny. I think it's not that he paid for the first date. I think it's in the kindness and dignity he showed you by not being a hoarder or jealous with his money or selfish with the way that he expresses himself. You're not looking for a man who pays for the first date. You're looking for somebody who isn't a slave to their money. You're looking for somebody who's generous in giving, not because they're a man, not because they make money, because you're looking for the right combination of things to signal that this person is safe.
But like also, look, I want to be treated like a lady. And like, yes, I'm strong and I'm all these things and I'm a lady at the same time. And you can treat me like one by paying for our first date.
Just a visualization. Help me out here. A visualization. Thank you. Of me sitting at the table, the check comes and he waits for me to grab it. It's like, red flag, baby. Like, what stability are we talking here? Can you pay rent, baby? Or are you sitting at home playing video games?
I hear
That's
that.
just me.
I hear it. Women can have close relationships with men without there being any romantic feelings. 3, 2, 1.
What the fuck?
Hey, I want to hear from you.
It's been done way too many times where I befriend someone and either I end up liking them or they or vice versa. It's just never, for me personally, it never happens. There's always that platonic thing.
It's not always about you, girly. Are they asking general questions or are they asking about your lived experience? You think you represent all of the women on the planet? Do you know what I'm saying? Wait, why would you answer the question from your perspective only? Like, that's not, chat says, girl, that's a personal problem. That has nothing to do with me. That's you.
In the way.
Most of my best friends are guys. I've coordinated their weddings. I've become friends with their wives. I even had an ex-boyfriend of mine I lived with for 3.5 years.
Very important question to ask while dating, because my partner and I don't have gender restrictions on our friend groups. I don't care what gender my partner's friends are. Because my partner and I have all gendered friends. Like, our friends' genders are all over the place. Because you know what I mean? Like, we're not those kinds of people. I guess that's another thing to think about is there are heterosexual bubbles that exist in which, like, their partner wouldn't have a friend who's non-binary. But obviously in my bubble, we both have friends that are non-binary, gender fluid, trans, cis, men, women. So obviously, yeah, we're just like in a very different bubble. Like, the idea of not having friends that are trans, like, that's a reality for some people. You remember? Do you remember that panel I was watching with a YouTuber who was like, I think I've only met one trans person in my whole life. I was like, one person? One trans person? How? How do you, but of course, bubbles. Bubbles, girlies, bubbles.
Him and his girlfriend moved into my place with me. So, absolutely women can be platonic friends with men.
Anyone else want to speak to
If I could stand in the middle, I would, because I have like parameters. If you're single, I'm going to keep distance out of respect. If you have a significant other, we can do double dates. Or I don't know, I just feel more comfortable because I'm never giving you the wrong.
Now, I will tell you, and I always bring this up, I do think if you're conservative and you believe in gender binaries, you might run the risk of not having opposite sex friends. Like my brother, my farm brother, if he had a friend who was a girl and they hung out a lot, I'd be like, why are you doing that? And why do I say that? Because the rules are different in that bubble, because they have rules that are different. If you're in a traditional bubble, then yeah, you probably don't have friends that are girls, right? Like, depending on the traditional bubble, because they do think gender makes a difference. They think all men want to fuck all women. Like, if you run around thinking all men want to fuck all women, or all women are like whatever tempted, if you believe in temptation, like in that sense, then they have to have different rules, right? So that's why I say, like, unless you've deconstructed, this might be a real reality for you. Unless men have deconstructed their relationships with women, some men can't be friends platonically with women. And they suck. You suck. You all fucking suck. Deconstruct. And that's the thing. We have to accept that in an animal level biological way, there are some people who haven't deconstructed that. And until you deconstruct it, it will, just like with racism. You can say you've deconstructed your racism, but if you're sitting at the table and you say, I don't see color, like, yeah, you've deconstructed some of your racism, but you have to do some more. You know what I mean? You got to do some more. Okay? So, like, again, you guys can make your decisions, but I do think I would be concerned that if I dated if I dated the same guy who thought men have to pay for first dates, I would also wonder if he could be friends with women. Because why would you hold the belief that men and women are equal, but I have to pay for a first date? But also, like, how does that play into relationships with women? I don't know. I'm suspicious of all these beliefs. I'm suspicious of a belief that tells me I have to act a certain way because of gender. I'm suspicious.
Impression, I'm not crossing a line, and I'll be respectful toward your girlfriend or boyfriend.
You should be on this side.
Okay.
Okay.
That's right.
All right.
Come on down.
Anyone else have strong opinions about this?
I think as long as there are clear boundaries and expectations, because I have one of my best friends is a guy, and I think we have boundaries, and like I wouldn't talk to him in the same way I would talk to some of my girlfriends, because I think there should be boundaries. But yes, I think it's possible.
I do feel like that's another experiment because you have boundaries. I bet you if you put those boundaries down, you want to test it.
Well, that's the real question. If there weren't any boundaries that anyone is putting up, you're just friends. There's no boundaries to say, okay, you can't or you can. Will they fall in love with you at some point, or will you fall in love with them? Is it always clear that there will be no romantic feelings on either end?
It's like if I'm not single, I'm not gonna go out with you and get drinks if you're straight and single as well, out of respect. Unless you're gay, I will. Yeah.
I was just gonna.
What?
Straight and if I'm not single, I'm not gonna go out with you and get drinks if you're straight and single as well, out of respect.
Respect of what? Who? What bubble is she in? Like, Sheehan. Sheehan? Who's Sheehan? I'm making a joke somewhere in my head, deep down in my brain. Yeah, this is a bubble construct. It's dependent, right? Like, if that's your bubble and that's the signal, look, if you're dealing with a group of men, here, let's hear them out. Pop a bubble. Let's go into their bubble. Let's bring out my paint. Ugh, I'm such a streamer, Rose. I'm a fucking streamer. Hold on. Okay, let's jump into their bubble because I think that's okay. So they're in a bubble, okay? And this bubble exists. So here's our bubble. Our bubble's the big bubble. Their bubble is limited to these dating rules, okay? And these dating rules have expectations. Actually, let me make it a little bit bigger so it's easier to see. And these bubbles have a line in the sand about what girls do and what boys do. Actually, what men do and women do, okay? What, I hate that, men do and women do. Okay, right? There's like a line in the sand. Women can't do what men do and men can't do what women do. And then they set up protocols for that behavior. Okay, the protocols are set up. And if you go out of sync with the protocol, now you're ruining the integrity and structure of the bubble, and there starts to become holes in the bubble, which might lead to popping the bubble or might lead to people coming into the bubble and putting down heavier boundaries that reinforce the expectation, right? Which is usually what we see in red pill content. We see doubling down in a pressure to solidify the bubble so you cannot, quote, pop it, right? Now, if you're in a bubble, this is their bubble now. Okay, it's not our bubble. It's the men and women bubble. Okay, they're in this bubble. And if men know that women getting drinks with them means they're open to sex, then women can't have drinks with men who are single because they don't want to have sex. So she might be saying, out of respect to the signal and the expectations in this bubble, I can't get drinks with you if you're a single male who's into women because I don't want to signal to you that I want sex from you. I'm in a relationship, right? So I think that's valid. I would say for my community, it's hard for us to maybe remember what it was like being raised in this bubble, or it might be hard for us to remember that people do live in this bubble. I've had that happen where like I'd tell my parents like, oh, I'm going to go see this guy. We're just friends though. And my dad would be like, yo, does he know you're just friends? And I was like, yeah, I told him like 1,000 times. He goes, yeah, but does he know you're still just friends? I was like, I think so. I told him. He said he got it. And then the guy and I would be hanging out and he'd be like, oh, let me pay for dinner. I was like, nah, we can go 50-50. He's like, no, I got it. And I was like, okay. And then at the end of the night, he'd be like, so I'd like to go back to like our hotel together, or not our hotel, his hotel. He's like, I'd like to go back together. And I'd be like, oh, or hey, I'd like you to come back to my place. And I'm like, oh, didn't we just cover this? And he thought, well, even though I said what I said, he thought, well, but we still went out to dinner and I paid for it. I was like, yeah, but because you said you got it. Because with my girlfriends, like we do pay for each other's stuff, but we're not expecting sex. Like I never hang out with my girlfriends and expect sex because I paid for their food. But then again, because I've deconstructed and I've been friends with all kinds of genders, right? I have made friends with men who are male identified who don't expect sex because they paid for my meal. And the difference is not that they're men or women. The difference is that they experience and perform gender differently. They have a relationship with expectations differently. They adhere to a specific bubble, which allows them to have a different relationship with me. At the end of the day, is it men or women? It's not your gender, it's your culture. And what does your culture say about gender? Because culture tells you what to expect out of gender performance. And the question is, are you aware of what cultural bubble you're in? And how do you socialize within that construct? Right? Because that's really what we're arguing about with bubbles. Is like there's your cultural bubble, your gendered bubble, because perception is a bubble. And then it's all the things that go into that. Look, some of the most disappointing interactions I've ever had with a man is one that I thought we had a strong platonic relationship and he ruined it by asking if we could have sex. And not in a situation in which it was good or consensual or lovely, in a situation in which he was, you know, bitter, sad, strange, weird, conniving. It's like, girl, Be chill, girl. Be chill. But shout out to all the people who have been good about consent, because that's really what it comes down to too. Because it's kind of like slimy to go on a date with a girl thinking if I just acted a particular way, she'd let me have it. But same for the girls who play into that social game. That's why I say, women, stop playing into these social games. Same with these women here who are like, I want a man to pay for my first date. Girls, stop playing into the patriarchy. Stop upholding the patriarchy. It's not helping you. It's not helping men. Nobody benefits from upholding the patriarchy except misogynists. What good is this? What good is this for anybody?
Unless you're gay, I will.
Yeah. I was just going to say, like, I love a guy, gay best friend situation. Yes, straight guys, probably
It can be
not.
complicated.
I have a lot of straight guy friends, and we've never crossed that boundary. It's almost like my brain categorizes people into like a sibling space. It's not even. I can objectively decipher that you're attractive, but like I don't have sexual feelings towards you. I don't see a life with you. I love our relationship for what it is, and like but I've always been very cut like that. And I don't know. It's easy for me
I
to
feel
categorize
like
people
men are
in that
men.
way.
And
Yeah, I
you're a
am
very
speaking
beautiful
for me.
person. And I feel like if you just
She hasn't deconstructed gender. She's objectifying men by saying all men act a particular way. I don't believe that. For the record, I don't think being born a man tells me much about you. It tells me very few things about you, but it doesn't tell me how you're going to be. So like the Shira bubble, Shira 7, Sprinkle Sprinkle, she writes books about how like all men are the same, like all men will cheat. I don't believe that. I don't buy into that bullshit.
You know, I'm sure that they would be like,
I'm like, that's none of my business. But I have guy friends that, to my knowledge at this point, they also have never had those feelings for me because it's almost always just been this dynamic of like, we're not into each other like that. There are so many situations where it's not like that. But there are, I do have like a handful of relationships that I've had my entire life and we've never felt that way. And I don't know if it's because we did know each other as children. So there's this like, we grew up together element. So just like, we never even dipped our toes in those pools. No, because I've met guys at this age also where our friendships have never crossed over like that.
I think you make a really good point. I think that, and I think this is for guys too, I think when you're more of chosen family, there's just...
Ooh, even that language signals to me what community she's in. I bet she's in the BDSM community. Chosen family. I first started to learn about that through BDSM, which is so fascinating. And then she said she's goth. And then she said some other things about herself. She also looks like a BDSMer. I bet this girl in the BDS, I bet she on FetLife. I could be wrong, but I could see it.
And uncomfortable is even thinking about certain boundaries.
Yeah.
So, and I think that also goes for guys because I mean, my friends were all single and we were hanging out and having drinks and they're married now and still friends and friends with wives and stuff. But we were always like, we're like family. I mean, I would go to their family's house for Thanksgiving. Got to know their mom. She took me to concerts. You know, so I think when you get to that family where you're such good friends, you're more like family, boundaries become kind of disgusting.
I agree with that. I think the familial feeling is what makes it totally okay and honestly really lovely. Like, oh, I feel like I have a brother in this world, you know? Yeah.
And we're like affectionate in a non-sexual way.
Yeah.
Like I'm not afraid to rub, we're not afraid to like.
To be fair, stepbrother, stepsister porn is like very high on the rankings of porn. So he feels like a brother to you. Doesn't tell me much, girl. Doesn't tell me much.
It's like person to person. It's not about the fact that like
Can
you're
I add to that a little something? I had like a brother in this world, and he is still a brother to me. But he's in a very serious relationship. He got married now, and it's like out of respect for her, it's just not the same.
Yeah.
Over time, as we get older and mature, and that distance starts to like happen, doesn't mean I love him any less.
Right.
So, yeah.
It's just cultural. It's just different for everybody. Some people, regardless of gender, grow apart because of whatever. But yeah, like I said, if you're in a binary bubble where gender plays a huge role in activity and what you do, you're probably not going to have like, that's why, like, you know, funny enough, I like a lot of, there's a really healthy gym bro bubble and really healthy anime bubble where like gender just doesn't matter. And I love those bubbles. I love the anime and the gym bubble that like is gender inclusive. But then within those bubbles, there are also lots of misogynistic parts of anime bubbles and gym bubbles. Isn't that funny? So like that's why I focus on who I'm hanging out with, because each bubble within a bubble will give me different access to people who've deconstructed more than others.
I am on this side.
Women are more emotional than men by nature. 3, 2, 1.
What?
Women are more emotional than men by nature.
I swear to God, if any of them say yes, I swear to God. The opposite, saying no, does not mean men are more emotional. We're all the same. We're all having emotional relationships.
3, 2, 1. Okay, let's hear from you.
What the fuck? What the fuck?
Expect more from women emotionally, just on a baseline. I don't know if I even know why that is, but I do. I think I innately trust women more than I would.
Oh, she took the question as like more emotionally mature or aware? Or more in tune with your emotions. I took it misogynistically, like women are so emotional and men aren't. Interesting.
A dude, as far as strangers go, yeah, I have to say I probably don't really know why. That's just how I feel.
I think it goes back to our beginnings where the men actually had to be the protectors.
Oh my God. None of this matters. None of us are educated in evolution enough to know this, but the little bit I do know is like none of this is playing a role you think it is. Nothing that happened to our deep, deep ancestors is playing exactly the role people think it is. That's why red pillars will use like evolutionary biology to make a point like this is what our ancestors did. Yeah, we're not our ancestors, bro. It's been a very long time since our ancestors have been a thing.
Animals and all. And I think that it's just our DNA has just kind of changed. I mean, I'm not saying men don't have emotions. They absolutely do. But I think that between our DNA and the way society raises men, I don't think they're quite as strong on one side of it, which is more of the empathy and care. I think they're stronger on the anger and I don't mean this in a bad way. And the
anger is an emotion, sis. Like, what do you think that means?
Resilience? I don't know if that's
like
right.
An animalistic way.
Yeah, and whereas we're more of the empathetic and the caregivers. I think we each have our own emotion.
I guess they're saying it's socialized at least, which is probably true. It is socialized. Yeah, this question is too, it can go in any direction.
Emotional strengths, but I think that women tend to be more in tune with our emotions, which makes us more emotional.
Thank you. I say yes just based on my own experiences living my entire life. The women in my life just tend to emote more when I come to them with situations. And like you said, men also, of course, have emotions, but I find the men in my life are less emotional when I come to them with things. Like if a guy breaks my heart and I go to my girlfriends, I'll have texts, calls, voice memos, really engaging with.
Yeah, is this a generational? Well, it can't be. I don't know. It's interesting how they're hearing the question versus how I heard the question. That's such a bubble thing, huh? My bubble is so tainted by the manosphere that when I hear that question, I hear it as like, women are so emotional negative versus they heard women are so emotional positive. So it's kind of interesting, huh?
With me and being there for me emotionally. But then the men in my life, I think, are there for me in a more practical way of like, okay, tomorrow's a new day. Like, sorry that happened. He sucks. Go, and they approach things in a much more logical way. And yeah, I think experience my whole life has shown that to be true.
I think men are just socialized to not be vulnerable, not express emotion, and they're actually shamed if they do express emotion. And I've witnessed this through like people I've dated, like friends, and it's really heartbreaking to see because I would want to be like, oh, it's okay to cry, but that's my opinion.
I grew up, again, with a very different way of thinking father, and he was amazing. He would tell us to feel our feelings and this and that, and my dad loves romantic comedies, and he would cry to movies, and he would show me that it's okay to, feel my feelings and say what I'm feeling, and I live up to him. He's my hero, and because of him, I believe that men should be, it's not just a straight line for men, where they're just supposed to hold up all these things, and I come from my mom's side, it's a very macho family, and then here comes my dad, who they liked, but they would laugh if he would go up and do a dance or go up and live his best life. So I live up to him, and I believe that all men feel just as much as we do, and they're allowed to.
Some of the most emotional people I've ever met in my life have been men. I think it all comes down to how we were raised, and a lot of men have avoidant attachment styles because when they're faced with an emotion, they see it as weakness or think there's something wrong with them. I think a lot of men that I've talked to are afraid to verbalize their feelings because they're afraid of being too mean or being categorized as mean, and so there's so much complexity to what I think is the male psyche and just talking to them, and so I feel very bad for them as well, because like when we're feeling sad, we can just go to a dinner and we can hold each other and cry on a table. And I've had my guy friends be like, I wish that I could have that. That is, I literally can't even imagine a world where I could have.
See, this is why you got to pop the bubble. Because when you say like, oh, I wish I could have that, you have to make better friends and people that are interested in it and connect with people. It's like I was reading about, or I was watching a TikTok probably, I don't know what it was, but I was watching something, I don't know, about how fathers who have daughters live healthier lives in their elder years than fathers who have sons. And as a daughter myself, and again, a big part of it is how I'm raised. Like I know so much of my life is how I was raised, like so much of it. But yeah, we care about our elder communities. We think about them. I'm always thinking about my parents. Like I'm always thinking about them getting old and disabled or have Alzheimer's. I don't know how often my brothers think about it. I would have to ask them. I probably think about it like daily. I'm always thinking about my in-laws. My partner and I probably talk about it verbally a few times a week. We are always thinking about it. And I don't know how much of my other family members think about it as often as I do, but I know a big part of it is because I can't help but think about it because I know it's coming. Like I know that it will happen. At some point, our parents will need our help. And I'm thinking about it. I'm thinking about how to make that work for my life. And I'm thinking about what that looks like. And I'm wondering like, okay, like how does this change our life? You know, it's just, I don't know how many people are thinking about it, but I do think I think about it because I'm the oldest girl and I'm kind of like a planner. I do think of the future. And then I also think that ultimately I'm going to hate if we get there and no one's prepared. I'm going to resent it. So like instead of resenting things, I just do something about it. And I just don't want to be surprised if it happens, you know?
Have that. So if we were to like truly raise them all like men and women the same, like I'm sure there would be some men that tended to be more logical and masculine, some women that would tend to be more logical and masculine, and there would be some men who were very soft and emotional. Same with women. Yeah. Just
women would finally rule the world.
Finally. Yeah.
We're gonna do a big group hug.
Group hug at the end. Gay. Love it. Let's see. That says you're lucky because you have many siblings. They can help. Well, if they help, you know, if they show up, you know, I know so many people who have like 10 siblings, they never see them, right? Like I know parents who have 12 kids, those kids never show up. But the thing is like maybe you were the kind of parents that your kids couldn't show up for. So you also have to be the kind of parents your kids are happy to show up for. Because I'm not going to help my parents out of obligation. I'm going to show up because it makes sense for my joy, right? And you're right, because I have all those siblings, maybe one of them will step up. You know what I mean? Like, but at the end of the day, that's not a guarantee, funny enough. But you're right that it is more of a probability. I agree with you there, right? Yeah. Chad says, do you talk about it with your parents or more plan on your own? I mean, both, right? My parents and I have talked extensively about their retirement plan, how much money they have, what happens if they get sick, where do they want to live in their 90s. Right now they're at 65 and very, very healthy. So the goal is my dad told me, don't worry about it for another 20 years. And I said, yeah, well, we might not have 20 years. Okay. But yeah, my parents and I have talked about it. I've talked to my in-laws about it. I already asked my in-laws. We've talked about it pretty frequently. You know, what do you want to do if you're bedridden? Do you want to live at home? You know, if you're ill, do you want to live with us at our house? Would you prefer that I put you somewhere? Where do you want to be? We've had open dialogue about all these things. Yeah. Pat says, how many sisters do you have? I have 1 sister and 8 brothers. Yeah, I think having these conversations ahead of time really helps with the anxiety. I think it just reassures us that we're like, okay, on the same page, at least we're self-aware. And then the hope is nobody gets terribly sick, which you can't guarantee, but mentally preparing for it will help. At least I know it's an option. I think that's what saves me so much of my anxiety. It's why I pre-mourn. It's why I meditate and pre-mourn, because I know that it could happen to someone's family and it might happen to my family. And so I always try to like, okay, like, you know, Bruce Willis getting dementia or Alzheimer's, like that really stands out to me. Okay, what if my dad gets it? My grandma had it. So, okay, what if my mom gets it? And what if I get it? What if my partner gets it? Right? Like I always think about these things constantly. Like, okay, what if this happens? What if this happens? Chad says, I didn't know you had a sister. Not only do I have a sister, but that bitch is going to come see me. She bought her plane ticket, bitch. I'm so excited. I'm not going to lie, I might cry. I'm so stoked. I haven't seen my family in like two years. I'm so excited. I'm gagged. I'm so excited. I'm so happy. So she bought her plane ticket. We're doing it. It's happening. Fingers crossed she gets back into the country. Cause like, I think she should be fine. But I told her, I was like, it is not my fault if you get stopped at the border. But like, we're risking it. We're taking the risk. So fingers crossed. We hope it works out. But yeah, I'm really excited. Oh, I'm so stoked. Yeah, it's gonna be great. So I told her, I was like, bring me some hot Cheetos, bitch. I was like, take an extra luggage, bitch. Bring me some hot Cheetos. I know they're not vegan, but bring me some hot Cheetos. Anyways, okay, let's do this. Let's take a 2-second break. Let me go get a snack. We're gonna get into this next video. It's a little long, so I want a little pre-snack for it. I'm really excited to go over with you. I think it'll be so fun. It's SBS, once again, one of our favorite channels. So let's go ahead and take a few-minute break, and I will come back, and we will get into it. Listen to some Samantha Dragonati while I'm gone. Okay, I'll be right back. right, all right, all right. Okay, let's do this, girls. I got my vegan Fig Newtons, except this isn't a Fig Newton, it's an apple strudel, but it's like a Fig Newton, you know? But it's vegan. It's a vegan. It's a vegan snack. Shout out to Croatia's vegan selection and their snack aisles. I underestimated them, girlies. To be honest with you, I did underestimate them. I don't know. I can't tell if I just missed it the 30 days I was doing my vegan challenge. I don't know if I genuinely just didn't look hard enough, but now that I'm really looking for vegan things in the store, I realize like there's so many more snacks than I thought there was. And there was a whole section in the frozen food section that I somehow missed, or they just recently stocked, but I'm pretty sure I just missed it. But I was like, how did I not see this before? So, you know, it's just great. It's just great, girls. Okay, hold on. I want the tea. Ethan got a tattoo. What is it of? What's the tattoo of? I'm trying to scroll, but I don't see it. What's the tattoo of? Gila. He got a tattoo of Gila? He better have gotten a good tattoo artist to get a portrait done. Was it good? That's always the scary thing of a portrait, is you gotta get good, you know? That's cute. Ethan getting more tattoos is, I don't know, kind of a vibe a little bit. I love me some tattoos, let me tell you. That's interesting. It's interesting, isn't it? Whoa. Yeah, interesting. Okay, now, let me see. Ethan Klein, look at us getting into the tea. Klein tattoo of Gila. Oh, I forgot he got shredder tattoo. Cute. Not seeing it anywhere. Hold on, I'm on Reddit. Oh, is this it? Come on, girls. Let me pull it up. Oh, hold. My Reddit is freezing on me for some weird reason. Hello, George. I think this is it. Yeah, I think I found it. Ethan tattoo reveal. It's pretty good. I mean, it's not finished, but it looks like her. Right? It's cute. It's like a little portrait tattoo. I wanted a better picture, but I'm not getting one yet. Maybe there will be one later. Who cares? The point is, getting a tattoo is truly a sign of commitment, let me tell you. That's a little bit of a joke. People get tattoos and divorce all the time. Okay. It wouldn't let me zoom in very much. That's why I didn't zoom in. I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. But it looks like you can... Here, let me... Sorry. Oh. It's so weird. Is it because I'm not logged in? I don't have a Reddit page, but it's like struggling to load the page for some reason. I don't know why. Like it's literally on a blank screen right now. It's so weird. I don't know why. Is it just Reddit? Sorry, girlies. Sorry. I don't know why it's not loading well. I'm sorry. Okay, let's go to the video. I guess they don't want us to see Ethan's new tattoo, the haters. This is, I literally discovered I was pregnant and booked an abortion within 30 minutes. Your body, your choice, SBS, the conversations we love to have, we love to listen to. I love the way they do conversations on this channel. Let's go ahead and watch this one about abortions. I'm expecting some nuance here. I think they'll have it.
On this episode of Insight, your body, your choice. Who has the final say?
I literally discovered I was pregnant and booked an abortion within 30 minutes because it was my choice to make.
Every abortion deliberately and intentionally goes in to kill that human being.
Life's a very, very precious thing, and so is dignity.
Fundamentally, it's about your human right to make a decision.
There is no way that I would line up for that vaccination again.
I've always wanted my foreskin back. I'll never be able to experience erogenous sensation, the pleasure.
Joanna, I'm going to jump straight in. Under what circumstances should someone be allowed to have an abortion?
I think no circumstances, Kumi, because if we think about the fact that in Australia, murder is illegal, and we generally have an acceptance, a norm that governs our society that
You know, we say murder is illegal, but we fund wars and genocides. Everybody loves violence. We kill and eat animals. You know what I mean? Like, everyone taking a moral high ground on abortion feels very strange. It just like, but again, you know what I mean? It's like how I'm going to look up pictures. Do they have I feel like people, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like if we want to harm reduce, there's so many great ways to prevent abortions, but sometimes they're unpreventable. Just like self-defense, sometimes is unpreventable and you have to take a life. You know?
It would be wrong to kill an innocent human being. And every abortion deliberately and intentionally goes in to kill that human being.
Does the law agree with that?
Well, it's so interesting, Kumi, isn't it? Because there's such a disjuncture and double standard around this issue. So there's all sorts of areas where the law does recognise the human rights of that second party, but they don't do it in abortion.
Some pro-life advocates make exceptions in situations like rape, incest, fetal health. Where do you stand on that?
So if we take fetal health, just because a child may potentially be disabled, I don't think is a reason for us to then say that child shouldn't live. And I think with rape and incest, it's really important to acknowledge that that is one of the most heinous things any of us could ever think about happening in our society, in our country. The woman is the victim in that situation. It should never, ever have happened to her. But the child is an innocent third party in that situation, aren't they? They didn't do anything wrong. And in fact, there's 2 victims to every rape. And we don't even give the death penalty to the rapist in this country. I mean, many times they go off scot-free. But to kill that child is to create another trauma for that woman. And let's also be clear that the abortion doesn't take away the trauma of that rape. It just creates 2 victims.
You were originally...
Wow, she knows every talking point of the pro-lifers. These are all the pro-life talking points I grew up with. Wow. I used to use these in debate tactics when I was a Republican. Very good, very good.
Pro-choice.
I was.
What changed?
I grew up in Sydney and I was a card-carrying lefty feminist. Very much believed that for women to be equal to men, they needed to have access to abortion. But I was challenged by a friend when I was 21 on the issue. And he asked me some questions. He said, what do you think is happening in an abortion? And I said, well, I don't know. I think the pregnancy ends. And he said, well, what is it that is in the mother's uterus? And I said, well, just a clump of cells, really. And he said, but it's a human child. And under what circumstances is it okay to kill a living human being? And in my lunch break, I was Googling and researching, reading academic papers about this. And as I read these papers, one of them actually had images of fetal development, but babies also that had been aborted, some very early. It wasn't just the words, Kumi, it was the pictures that really I will never unsee. These were human beings that we said it was legal to kill. And I knew that for women to be equal to men, there had to be another way than killing their baby.
Hannah, you're 26.
Okay, we're gonna try to have like a nuanced conversation. And this is a safe space. We're pro-choice here. I also believe every rock, tree, and creature has a life, has a spirit, has a name. So I also think that for me, I do think there is a life there. I think we do end the life of that child. I think there could be lots of good reasons to do that. Again, in Brittany's ideal world, we'd be so good on preventative work. We'd have far less abortions. But I think there's a lot of really good reasons to have an abortion. I also think not all abortions are the way people see them as. I recently learned that the word abortion is used even when you have like a stillbirth. So every abortion that's counted as an abortion isn't just a viable fetus that would have ended up becoming like you or me. And I think that life is just as valuable in many ways. It's just like things have a priority. So I think that we need to be careful about what we assign an abortion to. And then we have to remember that we are biological creatures and the way that we procreate isn't perfect. I wish we had a society that practiced mourning miscarriages and abortions and still accepted that they're a part of our biological experience all the same. That there are going to be circumstances in which it is better for a woman or man or whoever to terminate that pregnancy because it makes sense because of the situation that they're in. Though it's not ideal, it might be the most ideal circumstance. Because a lot of people who have abortions go on to become parents anyways, because right there and then it just wasn't viable. Something wasn't right. Something wasn't working, right? Right? Chat says, if a fetus is the same as a baby, which would I throw in the garbage? A crying infant in one hand or a fetus that cannot feel nor think or create memories, yet they aren't equal? I think one of the scenarios that can be very helpful is how we think about life. So it's all a life. That's why I say I have no problem terminating a life. I have a problem with how we terminate life, personally, as a Brittany. I don't think any of us have a problem terminating living things, right? I think we have a problem with how we do it. So if there was like a burning, somebody said this in a TikTok once or a YouTube video, who knows? It's very old. Hypothetical. Let's say it's supposed to be a gotcha to pro-lifers, but stay with me here. You're in a burning building and you see a bunch of like embryos that have been frozen, or one crying 3-year-old. Who do you save? Do you save like the 50 embryos, so 50 children, or do you save like one child? And most pro-lifers say I would save the 3-year-old. And it's like, why would you save the 3-year-old? And it's because the 3-year-old's here with us now. And I don't know about you, I do get freaked out when I read stories about a fetus that was frozen in 1983 but born in 2025. Like, that shit freaks me out. I think it's weird. I think it's creepy. But do I think it's creepy enough to stop it from happening? Not really. I just think it's weird. Because a part of my brain's like, why are we doing that? Like, you could adopt a baby. There's so many kids who need homes. Why do you need a frozen embryo from 1983? Like, it just feels weird. But like, people are weird. Humans are really fucking weird. And we do really weird fucking shit. So like, a part of me is like, okay, I think we should have better nuanced conversations around these things. But I think we first have to all admit we do not mind terminating life. I think until we have that real conversation, we're not ready to have any meaningful conversation. Everyone wants to take this moral high ground that like, I don't believe in killing innocent life. Girl, didn't you just eat a hamburger? Girl, didn't you just run over an ant? Girl, like we are a part of that cycle of innocent life that gets killed. We are like another animal species on the planet who gets killed without justice. The problem is how do we be less bad and how do we bring less harm about? Right? I just think I just think people are having the wrong conversation.
You had an abortion last year. Did you feel like you had to justify your choice?
I didn't feel like I had to justify my choice because I operate in the circles that it sounds like you used to, Joanna. I'm very left-wing progressive feminist, and all of my friends and family were incredibly supportive of me. But that doesn't mean I didn't come up against people who would disagree privately or publicly with me, or that there was a level of subconscious or conscious sort of tension or questions that I felt my parents and grandparents wanted to ask me, but maybe were too nervous to.
What questions do you think they were wanting to ask you?
I think that when someone falls pregnant and they didn't plan on it or didn't want to, there's often questions about the circumstances in which it happened, whether you were using contraception, whether it was because of circumstances like rape. It's really a responsibility or like a sort of a shame imposition. I think that there is often this silence around whether you were reckless, whether you were irresponsible, and whether your choice was made in fair circumstances. And I think that those are fair questions, but I also think it's important to note that the circumstances in which I made my decision were because I take a medication for cystic acne called Roaccutane that causes a high risk of birth defects in fetuses, in babies. And essentially, I think that my decision would have been the same either way, but I realise, having made that decision and making that decision publicly with the platform that I do in my personal life, that it made it easier and more palatable for people for me to have made that decision as well.
Did you ever feel judged about your decision?
Absolutely. My mum, for example, was really emotional about it. She was incredibly supportive of me and wanted me to be able to make that choice. I'm 26, I have a law degree, I have a master's degree, I am a CEO of my own company. So I think that she understands that I do not have a drive to be a parent right now, that I'm incredibly successful and ambitious with my life. But she also struggled with infertility. She also struggled with the decision to become a parent. And I think that those tensions meant that my ability to choose, when she probably felt that she never had that choice, and then when she eventually tried to have children that she struggled, was projected onto me unfairly.
Oh, that happens a lot. The projection, the struggle, that girl. Amen, girl. Like that is the problem with why we have to decide, why are we upset over people's choices? Does this have to do with our own trauma, our own issues, or is it truly something we believe is right or wrong?
Did you ever feel that other people's judgment of you made you feel certain ways?
I think that when I found out I was pregnant, I was shocked because I was taking contraceptive, and that failed, obviously. And when I was making my decision, I literally discovered I was pregnant and booked an abortion within 30 minutes. And I felt that I had to struggle with some sort of shame or moral question because that's what women who had abortions had to do. I felt like that was an agenda that...
I love that I thought I had to perform shame because if I didn't, I was seen as like a cruel person. Like in my bubble, they'd be like, I can't believe you just had an abortion without thinking about it. Now, I've never had an abortion, but I did date somebody many, 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 many years ago. And I peed on a stick and it came back positive. And I was like, I was like ready to book that abortion. I was like, I ain't having this man's baby, girl. You couldn't fucking pay me $1 billion to stay tied to this man for the rest of my fucking life. Absolutely not. And I know realistically we shouldn't be having sex with people we would want to get divorced, because that's the other thing. If you could imagine co-parenting with a person or having an amicable divorce with this person, you shouldn't be making babies with this person. And I think that's for the sake of the baby as much as it is for the sake of yourself, for sure. But I was horny and I was 22 and I want to hear it, okay? So I was like, or 23 or however old I was. I called that Planned Parenthood. I was like, I'm going to need a pee in a bowl, in a pot, in a fucking mouth. You got to give me the proper test. I peed on another stick, said I was negative, and then I started panicking. Anyways, it was negative. I've never been pregnant. Wow, I've never been pregnant. Whoa, I've never been pregnant. Yo, I've never been pregnant. That's crazy because I've been risking it for some parts of my life. I really should have been pregnant by now. Sometimes I think I'm infertile, but like, wow, I've never been pregnant. That's kind of wild. Anyways, I have birth control now, but I'm terrified it's going to fail. I still pee on a stick now. The point of all of this is to say, I love that she brought that up, that sometimes people want to make you feel shameful, like sex work. Like, you know, I feel like sometimes people want to make you feel bad for doing sex work. I actually think it's interesting that Trisha Paytas went on a journey of taking down her OnlyFans and talking to Dr. Drew about how she kind of feels like shameful because of it, or maybe she did it for the wrong reasons. I feel like you're not going to make me feel bad about my decisions. Like, you're not going to make me feel shameful that I'm naked on the internet, but that her journey is her journey. Same thing with abortions or miscarriages. Or do you, I wanted to show you guys this Keke Palmer podcast with this YouTube couple who experienced a miscarriage, Alex and John. And John, I think that's his name. They handled it really, really well. It was so devastating. Like, I've cried for strangers before, but I really cried for them. And I think it's hard for people to imagine you're crying for someone who had a miscarriage, but celebrating somebody who had an abortion. And I understand why that sounds weird. I do. From a pro-life perspective, they don't get the difference. Like, why are you celebrating that? Right? Why are you celebrating an abortion? And the truth is because the circumstance is different. In the same way that cheering someone on for protecting themselves in self-defense feels different than cheering someone on for murdering somebody. But at the same time, I think that some instinct from a pro-lifer might be correct, that you are terminating a pregnancy, the most innocent form of life that hasn't even had a chance to be an asshole yet, and you're not giving them a chance to see that life through. I think there's some intuition from them that's correct, but I think they're ultimately wrong. Because ultimately, I do and will always prioritize the health of the living person who experiences existence over the fetus who's in middle of developing, who hasn't developed to a point to sort of process existence in the same way. I think they are experiencing. I think they are feeling. I think they laugh. Babies laugh in the womb. We have videos of babies laughing. They're laughing inside of you, girl. They're kicking you. At a certain point in their development, they are fully experiencing, right? So I think that there's something to be said about how beautiful life is and how it comes into the universe, while still explaining at the early stages of pregnancy why it's okay to end that life because they haven't learned to laugh yet. Like, ultimately, whether pro-lifers like it or not, there is a stage in that baby's development in which it has not learned to laugh yet. And it makes much more sense to abort them at that stage. Now, with medical intervention and the way that science is going, maybe we'll learn that that's a mistake in the same way maybe vegans will learn plants have consciousness, right? Like, vegans are eating plants that we know are very much alive, but they're not eating animals. And maybe in the future we realize plants are sentient and they have feelings and we shouldn't be eating them. And then we'll have a new conversation about that, right? But I feel like it's okay to say that we have a reasonable stage in development that abortion makes really good sense. And then, of course, God forbid you have a later pregnancy and you need to induce an abortion, which, by the way, there's nobody having a 9-month abortion. Those aren't a thing. You can get the baby out of the womb. You don't have to have an abortion. We have plenty of people who abandon their babies after birth. You don't need to have an abortion at 9 months. People aren't having abortions at 9 months. They might have a stillbirth that's considered an abortion. later in life, right? Because that happens. But that's not what the conservatives keep saying it is. Nobody's killing any babies at 9 months. That's not happening. Okay? So again, I think like we're not being honest about this conversation in a sense. Like we're not having an honest, like if conservatives are going to keep saying that birth control causes abortions, like we're not being honest about the conversation. You know? Chet says, Brittany, don't you think pro-lifers are lying when they say abortion is murder? It gives me the impression that they are saying that in order to win the political discourse. I think pro-lifers say abortion is murder the same way vegans say that they see animals the same way they see humans. You're happy to be friends with somebody who had an abortion because at the end of the day, you're happy to be friends with somebody who's a murderer maybe. And vegans might say like, you know, I think an animal is just like a human, but do you really not talk to people who like eat animals? You know what I mean? Or that do eat animals? It feels like we all have a way to conceptualize how we feel about things, and we might not have the language to perfectly explain it in a way that makes sense to everybody. But I think they're trying to get across a feeling they're trying to explain to us. And I think that's fair. Like, I do think it's a life in the womb. I just don't think it's the life that the pro-lifers think it is, and I don't think it's not the life that the pro-choicers think it is. Sometimes I think pro-choicers talk about fetuses like they're not babies because they're trying to signal to pro-lifers that they're not killing a baby, they're killing a clump of cells, which is so valid, right? I just think the way we're using language is creating like a hardship in our communication, you know? Right? Chet said, I've noticed on old videos that you really wanted to have children. What changed? You found your person. Why not? I do, once I get my surgery to permanently make it so I can't have babies, I'm going to make a podcast on this, but I've covered it a lot in my videos. Like, oh, I feel like I've talked about it so much. But how long has it been since I said I'm not having children? Like almost 2 years, right? I think ultimately it's a choice we made together, and it's a choice that I made for myself before I met him. But I changed. I grew as a person. But I'll make a podcast on it, right? But yeah, I went from wanting 6 kids to wanting no kids. And I changed as a person. I've been working on a podcast about it, but I want to get my surgery first. I don't even know what I'm getting yet. Chad says, what are you getting? I don't know yet. I don't know what we're doing. We might do both. We might do one. We don't know yet. We're talking to the doctors. I don't know yet, but we'll figure it out. Either way, what's really important is that you don't have to have a baby if you don't want one, and no one should force you to have a baby if you don't want one. And nobody should encourage people to have babies who don't want them. And we should give people options to have babies if they want them, and we should be responsible when we choose to have them.
And I know it's pro-life, but I'm going to say anti-choice advocates would impose onto me. And I actually am determined to not feel that because it was my choice to make.
We've seen abortion back on the agenda in some Australian states. Why do you think that is?
I think that the Trump-style Republican MAGA politics in the US has resulted in a very slippery slope where Australia is now mimicking.
Sorry, Discord said I'm officially vasectomy pilled. To be honest, I love a vasectomy, but vasectomies don't protect you against rape. So FYI, we love male partners getting a vasectomy or people with penises getting a vasectomy or whatever. Like, we love that. But how does a vasectomy help me against rape and pregnancy? Saying.
The same conversations because there's an opportunity. And I think that we are nowhere near as divided or tribal in our politics as the United States, but I think that politicians in this country see an easy grab at division and deflection and distraction from actually making change for real people on issues like the cost of living. And I think that abortion being put onto the table is just another opportunity to misdirect, to redirect the population, to focus on women and to blame women and to put a pressure on us to have to come out and advocate for our rights and our self-determination yet again.
Joanna, you're pro-life, you're also a lawyer, and you're actively seeking to change abortion legislation. Tell us about that.
There's 2 issues which I've been tackling. One is the issue of babies who survive their abortion, and I helped draft a bill for the Queensland Parliament which said essentially we should have birth equality, that if a baby survives their abortion, they should be entitled to the same rights of medical care as any other baby. In South Australia, which is the state I'm from, I drafted a bill last year with a group of scholars.
How do fetuses survive their abortions? What? Have babies survived their abortions? Born Alive Family Research Council, no. A consideration of abortion survivors, National Institute of Health. It is hypothesized that children who have siblings terminated by abortion have similar psychological conflicts to those children who survive disasters. What? The failed abortion survivor whose mom thought she was, okay, she said that so weird. So basically you go in, you have an abortion, you think it works, but it didn't work. And so you end up having the baby anyways. Is that what she means by failed abortion? Interesting. I don't. I gotta look into that more.
That got introduced. So at present, what happens is if a mother wants an abortion at 28 weeks, she goes in and they do an ultrasound of the baby's heart. They find the left ventricle, and through a long needle, they insert poison, which induces a burning sensation, a cardiac arrest, and then the baby dies. They give the mother that pill to induce labour, and she delivers that baby dead. She delivers the baby stillborn. In my bill, I said, let's just skip that injection and deliver the baby alive. And the baby could be placed for adoption, but also many mothers change their mind and they may choose to keep their baby and raise their baby.
What's been the reaction to what you're proposing?
I thought it's a compromise that maybe we could agree on, but it was controversial. And I realised how much we have to take people on a journey on this issue because there's such a low level of community awareness. It lost by 1 vote in the upper house and I was devastated.
What do you say to those who might argue that your views restrict bodily autonomy?
In every pregnancy, there are 2 human beings with rights to bodily autonomy. The second human being, who's the weaker, more vulnerable, defenceless party, their rights to bodily autonomy are trumped by the stronger party with the voice. So I feel like it's really important to speak up for these babies who have no one to speak up for them.
The majority of Australians do support abortion in some form.
Today, all jurisdictions in Australia have decriminalised abortion, but there is no federal law. That means, depending on where you live, factors like access and cost vary significantly. For example, Tasmania allows for abortions up to 16 weeks into a pregnancy. Other states allow for longer gestation periods, while the ACT has no limit, so long as approval is granted from a medical doctor. The majority of Australians have supported the legislation of abortion in some form since the 1980s. Studies show support for abortion today is between 70 and 80%.
I wonder how many babies she's adopted. I don't think that's always a good argument, but I am curious. Like, I'm not saying you have to adopt babies. I think there is a serious, that's mostly a joke. I think there is a serious conversation to be had about life and ending life. We never want the government to choose when we end life, right? That's important. So fuck the government. I think the government should never be in your body. Because again, like, you have to make a decision that makes sense. I couldn't think of a really, truly logical reason to pick the life of the baby over the mother if the mother's life was in danger. Especially if you have other kids and a spouse and all this other stuff to go back to. Like, I just genuinely couldn't understand how that's harm reduction. So I want to harm reduce. So again, there's a difference because we're thinking about life-saving abortions. Life-saving abortions. Right? I don't know. It's very hard for me to imagine that these women don't have like some sort of kink about martyrdom and wanting to die. I don't know. Because it's pick the baby if the mother says you should pick the baby. Honestly, that's crazy. I think her picking the baby is crazy. I do. I think she has the choice, but I think that's crazy to abandon your life, abandon that child to live in a world without a fucking mother, okay? To expect that baby to just be like, cool, I killed my mom, bro. My mom died because I had to live. What the fuck? Like, why are you putting that burden on your kid when you could live with the burden of knowing you had an abortion, but you could have a baby later? Like, what part of harm reduction allows you to choose your baby's life over yours when, like, now that baby it doesn't make sense, like, for me. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like the energy. You know what I'm saying? And most of the kids who end up in the system because they don't have parents end up in prison systems. So this idea of like, don't have an abortion, put the baby up for adoption, that baby's going to end up in prison anyways. So what kind of stable life did you create for that baby? And then you'll say, oh, are you saying that baby's better off dead? Yeah, kind of. Without being an edgy, like a debate lord, maybe. But that's because the baby never had a chance to have a bad life. I mean, it had a life. It just never had a chance to have a bad one. And I didn't know the difference between not having one at all. So when people say, like, wouldn't you be sad if your mom aborted you? No, dude, I wouldn't have known. Like, no, I didn't even start. I mean, I started, but I didn't really start. You know what I'm saying? So again, I feel like if you're thinking about the baby and harm reduction, you want to give that baby the best chance, which is why I think most people who have children aren't even good parents, by the way. I do think most people who make babies are just fucking and they're horny. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think y'all are just horny and you're making babies. But this is why we, like, conservatives aren't helping. You ban masturbation. You ban birth control. You ban condoms. You ban porn. You ban education on sexual reproduction. You ban just every avenue to bring down the amount of abortions. You make it impossible, you fuckers, with peace and love. You make it so impossible for us to bring down the number of abortions because you cock block every possibility we could ever do to impact that number. You don't care about aborted babies. You don't give a fuck about aborted babies. It's just bullshit, dude. It's such fucking bullshit. If you care about aborted babies, then do everything possible to prevent that from happening. But they won't. They won't. And that's the problem.
So why is it back in our headlines? Today, much of the debate is centred around late-term abortion, which is any abortion that occurs after 20 weeks. Studies show this accounts for around 1% of all abortions in Australia.
Hannah, how do you feel about legislation like what Joanna is proposing, which restricts only late-term abortion?
So my abortion happened at 6 weeks, so I haven't had the experience of a late-term abortion. But my concern with that legislation is that it's people who are legal scholars who are making that decision for a person instead of them and their medical practitioner. So I disagree with it on the basis that I don't believe it's people in our government who should decide for us. When specifically late-term abortion, part of my concern is that so much of the political and legal focus on it and the drive for it to be in the centre of the media distorts.
I think we do this thing too where, you know, we don't raise humans well because humans are animals on a planet. And so when we have a person who drinks or smokes while pregnant, we hold them accountable for the way that that impacted the child to some extent, right? We could take criminal charges against them from my understanding. Like there is like a consequence, a social stigma, or we're not there for women. So when they go through postpartum depression and they have like issues with everything happening in their bodies and then they, you know, have intrusive thoughts and they hurt their kids, you like put the sole responsibility on her. Like, I'm telling you this right now, if you can get pregnant, you are the only one who can protect yourself at this point because no one is going to protect you. If you have the ability to get pregnant, please do whatever is necessary to protect you from dealing with allowing other people into your body. Because right now, they're coming for you, okay? They want inside your bodies, they want inside your brains, they want inside your homes, and you are the only one responsible or the only one capable of doing what needs to get done in order to protect yourself because you know yourself best. Okay, you know yourself best. So put money aside, put it into savings, get whatever birth control you need, do any sterilization you need, pick the right people. But God forbid, picking the right people doesn't even mean you won't run the risk of getting pregnant because you could be assaulted. So like do whatever is necessary, but remember that like there might come a point where you live in a state in America, as an example, where you don't have access to abortion. And that's scary. That's pretty scary. Not because we want to have abortions, but because sometimes it's necessary. And even if you do everything correctly, like this woman did, you could still get pregnant. And so you run the risk again. You know what I mean? So anyways, the whole point is like, we have an image of what things look like in order to make them digestible to us. If it looks pretty and I don't have to see how it's done, then it's okay. Look, I showed a video once on one of my abortion videos of a 24-week fetus baby, and it showed like its little hand, and it was really cute. And people were like, that's so fucked up of you to show that. I think it's more fucked up for us not to acknowledge that we end life and that we have to be okay with ending life in a reasonable manner. That we have to accept that with science getting the way that it is, maybe it would be unethical to abort a baby at 24 weeks because it can live outside the mother's womb. That maybe we now have to face ourselves and have a deeper relationship with our biological experience to have to face those hard questions. Look, we're asking ourselves if we should be allowed to eat animals, let alone if we should be allowed to abort a baby, right? So obviously at that point in which the baby is viable to live outside the womb, now it brings a greater question into our moral obligation, which goes back to Singer, and I don't like referencing him because he's quite controversial, but Singer's essay that poses that ethical quandary now that we have cell phones and we know about the suffering in the world, are we not morally obligated to participate in relieving that suffering? Even if that means not buying that new sweatshirt we wanted because we don't really need it, but sending money to people who do. This is the moral quandary. This is philosophy. Philosophy is looking yourself in the mirror and saying, am I a good person or am I a bad one? And what does that even mean in the first place? All life is happening, in my opinion. The question isn't if we kill something. The question is how and when. Okay? How we decide to end life, I think, should be done with dignity. And I think we should take all things into consideration when making that decision. All things. And I think we should do as much. If we did, God, my dream world would have so much preventative care. Oh, it'd be so beautiful. My dream world would bring down the number of abortions, guarantee you. And for some people, it wouldn't be good enough. But girl, please don't. Okay, what are you doing to help? You know? Ugh, it's so exhausting. It's like, I wish these pro-lifers would actually bring solutions instead of problems.
It's the reality of how many people actually have late-term abortions, which account for less than 1% in this country, I believe, and in South Australia. So when we drive the narrative of late-term abortion right into the mainstream media, I think we're distorting the reality of how many people actually experience it and why they...
Okay, you know what? You don't need to get fucking sassy in my chat, bro. And I do win sometimes. Just as in your dream world, do you beat your wife in Smash? Okay, first of all, I do beat my wife in Smash, for the fucking record. And you better get ready because I've been practicing for our Smash Day on Discord, okay? I've been fucking practicing, bro. Okay? Okay? I have like 4 solid like mains. Okay? So I've been practicing. Okay? Okay?
They make those decisions, because I think when we frame it as a decision instead of a healthcare choice made under duress in often extreme circumstances to do with the fetal health or the pregnant person's health, I think that we instead confuse the population who see the language of 20 weeks, 27 weeks, and think that a person's just willy-nilly accidentally fallen into this and made an error of judgment, when in fact it's often an emergency healthcare decision. And I'm really frustrated by the distortion of the reality of how these decisions are made and that they're often under duress and in extreme circumstances.
Do you believe there should be a cut-off date for having an abortion?
I believe that's my decision to make in my own circumstances. In circumstances that affect others, I do not believe it is a lawyer. I do not believe it is the government's decision to make. I understand why there's regulations, and I agree with regulations that require the assessment from multiple medical professionals, but I think that it's their choice to make in regards to the patient.
Joanna, what are your thoughts around governments deciding what women could do with their bodies?
I think we recognise that women and men don't have complete control over their bodies, that there are limits on that. If the argument for abortion is my body, my choice, well, I think the people that were opposing my bill, what they were essentially saying is it's my baby, my choice. And if a mother doesn't have a right to kill her baby 30 seconds after birth, why does she have a right to kill that baby 30 seconds before?
Rebecca, you're a GP and you're the State Chair of the Royal Australian College.
Does she have that right? Is that a right? Is that allowed? Can you have an abortion 30 seconds before? Or is that just a cool slogan they say that sounds like it makes sense? Can she have an abortion? Is that legal anywhere? Is it legal anywhere to have an abortion 30 seconds before delivery? Can I get some fucking stats for that? Like, do you know what I mean? Like, is there anywhere in the world where we would all agree that's reasonable? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's such a good way to say it though, huh? Isn't that amazing? Like, you can't have an abortion 30 seconds after, but what about 30 seconds before? You see how they do that? You see how they just say stuff and then we never have to question it? It's like, nobody's doing that. Like, no one's doing that in the same way no one's fucking animals, but we know some people are fucking animals. So if someone's doing that, they're wrong. If anyone's having an abortion 30 seconds before delivery, you're wrong. Is anybody doing that? Okay, like, what are we talking about here?
Of general practitioners, medically, when does life begin?
It's a great question and a really interesting one, and it is a complex question, and it has different answers depending on who you speak to. So yes, at fertilisation, the process of becoming a child starts. At about 6.5 weeks, there'll be a heartbeat, but for the child to be born, it has to be able to sustain its life outside of the mum's womb. And in most states around Australia, that seemed to be at around 24 weeks. And that's when the survival of that baby is going to be more likely, so 50% will survive after 24 weeks outside of mum.
Are there any situations...
only 50%, huh?
...where the rights of the fetus do trump those of the mother?
No.
Why do you think that is?
The mother's rights will come first because they're here, they're present, they're human, they're alive.
Hannah, what do you think about that, the mother's rights versus the fetus's, baby's rights?
Well, I think that something to consider is that if I were to have a baby today and that baby was to, instead of being a parasite that was feeding on me, to be a living, breathing, autonomous, well, would still be largely incapable, but human in the world, which is when I consider them to be a human being. Until that point, I don't.
Ooh, interesting. I disagree. I think they're humans during development, but past a certain like a point. Like, I don't know at which point, but because once you pee on a stick and you know you're pregnant, like, you know there's a baby growing inside you. That's how my brain works. So I consider it like a person, a human, but not in the legal sense. So legally, a person means something, but morally, like spiritually, like, I think it's a living creature. It's like a living life. But yeah, that's interesting that she doesn't consider it a person. Does she mean in the legal sense? Yeah, because if you're murdered and you're pregnant, like, that person can be held accountable for 2 lives, right? So obviously we keep playing with these words because they matter legally, but I would just say that legally what matters is that you don't know the reasoning for the situation. There might come a medical reason to have an abortion, whether you like it or not. Yeah, it's the vegan argument versus sentience and aliveness. Like, I don't value sentience, right? Like, I don't value a life because it's aware of itself. Like, I take it into account, of course, but I don't think that's the defining factor for me to consider if a fetus or if an animal or if a living creature should be killed or not. I don't think that's how real life works. I feel like real life is situational and contextual. And there's always a way to harm reduce in every situation, and you should always pick that decision. If there's a way to harm reduce, do that. So if having the abortion is a part of the harm reduction, have an abortion. If having the baby is more harm reducing, have the baby. That's how I think. What's the best thing to do to harm reduce? And then we do that. And we take into consideration the long run, short term, how I feel about it. You know, like, look, one of the reasons I haven't full on made a podcast about the fact that I've chosen not to have children is because technically I could still get pregnant. And I don't know what future Brittany will do. Right now, I think she's going to have an abortion if she got pregnant, but I can't account for her actions. So there's like a small probability that she might choose to have that baby to term, which would be interesting of her to do, but I can't account for her actions because present Brittany, like, if I got pregnant today, we've already made the couple decision. I've already made the decision that I think abortion would be the best route for us as a family unit. And we're both very comfortable with that decision. We looked up the laws here in Croatia. We're well aware of the possibilities. But, you know, I would mourn that baby in an appropriate manner. I would be relieved, I think. I'm already relieved thinking about it. But also, I think I would properly want to mourn that child and say, I'm so sorry, little bean. I'm so sorry. I can't bring you into this universe, though. I love you. I can't bring you here. Okay? Maybe I'll see you in another life, though. Probably not. You know, like, I love you, but, like, I can't bring you into this universe. Because, you know, they're not there yet. I think if I had a baby bump, it would be very hard for me to have an abortion, and I probably wouldn't have an abortion because then I'd think like, oh, you're here. You know, if I'm showing, then my brain's like, you're here. Hello, welcome. But also, you being here doesn't mean that if my life is in danger and it's me or you, that I'm not going to pick you. Because it's my job as the adult in this situation to make hard decisions. And like, I think it'd be much harder for my kid to live in a world where their mother died during childbirth than for me to exist in a world where I had to abort my baby. I would rather take on that burden than give it to my child. Because me dying means I give it to the child. I give that burden to them. And I just don't want to do that personally.
They are. If they needed an organ donation or a blood transfusion, there are no circumstances under the law which I would be compelled to give that to them, even as their mother. And I think it's interesting that the laws instead focus on when they are a fetus, an embryo, a clump of cells, that there is a demand or a consideration that I would be a murderer for not, for making a choice about my own body. And yet if they are a living human being outside of my body, the law couldn't compel me to do anything as their mother.
How do you feel?
Exactly. The law compelling you to do something from your own body is what we're worried about. We do not want to do this. We do not want to make people who have children forced by the government, like their body. Do you know what I'm saying? Like we want less government in our bodies, girls.
When you hear arguments restricting what you do with your body?
So I think it's frustrating because time and time again, it is largely men in suits legislating my organs when they could be focusing on real issues. And I have a huge problem with the fact that things like rape and domestic violence, which are also largely women's issues, are not focused on, and instead public debate focuses on my decision about my body in a private setting.
I'm keen to hear your thoughts on other areas. Where do you stand, for example, on vaccine mandates?
So I don't think that any person should be vaccinated against their will. But if that means public restrictions because you've chosen against the collective good of getting vaccinated for public health reasons, that there are consequences to that decision.
Graham, during COVID, you made headlines around the world after your work gave you an ultimatum.
I'm going to cover it. I have so many videos I want to make. I have a whole plan. Girls, get ready. April's going to be wild. But I want to say this, that I saw that family whose child died from the measles, and they said in an interview that their babies did pretty well against measles without being vaccinated. And they're like, well, did one of your babies die? And they're like, yeah, the other ones did really well against it, though we lost one of them. And I was like, and they were sad. They were heartbroken. And to be honest with you, I'm in a compassionate era of my life where I look at those parents and I really cry for them. How trapped they must feel, how brainwashed they must be to allow their living, viable toddler to die because their religion won't let them vaccinate or their culture won't encourage the vaccination. We really are just animals on a planet, and we're doing our best, and your best will get your living children killed. And I know it sounds ironic that I care so much about this unvaccinated kid who died, but that kid looked into the eyes of their parents and died in front of them when it could have been prevented, versus a fetus who's so precious but doesn't know. They don't know. They're not going to know. It's very different knowing. Knowing it's happening is different. It's why, Alzheimer's is so scary in a sense. In some ways, it's great. You might not know what's going on. But also, it's why in some ways, like assisted suicide or assisted death with people who get dementia or Alzheimer's would be fabulous for a lot of people who want to do it. Not forced, of course. Volunteer, no forced. If you want to do it, because I think it's like a beautiful way to say, like, I'm not really going to know much if I'm here. Feels weird to be in a world where I don't even know if I'm here, right? And I feel like they have the right to consent to that as the disease takes over. But I also want it to be voluntary because, like, I know if, by the time we're old, there's a good chance there might be a cure. There's a good chance science might have moved forward, which also brings into the question the animal research we're doing on mice for Alzheimer cures. How bad can I feel over tormenting mice to possibly cure Alzheimer's in people? I don't know. I'm still working on it. I don't know if I feel that bad because, damn, I feel worse for the humans who have Alzheimer's. And I don't know what that's about. I'm still working on it.
What was that ultimatum?
I was employed as a senior captain with Qantas. I was a captain with them for 32 years. And I was of the opinion that my wife, who was over 60 and an asthmatic, needed to be protected. I felt I had a moral obligation to look after her health. And I was all set to go ahead and become vaccinated because I thought that was the right and moral thing to do. But then I got very confused when we had Greg Hunt coming out and saying that we're all taking part in the largest experiment in medical history. We had Scott Morrison, the Prime Minister, saying that we're all entitled to have our own opinions and to be vaccinated or not. And informed consent was a priority of the way we live in Australia. And then we had Alan Joyce, who was the CEO of Qantas, come out and say...
Sorry, I meant it when I said it, but I think it got screwed when I said that couples' religion and cultural bubble didn't let them get vaxxed. I know that their religion actually has nothing against the vaccination. I meant to say religion and/or / your cultural bubble, and I think their cultural bubble is anti-vax, like the conservatives' cultural bubble is like, oh, you didn't get the shot, did you? That's what I meant to say, just to clarify, because I see chat talking about it. That's the pressure. That's social pressure. You know how many people are socially pressured not to get vaccinated? My family tried to stop me from getting vaccinated. And I was like, it's none of your business. They were so mad. And can you guess who in my whole family got vaccinated? Can you guess who it was, girls? 8 boys, 2 parents, 8 boys, 2 girls, 2 parents. Can you guess which children got vaccinated? Anybody got a good guess? on which 2 children were pro-science and progression and slash got vaccinated because we're not afraid of science? The girls. The 2 girls. Us. Me and my sister, girlies. That's it. The girls. That's it. Farm brother, please. Never. Yeah, me and my sister. That's it. Those are the ones who made the effort. I don't know if anyone else got vaccinated, but I don't think so. I think we're the only ones. So, you know, boys be Boeing.
That they were going to mandate vaccines for all Qantas staff, and any pilot who chose, or anybody in Qantas who chose not to be vaccinated, was choosing against a career in aviation.
What were your main concerns with getting a COVID vaccine?
So I contacted my base manager and I said to him, look, I'm not getting AstraZeneca, but when there's a Pfizer clinic at the airport, let me know and put me down for it. My wife heard me say that over the phone, and she's a registered nurse. She's got degrees in nursing, law and psychology. And she said to me, your whole life has been about risk-benefit analysis. Have you done any risk-benefit analysis on this? Are you getting jabbed? And I said, no, I haven't done it, but the government's done it. She said, would you trust the government to do a safety inspection on your aeroplane? I said, well, no, I wouldn't. She said, well, don't you think you should look into it?
What?
I believed that it hadn't been properly tested. I couldn't get any information about the contents of it. There was no way I could give informed consent.
Rebecca, was the COVID vaccine safe?
What?
Absolutely.
Did he just say he wouldn't trust the government to look at his airplane?
Was thoroughly tested, and without doubt it saved lives and turned the pandemic around.
Without longitudinal studies, how would that have affected people's perception of the vaccine?
So I think it made people fearful. It made people worried about getting the vaccine. I am comfortable with my knowledge and my understanding and my sphere set of what I do every single day. I'm not a lawyer, I leave that to my lawyers. I'm not an accountant, I leave that to my accountants. The research and the science, I have to leave to the researchers and the scientists, because that's what they do every single day. And that's what they're good at. And so when we're told as GPs that this is safe in the middle of a pandemic where people are dying at phenomenal levels, we absolutely have to believe in them and trust in them.
How long generally is a vaccine tested for before it's put out to the public?
I don't know the answer.
Graham, who should be able to decide whether or not we...
I really appreciated her saying she didn't know the answer. We need more of that in the world, of people saying, I actually don't know.
...get vaccinated.
It's our choice as to whether we get vaccinated or not.
You were given an ultimatum to get the vaccine or to leave. What did you end up doing?
Since I was a 5-year-old boy, I wanted to fly. I rose to the highest position as one of Qantas's most senior pilots, but I couldn't countenance working for an airline that without doing proper due diligence would mandate its pilots and crews to be vaccinated. So I actually resigned in protest, and sending that resignation letter was one of the hardest things I ever had to do in my life.
Justin, you're a lawyer. You've represented workers whose jobs were under threat after they chose not to get the vaccine. Why did you take that on?
When the vaccine mandates were introduced, I was already very concerned about the policies that have been introduced in relation to COVID-19. But I had hoped that the system would correct itself, but it didn't. Rather, there was this crushing of dissent, and people did lose their jobs. In cases of a number of my clients, they were suspended within a couple of weeks of saying that they weren't going to be vaccinated just before Christmas of 2021 without pay.
What's been the outcome for the cases you've taken on?
For Queensland, at least, there was a finding made in relation to the directive of the Queensland Police Commissioner that the forced vaccinations were unlawful. But of course, only the small number of people who were part of the judicial review that we were involved in were protected in that. But of course, around the country and in other states, those sorts of decisions haven't been found by courts, so people are still terminated for those decisions about their bodily autonomy.
Tammy, are vaccine mandates important to you?
Oh, absolutely. When I got COVID, I was fine. I sailed through quite nicely, but my immune system was depleted. And so then a month later, I got another virus and then another virus. So I was sick for 3 months, and I just kept presenting at the hospital saying, I'm unwell, help me. And in the end, I was referred to an ENT in Hobart who then said, you need to have a tracheostomy now. And so I had a 3-week period to have some tests done and then present back to have this tracheostomy operation that I've lived with now for 2.5 years.
So in terms of people who did not want to get vaccinated or chose not to, how did you feel about those choices that they were making?
I thought it was quite selfish. And I know that we live in a society now where it's all individual, individualism. And I think we might have forgotten that we are a village, a very big village, and we take care of everybody in the village.
Oh.
How many jabs did you end up having during the pandemic?
I had 5. The first one was AstraZeneca.
And why did you choose to get vaccinated?
Well, for my own personal safety and the safety of the community. I was born with a disability. I've lived with a disability. When it came to saving my own life and that of others, I put the community first, I guess.
Michelle, you're a photographer. During the COVID shutdown, you were not able to work. What were your initial thoughts on the vaccine?
So I'm a music photographer, and our industry was the first sort of industry to go and the last one to come back. So I was quite desperate to get back. And not only that, the industry was sort of being told by the government, this is the only way back for you. So it was extremely encouraged within the industry that this everybody had to sort of do the right thing, step up and get vaccinated. And I was one of those people.
You ended up getting 2 jabs. What happened next?
So I actually had a reaction to my first Pfizer vaccine about 4 days after I presented to ER with stabbing chest pain. It was crippling. It was very scary. And I was told that it was anxiety and that I should really do the right thing and get my second vaccination, and that there was a lot of anxiety around the vaccine rollout, and basically that it was in my head. And so a couple of weeks later, I went and got my second vaccination, and that was probably the biggest mistake of my life.
What happened after that?
3 or 4 days later, I had crippling chest pain, literally thought I was dying of a heart attack. I also started to have really weird reactions to things, so I became basically allergic to everything. I didn't know what was going on with my body. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't walk up a flight of stairs without chest pain. I kept presenting to hospital. Every time I presented, they would tell me, you don't fit the profile of any heart-related issues. You're not young, you're not male. This is anxiety. In fact, the 3rd time I presented to ER, I was told by the nurse, you should seek therapy for your anxiety issues. And she basically sent me out into the street.
Did you end up finding out what caused your problems?
It took over a year and a relapse and me really advocating for myself to finally get a diagnosis of pericarditis. And I also have another condition called mast cell activation syndrome, which was triggered by the vaccine.
Tammy, you are for vaccine mandates. How do you feel about cases like Michelle's?
I guess with every medical intervention, there is risk. For instance, before I had the tracheostomy, I was explained the risks. This could happen and this could happen, this could happen.
Yeah, I guess the reality is that is the reality, is that it won't work universally for everyone. And it sucks when you have a bad case. Look, I got COVID. I hadn't been vaccinated yet. I got COVID. And I do think I have long COVID. I've never been diagnosed, but it triggered my fibro. I am now disabled realistically. It's not great. I don't recommend getting it. It was really hard having COVID. I question, I think sometimes when people tell me, oh, I've had COVID 5 times, I'm fine. I don't know if you actually had COVID 5 times because everyone has a different experience with it. It's not as bad for everybody. But I know whatever I had, the COVID I had, it was horrible. It was a horrible time. And I am chronically ill from it forever. I am definitely being impacted in a lot of ways. My breathing has changed. My whole relationship with my body has changed. And then I got vaxxed. A couple times for COVID. And I feel more reassured, I guess. I really should get boosted. I haven't done that. I don't go out a lot, but I should do that, and I should be more active in that. I think when we're more social, we'll probably make sure we'll get boosted in everything, but we don't leave the house a lot very much, so it's hard for us to feel motivated, I think, in that regard. But I could do more. It was horrible, guys. It was really bad. It was just a horror. So I wouldn't recommend it. But then, I don't know. Sometimes I hear stories from people in my life and they just kind of brag that they've had COVID so much. But I don't get it because my experience was so bad that I'm like, are you sure you had it? But I mean, I guess so. So look, everyone's going to have a different reaction. I remember when I got my first vaccine, I vomited and my brother was like, do you regret getting it? And I was like, nah, it's just you're going to get sick. I just got a little nauseous, but I was fine. I had no consequences from the vaccine, but I had a lot of consequences from COVID. Everyone's different.
Oh, that water's nice. I had
this sensation that the legs weren't part of me. Even though I knew they were there, I used them, but they just didn't exist.
Oh.
They were useless, interfering with the way I needed to be. And most of the time I'd thought I was just mad, because I never spoke about it with anyone, had no one to talk to, because it's just weird. It's body identity disorder. There's no treatment for it. The only treatment is amputation. As a kid, I can remember the first person I recall being an amputee. She was in a really old-fashioned wheelchair and had no legs. Every time I saw someone with an amputation, I went back into thinking that I don't want my legs. It's really difficult to explain. It was just this constant thought and need to feel comfortable with my own body. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to be ridiculed or punished or feel ostracised. I was seen by every specialist imaginable, and they gave me the worst case scenario. But the more they gave me the worst scenario, it reinforced to me that whatever the worst scenario is, I will do it. I can't end my life unfulfilled. Since I've had the removal, I haven't regretted anything at all. It was like a stressor had been removed from me for nearly 40 years. I've been back home for a month or so, but I'm going out and about and doing things, and it's been a learning exercise. I've had to learn new mobility skills and things like that.
Enjoying the breeze.
Interesting. The way he explained that is kind of interesting. He said he had no connection to his legs. Because if a person was paralyzed and they had legs that were immobile and they couldn't do anything with them, we would not think it was weird for them to amputate them, right? Like, that wouldn't be weird. Wouldn't that make kind of sense? Because you're not doing anything with them. You don't need them there necessarily. So is that what his brain is doing? Is his brain like almost like misfiring? Where he's like, I want to do that. And also, yeah, like, I don't get what this has to do with vaccination. So I'm a little confused why we're listening to his story, but I guess we'll find out. I've heard this sensation in people's brains where they want to become amputees. They have a desire to do that. And I'm like a little confused. But this whole video is still about abortions. So I'm confused what this has to do with anything, but let's see.
I am. It's nice. Yeah. It's relaxing. Living in an apartment by myself, an aged care package will enable me to have someone to do the cleaning on a regular basis, but all personal care is done by me.
Yeah, I'm interested too, like when he had his legs, was he already disabled before? Or did this cause him to be more disabled? Because you can be disabled and have legs. So I'm curious about that. And I'm also curious, is this like obviously he was born this way. So then it begs the question, like, is there something we could do to his brain to fix it? Or is it something that's permanent? Because, you know, obviously the relief could come in this, oh, the chat says the choice to remove part of your body is bodily autonomy. Oh, I get it. I get it.
My life hasn't come to an end at all. In fact, it's begun. I don't want people to judge me as being attention-seeking or anything like that. I'm not. It's up to the individual. At the end of the day, what harm have I done to anyone else?
Peter, you're a surgeon who's treated BID patients. What is BID?
It's a situation where a part of the body, usually a limb, is not represented in the somatosensory cortex. And that has been proven to be so by a neurophysiologist in San Diego who has treated patients with
San Diego
body integrity dysmorphia. And he's done magnetoencephalograms on them.
Ooh, listen to this. This is fascinating. I'm fascinated.
By a neurophysiologist in San Diego who has treated patients with body integrity dysmorphia. And he's done magnetoencephalograms on them. And he's been able to show that part of the body doesn't show up in their somatosensory cortex when it's stimulated.
Okay, so this is actually interesting to me because if the science shows that, look at us being these little biological creatures. Do you see how I say we're limited based off of like the brain you're even given is like going to have a different experience? This is why we talk about aphantasia and inner monologues and all these other things. I think this is what's so fascinating about people's brains because I think it makes, if this is literally the way your see, that's the problem with God. God implies he makes no mistakes, and yet here we are as a humanity. God makes no mistakes, but your baby's still born, you know. Do you know what I'm saying? So the issue is like, if we were in a purely science bubble and we were really interested in knowing how people's brains worked, and we really recognize that all of us have different brains, and that some of our brains aren't showing up, then it would make sense to amputate his legs because like, why is he carrying it around with him if he doesn't want them? But if his brain isn't even registering them, right? Now, do we aim to fix this? Can we fix it? Are we at the stage to fix it, right? What does fixing it even look like? I think when you have this preconceived notion over like gender as an example, because I saw chat said it and I was thinking it too, people have used this argument against trans people, but that's the problem. Is that trans people are having a real experience because your brain is your experience. That's why when people say like, oh, but this is what a healthy brain looks like, first of all, we do not know that. And second of all, we have an idea of what that could mean, right? I've had people ask me that, do you think like the transness is the issue? I don't know. I don't think so. I don't think, because we know now that body dysmorphia, dysphoria, transness, gender identity, these are all different things. All of it is different. So you can be a trans person without these things. I think some people feel like as a trans person, you have to feel like you're in the wrong body, but I don't think that's true. I don't buy into that construct. I don't think being trans means automatically that you don't like the body you're in or that you inhabit, you know? So like, I don't think being trans is the issue. I don't even know that I would call this guy having an issue, right? Like, I don't know. I would say that it seems to be a biological born this way situation. So let's see if we can fix it. But he's not hurting anybody. He, you know, it's his relationship with his body. I'm not that concerned about it. I'm concerned if he's concerned, you know? And also we should continue studying to see if what we can do about future babies, to see if we can help them, right? So yeah, we need to be more open-minded while harm reduction. And I feel like the harm reduction part is what people are missing because they want this perfect outcome for an imperfect species.
What do sufferers experience?
They usually suffer intense emotional pain and discomfort with a part of their body that doesn't really exist. It doesn't belong to them.
And it causes so much distress that they want that body part removed.
Oh yes, I've had experience with a patient who presented to the burns unit with proven body dysmorphia. He tried to get surgeons to remove his leg, but nobody would remove it.
So he damaged his own leg in order for you to then remove it?
Oh yes, yes. And this
I think that, okay, I think humans get to a point of being so desperate, and that part is the mental health. I think you giving yourself a home abortion in the most brutal way possible at the point of dying in order to get an abortion is mental health. Not getting the abortion, but feeling so trapped and cornered that you have to risk your life to have that abortion. That's mental health. With and that's preventative, and that's society's obligation to help people prevent it by giving them resources. Like, I think doing things because you're desperate or fearful, killing yourself because you're suicidal and you're feeling suffocated by the world, that's mental health. Wanting to die because you're done living life and you've come to a really good place in your life and you've, come to that stage, that's beautiful. Realizing that like you need a surgery to feel more in your body, that's beautiful. Like, getting to the point where you have an abortion because it's the greatest thing to do for you and it's harm reducing, that's beautiful. The issue is that we force human beings into a corner to make desperate decisions, and then we blame that thing as the issue instead of the fact that they were even desperate in the first place. Why did we create a system that made them desperate? Why did we put people in a position to even be desperate in the first place? And all of us do it. It's not just the systems in place. It's the parents who don't give their kids education. How can your kid come to you with problems as if they're afraid of you? You created the system that put your kid in a position to lie to you instead of coming to you. So I feel like we as a society have so much more to, like this, you know what this channel shows me is, one, how behind America is. Is America not so fucking behind? But also the potentiality we could get to. We're moving so slow like molasses, but we'll get there, girlies. And we might not see it in our lifetime, but somebody's going to see it. It's so worth it. Like, we are so behind, but I'm so excited for the future. I love science. I'm so excited at the idea of like really challenging like the status quo and thinking about how can we make humans' lives so much better, animal life so much better, Earth's life so much better. Girl.
This has happened. This is not the first time. I came across a paper in the French literature in the late 1700s where a person from England had gone to France to have to get his leg amputated, and the surgeon, on the basis of do no harm, refused. So the patient came back later on with a gun, and at gunpoint the surgeon removed his leg.
What the fuck?
Is amputation an approved treatment for PID?
It's the only treatment that appears to work. but getting it amputated is problematic. To find somebody who would do it, but also to go through all the ethical processes to work out whether or not this is in fact of benefit to the body. You know, if you have a circumcision, that's removing a normal piece of anatomy. Having a dead limb amputated, that's for the good of the patient. But to amputate a normal, healthy limb is a real issue.
In those instances, how do you weigh up your oath to do no harm against the patient's right to autonomy over their body?
I'm not a psychiatrist, but I have to take the advice of psychiatrists that patients who are wanting their limbs removed are not, schizophrenic or suffering from some mental illness, and I'm not in a position to determine that. However, having said that, there is a manual called the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, and body integrity dysphoria is not in the manual as yet.
Oh. Joanna, you're pro-life. What are your thoughts on the bodily autonomy of BID sufferers?
We have laws and principles that it's wrong to harm another innocent person and it's wrong to harm yourself. So principles and norms and laws around self-harm, and that's essentially what...
I wonder if she's pro-circumcision, because she better be consistent, girl.
This is, and...
I wonder if she's vegan.
If we also think about doctors and nurses and midwives, doctors go into becoming a doctor because of healthcare, restoring health, curing disease.
Well, okay, restoring health could look different, though, and that's what I'm looking for. I want people who are open-minded to the possibilities and accepting that sometimes you'll regret things. I think people have got to get over regret. You will regret life. You know how many things I've regretted in my life? Get over it, girl. Like, it's life. You got to learn your mistakes. You couldn't have avoided them. You got to live with them. Let's move forward. Other people might avoid them, but we all got to regret. You live a good life, you're going to regret something. Okay? So if you regret doing something, I feel you. Let's mourn it. Let's move past it. I get it. You know, go to therapy. I feel you. But also, it has to happen. We have to be open to regret without... this is where wise suffering comes in. Okay, we need to wisely suffer. So regret is a form of suffering. You know how you learn from regret by regretting one time and not doing the same mistake 20 times so you don't regret it for 20 times. Okay? Regret's fine. Just don't keep doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Not to become someone that maims another person.
Isn't it their body, their choice, if they're not harming anyone else?
But they are harming themselves, and that has a normative effect for all of us, for children and others in the society, and it also requires somebody else to do the harm, and I don't think that most people would agree that that is healthcare.
If by keeping that limb, the psychological harm to their well-being is huge, where's the line there?
So I'm not an expert in this, but I would say that I think it's about treating that psychological harm without physically harming that person, without turning a doctor into someone that maims another human being. I think
these Machiavellian butchers, these Machiavellian mothers butchering their daughters. Heidi, welcome to memberships. Welcome, welcome. Oh, I can hear Jordan Peterson now salivating at the tweet. He's like, oh my God, I want to tweet about this. Machiavellian surgeons cutting off the limbs of their healthy patients.
I think there's another way.
Justin, you defend the legal right to choice over our bodies. Is there anything that's off the cards for you?
If a person has a diagnosed condition that's causing them harm, which obviously it was in the case of the video that we just saw, then to rectify that through some sort of operative measure is obviously doing good for that person. So I don't have an issue with that. And I think obviously we have in society doctors who do in fact do what others might consider to be harm for the patient who wants to change their body. Plastic surgeons, obviously, they conduct operations that are not necessary to prevent illness or to...
Well, and plastic surgery is gender affirming. Let's be real. Age affirming, gender affirming.
Achieve a health outcome. They do it because the person wants to look a certain way or to have something removed that they're not fond of. So in this case, the decision making by the individual should be their decision. They're not doing harm to somebody else. I don't have an issue with it from that point of view.
Penny, your grandmother had terminal cancer in the 1980s. Mm-hmm. How did she respond to her diagnosis?
It was a long-standing breast cancer that went for 30 years, but when it came back and metastasised, she became very ill quite quickly. She was 80. She spent some time in hospital and they said, we can keep you alive. You can come in and have full body blood transfusions twice a week. And she just went, no, I'm going home and I'm going to let nature take its course. But that was obviously an unpredictable trajectory. So she made the decision to stop eating and drinking. And that's not an uncommon decision for people to have made then or now. as a result of that, I had always in my mind strongly supported the idea of autonomy when it comes to someone's death, and ended up as a lead campaigner in the movement for voluntary assisted dying.
Let's fucking go, Queen. Let's fucking go, you Queen. I love you.
You're the president of Dying with Dignity. Why is it important
Dying with Dignity based
to you to have a choice around the end of life?
Because it's about suffering. And there is, to a degree, an element of personal autonomy about it, but I can say that the majority of people that have been involved in our movement, and given that 75–80% of the community also support it, it is driven by suffering that people have seen. 1 in 4 people at any time each year will experience the death of someone who's a close family member or friend, and for many of them, they see that it is not an experience that they would like to go through. Many people die peacefully, and often palliative care and modern medicine can give people a comfortable end, but for a significant minority, they will have a horrendous end. And we know that people take their lives because of the fear of a bad death, or they take their lives because their suffering is just overwhelming. So to have the ability to ask a medical practitioner to prescribe a lethal medication that will allow you to go peacefully and quickly without traumatising police, public, family, it seems to be something that a person who is dying and suffering should have the right to do.
Matthew, you head up a religious advocacy group. You believe life begins at conception. What about the end of life? Should we be allowed to choose when we die?
We believe life is at conception and to be cherished, and we also believe that to the end of life as well. We feel that it's vitally important that life should be cared for up until the end.
So as in, you shouldn't choose to end your life?
Well, I think it's important to realise that, you know, our big concern is obviously the slippery slope argument, that we're concerned that this kind of ideology, where does it end?
Ideology, propaganda, ideology, trigger words. Everyone was being so nice, and then he had to come in with the ideology.
Really? So, for example, if you have severe, teens with mental illness, what gives them? Why would we withhold the right for them to express their need to want to die as well?
Because, dum-dum, she just said it, dum-dum. The doctor said it, dum-dum. Were you listening? Probably not, because you were busy putting together your retort. That we would make sure they weren't making this decision because of mental health problems. This is why chosen death and suicide are different, kids, because suicide is often a pressure, a need to die because of an outside pressure versus an internal decision-making, conclusion that says, I'm ready, I'm here, I arrived. Dum dum, dum 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 dum, dum dum, dum 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 dum. Dum dum dum. Oh, it's so stupid. It's so brain dead. It's so bad faith. It's so stupid. What do you mean? What's the difference? You just bloody said it. What does that mean? What's the difference? It's literally so fucking different. What's the difference between killing somebody in the middle of a street and killing somebody on the battlefield? I don't know. The fucking context. Dumb. 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 Dumb.
Well, and there's certain symptoms that, of course, can be appeased through medical intervention.
Voluntary assisted dying, or VAD, is legal in most Australian jurisdictions. As with abortion, there are legal differences between states based on factors like the nature of the medical condition, the prognosis, and the amount of suffering. Since the 1980s, support for VAD in Australia has increased. Today, it sits at around 80%. Advocates believe legislation should include a wider variety of qualifying conditions, such as dementia and mental health. Critics are concerned that easing laws is the beginning of a slippery slope.
Penny-assisted dying is decriminalised in most of Australia. What is it that you're pushing for?
We would like nationally consistent laws, and there are some matters like the residency requirement, so that someone who lives in Queensland but moves to New South Wales to be with family before they die won't be excluded because they haven't lived in New South Wales for 12 months. So there are matters like that that we would hope could be tidied up relatively soon. But there are other issues. Dementia is something that we are asked about all the time. And I would say that if the community was asked at a referendum whether a person should be able to make an advance request in an advance directive at a time when they have mental competence about what they would like in their future should they become suffering dementia, I think there would be majority community support for that. But that's something that would take time for the community to get comfortable with. But eventually I think the community demand for an extension of the laws will come. Something that we are asked about all the time. And
I don't know why that happens sometimes.
they would like majority community support for that. But that's something that would take time for the community to get comfortable with. But eventually I think the community demand for an extension of the laws will come. You can see that 80% of the community now support the laws that we have, and many of them would like them to go further.
Graham, what are your views on voluntary assisted dying? Is it their body, their choice?
Life's a very, very precious thing.
I just fucking hate people, bro. I'm sorry. With peace and love, I love humans. I love humans. I love humans. It's getting late for me. I love humans. I just hate the contradictory nature of the conversation of like, we care about the sanctity of human life. Okay, cops are killing people at very crazy rates. No, not when that counts. Okay, we shouldn't be genocide in Palestine. Not there, not then. Okay, when do you care about human life? And like, I get it, but I do think progressives and progressive beliefs do ultimately value life more than conservatives. I think even with all the abortions a progressive could have, we could never kill people at the rate a conservative kills somebody. Conservatives are so more willing to kill people than a progressive is generally. Why? Because even conservatives know we're a bunch of fucking hippies who think animals have like their own valuable singular life. Like, you always make fun of liberals as being like these hippies who like don't even squish bugs. And then you have the audacity to think you care more about life. Like, that's what even if you were, regardless of your political affiliation, if you really wanted to pick the leaning of most cares about life, you could never be a conservative. You guys literally pick guns over kids every fucking day. Anyways, we live in bubbles. We live in bubbles. We must radically accept this. Humans are going to human. This is why I hate debate bubbles, because they're so disingenuous about the conversation. Don't tell me you care about human life when every policy you put forward is at the risk of human life. You don't even want to house homeless people. What are you talking about? You don't even want to house people. I love this channel. They're so calm. They're so beautiful, the way they have real conversations. But man.
And so is dignity. I struggle. That's one Christian ethos that I struggle with, to be honest with you. I don't want to live a life without dignity. And I don't want my wife to have to put up with that either.
Tammy, you live with a disability. Where do you stand on assisted dying?
So, informed consent without coercion. The fear in the disability community is that people with intellectual disabilities, the potential for coercion is there. So we're afraid. But I have a friend whose husband has early onset dementia and he's at the late stages now. He's 65 years old. And watching that journey over the last 7 years has been absolutely horrendous. The suffering, it's not called the long goodbye for nothing. And that 7 years has been absolutely heartbreaking for everyone around. That man that used to be young and vital and a really productive member of our community, and now he's just a shell of his former self.
Penny, do current laws protect against pressure or coercion?
It is an absolute cornerstone of all of the legislation.
Obviously, we don't want a coerced person. We don't want like crazy eugenics people coming in. We don't want to be killing people for funsies, even though we do it now. Like, that's the irony. Y'all are so afraid of showing dignity to people who consent that you don't even take into consideration the undignified way you are treating people now. Like, we do not treat people well now. This suggestion by this person to help bring dignity in death is only going to help an already ailing world. We are already suffering unwisely. What we are doing now isn't working. The slippery slope is here. We're in it now. We're in it now. We need to do better. We need to care about people better. And there's so many ways to do that as a community without all of us becoming crazy psychopaths that kill people. But you know why you fear that? Because Elon's that person. Elon said, empathy is like a mistake, right? Empathy is bad. Look at this man who's so cruel in everything that he does. that ultimately these people rise to power because you keep falling for the bullshit that they spew. All these fucking loser people who keep voting for Trump, and all of these losers, all these conservatives, all these pro-lifers, all these women, all these men who sit here and say that they have the audacity to think they care more about human life. Girl, look in the mirror, girl. You don't even care enough about your life that you voted for this man. But I know you're beautiful. I know you're dignified. I think you're lovely. But I think you are absolutely ignorant at the detriment of everybody else. Your ignorance is coming at the expense of everybody fucking else. And you know what's painful? But I know that it's just how it is. And look, let me tell you this, okay? I'm kind of in the moment. I'm in the bubble with you. I'm in the feelings of anger. But the truth is, wasn't I right though? Human's gonna human. I'm so sorry. Am I not right about the levels? I'm telling you, bros. If we were so good at fixing everything, if we were so introspective, if we were so wise, why are we doing what we're doing? Because people are only working with what they can work with. They can't do anything else. They say they're smart, then make smart decisions. You say you're better, make better decisions. You can't though. They're limited. They're in their bubbles. We're all in our bubbles and we're limited by that perception. Me, you, all of them. And so I think it's frustrating because I'm obviously feeling so vindicated every time I see a bunch of bubbles arguing that I'm like, this is the levels right here, baby. This is the bubbles. And then people go like, no. Hello, you're doing it in front of me right now. Where do you think your perception is coming from? Where do you think you feel justified in having this opinion? Where do you think your lived experience has formed how you think you're allowed or should be treating people? And some people are coming to better conclusions than others. Because some people's conclusions allow dignity for all people and some only allow dignity for some. I have so many videos I've been working on that I really want to get out. So excited. But it covers all of these weird, like, you gotta, you know, girl, I tell you, I know right now I'm just some girl on the internet, but in 30 years, it's gonna make I'm telling you, the science will catch up and we'll realize like, oh shit, like people are truly having like a biological, limited, but such a specific experience. And we could do so much more, but we first have to accept something foundationally true about existing that we haven't accepted yet. That's why we have gods and magic and the myth of this and the myth of that. We haven't accepted it. We're not ready to accept that like we're animals on a planet. We're getting closer though, which is pretty exciting. Like we are truly living in like such an interesting time. This woman is my hero. She's fabulous.
Legislation everywhere in the world, the person must be mentally competent, have decision-making capacity at all stages of the process, except the couple of jurisdictions where you can make an advance request at the time when you have the mental competence. And there are protections in all of the Australian laws that having a disability or having a mental illness are not of themselves qualifying conditions. You have to have a terminal illness that you are experiencing suffering and you have a prognosis of 6 months or 12 months if you have one of these neurological diseases like motor neuron disease. So I completely understand why people with a disability are fearful of having their lives devalued, and they have been very poorly treated by the medical profession over many years.
True.
And also by the community. But the safeguards are such that doctors are required to examine whether or not there's been coercion, and it is all about voluntary. That is the fundamental component of it, which provides the...
You know what I think is crazy? In some conservative bubbles, they're really loving towards people with disabilities if it's a disability they think counts. But if they don't think it counts, then they bully you. So if you have ADHD or autism that isn't apparent, like they can't tell or they don't want to believe it about you because they're so used to your mannerisms that they don't see it as like enough of a disability, then like you're just creating excuses and they're going to make your life like really, really hard. But then they'll sit here and sort of cutify people with disabilities and be like, they're so cute and so innocent and so pure and we have to take care of them, moving into their hero martyr complex, right? Like, oh, we're going to white knight the disability community. But then if the disability isn't apparent enough, now you're just like lazy and selfish and you just want to mooch off the government and all this other stuff. It's like people aren't there yet. We're not educated enough. We don't know better. But isn't that amazing how we are so lucky, you and I, me and you guys, we are so lucky that we have access and we use that access to find out and deconstruct all of the things that we thought were true are so much more than that. Just getting diagnosed with autism just looking at my life, like, guys, I'm still having that that feeling of like thinking back at my life and going, oh my God, I can't believe I did that. And like I'm realizing like, oh, that was so autistic. Why did I do that? And then it's like, it's so relieving and amazing, and it's giving me so much like freedom to just have such a better life moving forward. Like my life is so much better, even though the word disabled is like in my life, and not just because of the autism, by the way, because of the fibro, because of the COVID. Like my life changed when I got sick. And now I had a relationship with sickness I'd never had before. So many of my audience had already had it. So many of my former callers had already been chronically ill, and they'd been explaining to me this phenomenon that I had no embodied experience for. And though I got it logically, like until I went through it, I never quite understood them the way that I wish I had. Because truly having this embodied experience of chronic pain is like so specifically, it's just so different. Like it's so, I know why it's unbelievable that it's happening. Like I wish I could tell you how my hands felt right now. But what's important is to know that even though you don't get it, I get it. And now I have doctors who get it, and I have people who have answers for it. And we continue to learn more about it, which means like it's only up from here, girls. It's only up from here. You know, even though we're 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, we're in the 2 steps back era, it's only uphill from here. It really is. Even if it gets slightly worse. There's always a few, and it's because of people like this. Because of people like this who are very serious about their life and very serious about topics. You know, YouTube and the YouTube bubble, look, it's a great space, but fuck, it's stupid. It's uneducated, it's young, it's very immature, it's not equipped to handle real life problems. And we have to remember these YouTubers, myself included, we're not the adults in the room. We just pretend to be. We might be the adults in our real life, and we might pay our bills. But like, we're not exactly the adults in the room. And you know, because of the way we act towards each other. It's like high school with a little bit more money and some followers. That's why I say this transformation that I'm on, that I hope you're on if you're that old, you know, is to make sure that by the time we reach our 40s, we're not 40-year-old gamer streamers, you know, being this, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, we're entertainers. Yes, chat. We're entertainers at the end of the day. And so unless we have like an education and a background and a lot more, a lot more. I was reading chat. You said Brittany's a lot more respectable than most. Hey, I tried, girl. But I'm still, at the end of the day, just a YouTuber. At the end of the day, like, even if you wanted to call me like a girl who made a philosophy, I'm like, what are philosophers except incels who spend time in their room, myself included? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what are we? And I think watching a group like this, a group of adults who are seriously moving and making action in their community, it's really inspiring. Because real adults are making real things happen. Even if those adults are 20 or whether they're 40, it's the fact that they're making it happen. And I love that. I really do.
Protection for people who feel concerned that there might be coercion or pressure.
Joanna, you're a lawyer. Are you in favour of broadening the legal scope for VAD?
I think there's some real issues with where this goes. It fundamentally concerns me about what this says to people who are suffering. Saying to them, ending your life is the answer, is not the right thing that we should do in a just and fair society.
Rebecca?
A just and fair society doesn't let people live and die how they want. Got it.
Are there any risks to having full, unrestricted, free choice over our bodies?
There's risks to everything. Every choice you make carries a risk. It's
True.
about understanding the consequences of making those choices. And as a doctor, as a GP, when we're talking about medical risks, that's our job to ensure that the patient understands those risks, but also that they're able to understand those risks.
I'd like governments, health departments, to make it illegal, just like they've made circumcision illegal.
Okay, skipped it because it was a preview.
In the 1950s, the rate of male circumcision in Australia was
here we
about
go.
80%.
Wait, taking a poll really fast, verbal poll. How many of us are pro-circumcision or not? I'm anti-circumcision for babies. I think as adults, you can get circumcised if you want, and I know you will lose feelings, so just heads up. And I know there are lots of reasons you have to get it done, but I think circumcising a child without their consent, unless it's for direct health reasons, which it's almost never is, I think it's wrong. I think it's so wrong, you know?
Traditionally, this was based on religious or cultural practices. Until recent decades, it was also believed to improve hygiene and prevent health issues. But why has circumcision lost its appeal?
Also, teach your kids how to bathe, regardless if they have their foreskin or not. Like, teach kids how to bathe themselves. Adults, parents, I know as a nanny, they're not teaching their kids how to bathe. I can't tell you how many families I've had to teach them how to bathe their children. You've got to learn to teach your kids. Your kids don't get it. Saying wipe your butt isn't going to make sense. Teach them to wipe their butts. Like, they're not going to get it, you know?
From the 70s, the Royal Australian College of GPs discouraged the practice, stating the benefits don't outweigh the risks. Since 2007, cosmetic circumcision has been banned in all Australian public hospitals. There's also been a general decline in religious affiliation in Australia's population. Today, the number of circumcised newborns is less than 15%, but critics don't believe the ban extends far enough, citing ethical questions about bodily autonomy, mutilation, consent, and regret. So is it time to give circumcision the chop?
Max, you were circumcised at birth. Who made that choice?
It wasn't my parents, it was society. I was born in 1958, late 50s, and almost every boy born at the time was circumcised. In fact, a couple of days after I was born, Mum said she was sitting up in hospital, reading a magazine or whatever, and the doctor who delivered me poked his head around the door and said, "I'm here to do your boy now." My mother had no idea what he was talking about and went back to reading a magazine, and a little bit later I was down the hall in the nursery screaming my lungs out in excruciating pain as he ripped the foreskin from the head of my penis.
Do you mind me asking whether that decision has affected your life?
It has. I've always wanted my foreskin back. I've been with men who've had their foreskin and I've seen the pleasure that that's given them, and it's an experience that I'll never know. I'll never be able to experience the erogenous sensation, the pleasure, the function that they have. I've always felt that my body is not complete, it's not whole, it's...
Interesting. I will say, I wonder how much of that trauma was given to him by his parents as well, because they felt like it was against their consent, because they didn't want it to happen. That's what I got from the story, at least. That's maybe I misunderstood. But I will say, like, I hope he's not really carrying around this burden now. Because, like, sir, you have silver hair. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, like, it's a hit or miss. Like, some people will regret it, some people won't. Generally speaking, though, you will lose sensation. I've known a few men who got circumcision done as adults, and they did lose sensation in their penis. It's not as sensitive. They got it done mostly because they were pressured. They weren't circumcised as kids, and then people made them feel bad for how it looked. There's a whole episode of Sex and the City that covers this, where the girls argue about whether or not they'd have uncircumcised or circumcised. And of course, Samantha, the queen of them all, is like, I like everything. Everything's great. And Charlotte's like, I can't stand it. It looks like it's wearing a sweater. It's so silly. And then all of it is like a big conversation over, like, does this matter, circumcision or not? And ultimately, this is a deconstruction of genital expectations that have been put on us through marketing, right? Like, the porn industry is almost completely at fault for making everyone think they have to have a big penis or labia that's short and hidden. And this is marketing. You have fallen for marketing. And it works because human beings are susceptible to marketing. Like, that's what we are. We are little psychological beings who are just so susceptible to societal pressure, and we don't know why, right? And so being in sex positive spaces, deconstructing the physical form and making sure that we're having healthy relationships with our body is everything. But especially when it comes to, like, genitals, like, as much as it sounds silly, the idea that, like, all of us are like little, like, Neanderthal monkeys and we're all, like, mocking each other for what our penises look like. It's just so silly. My penis is lovely. Thank you for asking. The point is, like, it should matter what your genitalia looks like, dude. It doesn't matter. It just, like, does not matter. And until you get there and realize genitalia doesn't matter, size, shape, it doesn't matter. You have things to work on. You have got to get over it. It's just so unimportant. It's like caring about skin color. It makes no sense to me. You're born that way. It is what it is. What are you going to do? Okay? Okay?
It's missing parts, and it's a horrible thought to have. I just don't like knowing that I'm missing a part of my body.
What would you like to see happen? 4
things I'd like to see happen. I'd like Medicare to stop the rebates for parents to circumcise their children.
Yeah,
Medicare
what?
should be only providing rebates for medically necessary surgeries and procedures, and circumcision is not necessary. It's unnecessary and harmful. I would like doctors to be able to discourage parents from circumcising their children again. They were able to once, but now they're not allowed to persuade one way or the other. And a lot of parents don't have the full information. They don't know the functions of the foreskin. They don't know how harmful circumcision is. Also, I'd like governments, health departments, to make it illegal, just like they've made circumcision illegal for females. Boys have a right to a whole body.
For minors, I'm good with that. And I know the conservatives will say, oh, so you don't want kids to get circumcised, but they can have sex changes. Just a reminder, minors are not getting sex changes in the United States. That is not a thing that has happened. No minor child has had surgery on their genitalia for gender affirming care in the way that conservatives are saying, right? Like, that is not what's happening in the United States. So that argument from conservatives, I don't want to hear it.
If it's genital mutilation for a pinprick to a girl's genitals.
I will say, though, if any surgery is needed at any point for the health of the minor involved, I think we should always be able to consider that.
Well, it would be genital mutilation for a boy when he has 50 to 80% of his penile skin sliced off his penis.
Given that infants can't speak for themselves, is it reasonable for parents to make that decision on their child's behalf?
No, it's not. Every single person should have a right to decide what happens to their body. Even babies and children, their body should be protected until such time as they can make decisions for their body. Most parents or young parents today, they are very your body, your choice aware. So most leave their sons intact and say, it's his body, he can decide. So most are good, but there's a small minority of parents who think, it's my child, I can do what I like with him. And it's those parents who need to be more aware of how harmful circumcision is and be more aware of the child's rights and his right to his own body.
Rebecca, you're a GP. Circumcision is still legal in Australia, but it's banned in public hospitals.
Wow.
Why?
It's banned when it's for cosmetic reasons. There are a very small number of reasons that circumcisions are undertaken for medical reasons, not by religious or social choice. It is, as is many procedures, able to be done in the private sector. It's just no longer able to be done in the public sector.
Is the ban likely to extend beyond public hospitals?
I don't think it will, and for that exact reason is that we engage in a lot of cosmetic procedures in the private sector. People choose to change their bodies because that's their choice, and they can if they understand the risks and the benefits behind choosing that.
Justin, do you support the ban?
I think on reflection I probably do. There's some complicating factors there in relation to choice that a baby can make. Obviously the baby can't make a choice. Historically, that decision making rests with the parents. But I feel like in so many matters, unfortunately, to do with advice that is given, that there's probably not really considered advice and people aren't really given the decision-making power that they should have. So I think that the fundamental issue comes back to that idea of whether or not there's fully informed, valid consent. And certainly if I'd been aware that, in fact, there were no health benefits to circumcision and that it may, in fact, have a deleterious impact on my child's future sensation, I probably would make an absolutely different decision about it if I'd been properly informed.
Joanna, have you ever been accused of going too far with your activism?
All the time. So I have been banned from the South Australian Parliament. It speaks to the fact that in Australia we really struggle.
Wait, anti-abortion advocate Joanna Howe banned from South Australia's upper house for allegedly threatening tactics towards politicians. Damn, girl. Get it together, girl.
To allow free speech when you go against the orthodoxy or the dominant view. I have been called all sorts of things, but ultimately I know that what I'm doing is speaking up for the most vulnerable and marginalised group in our society. And
Interesting. I know she's going to do the whole pro-life argument about, like, you guys are worried about circumcising your babies. Well, I'm worried about them getting murdered. But, like, there is a difference. Like, there is a difference. Everything is contextually, everything changes. You know, it's like, what's the difference between a caterpillar and a butterfly? What's the difference between tadpoles and a frog? There is a difference, yes? I've always said, for myself personally, I wouldn't feel too bad draining a pond full of tadpoles. I feel pretty bad stabbing a bunch of fucking frogs. And that feels like the distinct difference for me as a person who's pro-choice. It's not that the life is so small that it doesn't matter. It's just that the life is at a certain stage in which I think it matters or the harm is less impactful. I think it's about harm reduction. You know what I mean? That's what I think, you know. Jess says, did anyone get their ears pierced as a baby? Great question. I did, and I'm not mad about it. My best friend wasn't allowed to get her ears pierced until she was 16, a teenager. And that was very controversial. And she she was liberal. She didn't even grow up conservative. See, we grew up conservative and my parents pierced my ears as a baby, which I'm not mad about. Like, I'm going to be so real with you. I'm not mad about it. Would I probably do it to a baby? Probably not. Just because, like, it's so unnecessary. But Brittany, don't have any issue with it. I love having my ears pierced. But I also could have waited until I was 10. I think little kids should have the right to pierce their ears if they want to. You know what I mean? But I think, like, it's not the biggest deal if you don't pierce your baby's ears. It's probably better. You know?
I hope that what I'm doing is helping women to also see the truth of what abortion is.
Graham, you were a pilot. Mm-hmm. Was free will over your body worth losing your career for?
Absolutely. Absolutely, because we all have to stand in the shadow of our own conscience.
That's
and as
true.
I said, I would not take an aeroplane up if I had doubts about it, and I certainly won't participate in an experiment where there are so many doubts.
Michelle, you suffered a vaccine injury as a result of the COVID jab. Do you believe we can ever have bodily autonomy?
I think after we saw what happened during COVID, I think a lot of trust was really eroded. I think the key phrase for me in all of this stuff is the coercion. And during COVID, what happened to us is a monumental amount of coercion. So we can say it's for the greater good, we can say it's for the community and all those things. But what frustrates me is the people that stepped up and did the right thing in this instance were completely left behind. We were abandoned, but not by only medical professionals, but by our government. We have a compensation program, which is an absolute joke. So we can have all these conversations, but what about the people that are left behind when we do the right thing and where there are government mandates? I want to speak for those people because these people are still not heard to this day. So it's we can talk about bodily autonomy all we like, but until we get to a point where there's another pandemic and we go through this process again, what happens to the people that have adverse reactions? If it ever happened again, there is no way that I would line up for that vaccination again. And a lot of people in the vaccine injured community feel the same way. So all of the
I think the dilemma with being traumatized is that it convinces us, like this happens a lot with trans or gay people who go conservative, because you have a bad time in the progressive bubbles. You go, I've been wounded and traumatized by them, I'm going to become a conservative instead. Or people that are wounded in certain bubbles go to different bubbles. Look, there needs to be a place for people. There has to be an awareness that getting the vaccine could have problems and those people need to be taken care of. But at the end of the day, our governments aren't taking care of enough people anyways, even though there's enough money, enough things to go around, like we're not being good about because we're humans and it's flawed. But I do think in an ideal world, we would be like, everybody do the thing that makes the most sense. But anyone who has a bad reaction to it, we use them as the example of like, okay, they need like resources in the village. But also what happened? How do we prevent that in the future? Right? But I think when you're traumatized and you're wounded and you're looking for validation, you sometimes you can hurt communities in the long run because, you know, you're in your trauma. So you can point the finger and blame them and be like, I'm not getting a vaccine ever again. But how many vaccines have you had that went perfectly well? I've been vaccinated my whole life. I've never had a bad reaction to a vaccine. My parents got us vaccinated as kids. Like, I didn't grow up in an anti-vax home. That's why it's so crazy to me that all of a sudden they're anti-vaccine because, like, I grew up in a vax home. So, you know, why are we anti-vax all of a sudden? Like, one vaccine went incorrect and we're going to throw... It's like, yes, some people have trauma. Some people get in one car accident and they never drive again. I personally want to... Brittany, I'm not making a prescription. I don't want to be stunted because of my trauma, but I understand I might be stunted for a while because of my trauma. But I want to make sure that I move past it without blaming the world while still holding people accountable if they impacted me in some way. And I do think with the vaccination thing, there's a space to allow people grieve while still not encouraging anti-vax rhetoric. Because right now she's being anti-vax. She's putting fear in people's hearts and minds that getting the vax will be harmful, even though she'd be the rare case. She would be the few. She would be the exception. So it's like, if you're hurt as the exception, like, you know what I mean?
Trust has been eroded. If you want to have a look at why vaccination numbers are plummeting, I can tell you why. There's people like myself that have lost all trust. So yes, it's an emotional issue because we were left behind.
Thank you so much, Michelle. Thank you so much to you all for being in this room tonight. It's great to be back. Thank you too for joining us. Happy 2025. You can catch up on this episode. On this episode of Insight.
Woo, woo, woo. Okay, great video. I fucking love this channel. I'm going to go ahead and link it for you guys. Like the video. Let me link it for you guys. Oh, okay. Wow. Love it. Love it. That was so good. What do you guys think? Last minute thoughts, ideas, concepts. That's the last video I have for you today. Do we want to go over anything else? Man, I really love that channel, right? Isn't that a beautiful reminder though, guys? I'm very optimistic. I'm having, first of all, fabulous week. We love a good week. But I'm really just excited and so motivated at all the discoveries we're making. And I think channels like this are so important because they're having, guys, how real is this conversation? How real is this conversation? This feels so real and respectful of everyone's perspective. Like Ben Shapiro could never, okay? YouTube could never. There's something so real about these conversations where I'm like, finally, can we please have the real conversation, please? And it's not even fully like where it could be, but it's somewhere. It's better than what we've been doing, you know? Any last minute thoughts, ideas, concepts? We'll be back tomorrow. We have so much to go over. I have so much content I want to go over. Oh, man, what a good one, you know? Chat said I was thinking this is so much better than Jubilee. So much better than Jubilee. You know why? Because those channels are trying to get good clips. They're trying to be like funny or get good clips, which, you know, even I fall prey to. You know, I fall prey to it. My demeanor on stream used to change if I was thinking about like, oh, this could be clip is king, because you're always looking for a clip. But then I was like, fuck it, I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm not going to worry about clips. I was never good clippable anyways. You know, one of the reasons I stopped making short content of myself is one, I don't come across good short form, but also like, fuck it. Like, I'm not trying to get a clip. If you think there's a good clip of me, you can clip it and post it. But like, you know, I can't, I'm here just to make the content, you know, for now. Doing both things at once are just too much. And I don't want to have to be one of those YouTubers that like, that's what they would do on those panels, right? With everybody is they would try to be the most salacious in order to be the clipped or brought back to the show because they'd bring in views. It's a part of YouTube, yes, but like, girl, don't be the drama, review the drama. Don't be the drama, review the drama, you know? Okay, I will see you again tomorrow. Please take care of yourselves. Please have a great night. I'll go ahead and send you out with some Samantha Dragonati, and I'll see you again tomorrow. Oh, yeah. Wait, chat says you're done clipping your streams into segments, right? Guys, nothing is permanent, right? Nothing is permanent. Who knows what I could never say what I'll do. Nobody's done with anything. We're all just living. Don't listen to me on stream. If I say things like I'm not clipping, I'm not doing this, this is just for today's Brittany. Remember that I'm ADHD and autistic. Well, most likely ADHD. Who knows what I'm going to do tomorrow, girl? Who knows what she's going to do tomorrow? Today's Brittany not going to do it, though. But, you know, I don't speak for future Brittany. Okay, we're neurodivergent queen. We never know what we're going to be into. Who knows? Who knows? Okay, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye.